Hey, how you doing? Much love, respect, and appreciation on this Saturday, March 22nd. So we got a few videos for you along with some articles that I'm going to read off. And the first one is the one you see in front of you, where the clip says that Elon Musk, the father of Tesla CEO Elon Musk, believes that his own son can't be racist due to his past relationships with black servants who worked for the family in apartheid South Africa. That's that's quite a statement. That's quite a statement, right? So it goes in to say that in an email sent to the Post regarding inquiries about his son's animosity towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI initiatives, Elon Musk stated that his two sons were never interested in political matters while growing up. Obviously, that changed. Quote, they were not into political nonsense, and we lived in a very well run, law abiding country with virtually no crime at all. Actually, no crime. That's starting to sound like Trump. We had several black servants who were their friends. That's diabolical work. You're going to sit up there and say that servants were your kids' friends. They're paid to work for the family and do the things that need to be done around, I guess, the house, the land, or whatnot, or whatever. Those are not actual friends. If people have to be paid in order to be there, those are not actually your friends, right? And of course, this well-run, law-abiding country at the time was run by a racial segregationist regime that kept its black majority population in a state of poverty and servitude until the system was finally dismantled in 1994. If people don't know what I'm talking about, I've covered the apartheid laws that they had, some stemming as far back, I think, to about 1911. And a lot of these were dismantled at or around the time of 1994. Rudolph Panner, a biomedical scientist who graduated with Musk from Pretoria Boys High School in 1988, tells the Post that Musk's privileged upbringing has made it impossible for him to grasp concepts such as systematic racial oppression. Quote, we grew up in a bubble of entitlement. I am not sure if Elon can conceive of systematic discrimination and struggle because that's not his experience. His life now, in some ways, is how it was under apartheid, rich and entitled, with the entire society built to sustain him and his ilk. That's some crazy work, though. You're literally going to say that your family member cannot be racist because they have black servants who are supposedly their friends. Crazy work. Funny enough, directly with the story, there was a meme that followed directly along with this, and we're going to take a look at that here.
What it's like being outnumbered by what? Black people? Kafirs? Do you have any black friends at home, Mari? Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. I have Flora. Flora is my friend, my best friend. Flora is your maid. If you stop paying her, do you think she'd stick around? Or maybe don't even pay her. Maybe she's your slave. You've got it all wrong, and don't say that about Flora. Who has it all wrong? Me and the rest of the world, Mari? Or you and your racist South African people? Whether you want to admit it or not, you know I'm right. Why else do you think your own government would hide books and movies and stupid TV shows from its own people? What are they so afraid of? And why are they so afraid of you staying here? If you didn't want me here, all you had to do was say so.
That pretty much sums up Elon Musk. Again, you have the conversation in between this young black girl and this girl right here. And she is on the whole thing of Elon Musk's family. Hey, you can't be racist. Look, we got black people right here. Our servants, they're our friends. No, they're not. Those are workers for the house. That's all that is. That's like that proximity thing, 8 degrees of separation or whatnot, where a lot of white people say, like, yeah, I got black friends. No. What happened is 10 of y'all got that one black guy or that one black girl that you know within the community, and then magically everybody's friends with her. That's how that works. Because 9 times out of 10, somebody like an Elon, these rich, elite Caucasians directly out there, they don't have a lot of black friends because they choose and make sure to surround themselves around people who look just like them and also grew up and went to the same schools and everything just like they did. That's how that tends to work out. But it'd be like that. What was that? You said hello from Switzerland. Hey, what's up? What's up? You said, so since I had no black people when I grew up, I also can't be racist. I mean, I don't know. It's we'll see. We will see. Next story we actually got up here, because I think I'm actually skipping a few stories, is this one here where we have a Southern California couple deported after 35 years in the United States. Diabolical work. So they said an Orange County couple with no criminal history who have lived in the United States for 35 years was deported and are now in Colombia, according to an update from their 3 daughters on Thursday. Gladys and Nilson Gonzalez of Laguna Niguel were detained on February 21st during a routine immigration check in as part of ongoing nationwide mass deportation effort. While Gladys was initially granted an extension hours later, a different agent arrested both her and Nilson. Quote, the official was cruel. They arrested my dad first and then called my mom in and arrested her too. The couple were included in an ongoing mass deportations, were held in San Bernardino County Detention Center before being transferred to Arizona and ultimately Louisiana. They were told that they would be out of the country by the end of the month and could not appeal the decision. The backstory: the couple arrived in the United States from Colombia back in 1989, seeking asylum due to the dangerous conditions in their home country. Quote, there was a lot of violence, a lot of drugs. They came here to escape that danger. The Gonzalezes, despite facing setbacks, continued their efforts to gain legal status. Their daughters state that their parents hired attorneys who were later disbarred, but the couple remained persistent, obtaining yearly extensions on their status. Nilson worked as a phlebotomist and Gladys was a housewife. Neither had any criminal record. Quote, they missed an appointment. They always showed up. I'm sorry, they never missed an appointment. They always showed up. They were never hiding. They were just good people doing what they were supposed to do. Following their parents' arrest, Gonzalez's daughters created a GoFundMe to help Gladys and Nelson rebuild their homes in Colombia. In an updated post from the official page on March 20th, the daughters thanked the donors for their support and confirmed that their parents arrived in Colombia together. Quote, we are very thankful this nightmare is over, while at the same time grieving that the reality of our parents will not be coming home anytime soon. Our goal now is to help them prepare for their new lives in Colombia and do whatever we can to bring them back home in the future. We never expected to receive so much generosity and kindness from friends, family, and strangers. Our parents deserve the world. And if people want to give financially to help our parents, we weren't going to say no. So again, from the bottom of our hearts, we say thank you. During Trump's first week in office, Trump signed 10 executive orders on immigration and issued a slew of legislation that carried out promises of mass deportation and border security. Trump expanded arrest priority to anyone in this country illegally, not just people with criminal convictions, public safety, or national security threats, and migrants stopped at the border. The administration also entered a policy to avoid arrest at sensitive locations, including schools, hospitals, and places of worship. It also stated that it may deport people who enter the country illegally on parole as presidential authority that former President Joe Biden used more than any other president. It also threatened to punish any sanctuary jurisdictions that limit cooperation with federal immigration authorities. Under the Biden administration, ICE deported more than 270,000 people in a 12-month period that ended in September. That was the highest annual tally in a decade, helped by the increase in deportation flights, according to the Associated Press. The Biden administration did not use any military planes. So again, I just wanted to point this out because you have a lot of people out here that voted a certain type of way, and a lot of those individuals helped to get this family. Again, they stated that they have no record at all. They seeked asylum all the way back in 1989. They did everything. They got their, three daughters directly right there at a graduation. The mother was a housewife, not causing any type of mess. The father was clearly out there working, doing the things that he needs to do to, be just a normal person here, paying, I guess, paying taxes or doing whatnot, whatever, and, making sure that his family is fine. But yet you have people that were a part of the Latin community that voted to get people like him directly out of the country. Crazy work. It's diabolical how that happens. But this is what happens when your own people decide to vote against themselves and you at their own best interest. Crazy work. Crazy work. Mm-mm-mm. You would think that people in America would actually want to keep positive contributors like this family here, right? The girls are, going through, school or college or whatnot or whatever. They're going to add to the economy and, different things like that. Again, not causing any type of problems, no ruckus. They're not out here as some people want to always state that, oh yeah, they're, these illegals are selling drugs. They're doing this and they're doing that and all this other. But that's not what we hear directly from the Gonzaleses. Not at all. But yet America was like, hey, we got to get you on up out of here. We're going to deport you by the end of the month. It is what it is. And, there's nothing you can do. There's no lawyer that can sit up there and help you. Crazy work. Crazy work. Diabolical. Look at that. America failing the people. Well. Now, let's go to another story that I have directly up here, which is this one. OnlyFans model charged with murder, allegedly filmed content as 11K client, because the client offered her 11K, to bag, tape, and saran wrap him like a mummy. So let's see what this says, right? An OnlyFans model is facing murder charges after a client lost his life during a fetish session. In April of 2023, police responded to a 911 call, found Michelle Rylardsden. That last name will probably mispronounce that. We're just going to go with Michelle, right? Performed CPR on an unresponsive male, later identified as Michael Dale, according to court documents. Dale, age 56, was taken to a local hospital where he was declared brain dead, and a few days later, he was taken off of life support. 2 years after he passed, police have arrested Michelle and charged her with murder. On the night Dale passed away, he reportedly paid the woman 11K to encourage a fetish play and asked the then 29-year-old to, quote, wrap him up in saran wrap like a mummy, glue a pair of women's boots. Oh man, glue a pair of women's boots on his feet and pour adhesive onto his eyes and seal them shut. Brother, I don't know what's even happening here. This is diabolical. I can only imagine who Dale specifically was and what community he was a part of. I can specifically tell you, because 9 times out of 10, usually when I read about stuff like this, the guys are white. There's no way around this. This is crazy. You wanted to be wrapped up like a mummy, and you wanted basically super glue in your eyelids to shut. Quote, he had duct tape over his mouth and a plastic bag over his head, more saran wrap around that, and then duct tape wrapped around his face and head, securing all the layers of his head. And this was citing the allegations in the document. Quote, he also appeared to have saran wrap wrapped around his neck tightly. The medical examiner ultimately determined that the bag had been wrapped around Dale's head for at least 8 minutes and ruled that the cause of death was asphyxiation and the manner of death would be homicide. The woman provided police with her phone when they arrived on the scene, and it was also reported that an affidavit states that there was, quote, no evidence that Dale ever requested the woman to place a bag over his head and secure it, which eventually caused him to suffocate. The video on the phone allegedly shows the woman using items for content, because I gotta paraphrase that, for her OF page, as Dale laid with the plastic bag and saran wrap on his body along with the duct tape sealing around his head. Police arrested the woman in February, and she is being held without bail at a detention facility in San Diego. She is due back in court in April. That's crazy. I need a lot of guys to get their lives right. I need a lot of guys directly out here to get their lives right. That's crazy. Like, you want to be wrapped up like a mummy? You want her to put you directly into like women's shoes and glue them there? Like, what are we doing here? So what? Now you got to go to the hospital. So not only did you want her to make content for humiliation because you're going to be a part of that content and you knew it, but then to further that humiliation, you were going to what? Go to the hospital to get the super glue directly moved from your eyelids, because you're going to have to do that unless you know somebody professionally at home that can do it. I mean, obviously, if he could throw away 11K, I guess he might know a surgeon or something like that, right? But then you also got to get the shoes removed too. I'm like, this is stupid. This is 100% stupid. 1000% stupid. This is why a lot of people just don't need money. This right here is a clear-cut example of why a lot of people don't need money. And this is also another reason on how it is that a lot of women need to learn and understand how to say no. Because if you don't know how to say no, you can end up just like her. Because she thought it was all good. It was like, I'm about to get this 11K. Plus, on top of that 11K, I'm about to use him for content and upload it to my page. That's some crazy work. So instead of doing all that, you done lost that 11K because you ain't getting that back, right? The dude that sat up there and lost his life because y'all both wanted to sit up there and play stupid. You thought it was a good look because you got money hand over fist, and you lost everything, and now you're facing a murder charge. Good luck. Good job. This is what it looks like to play stupid games and win stupid prizes. Everybody lost. So technically, three groups lost. The content creator lost, Dale lost, and then on top of that, I guess the guys that are subscribed to our OF page, they lost as well too. So hey, like I said, this is what it looks like. And I keep trying to tell people, hey, all money is not good money. Sometimes you got to learn how to say no. You gotta just learn how to say no. Crazy work though. 100% crazy work. We also got another story directly up here where we have a Kentucky man. I might have to block some of the stuff directly out there. Let me just do this so you guys can actually see where we are at this moment in time. Give me a quick second. Try to roll that up. Block out some of these words because YouTube likes to get a little bit funny with stuff. So let me do that. Call me a leader. Then we'll block out some of the words directly dealing with the article there. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. They'll still probably try to act a little bit funny. So the next story that we have up here for you is dealing with a classic group in the United States, right? It says, nobody's going to change me. This white hooded leader who admitted to tossing thousands of flyers promoting white supremacist groups in Ohio towns makes bone-chilling proclamation in court, right? So again, I like to point this stuff out because people tend to think that things like this don't exist in the United States, right? So a Kentucky man and self-proclaimed, hate group leader who was cited for disturbing flyers promoting his hate group around several Ohio towns was recently found guilty during a bench trial. Police state that William Bader targeted several towns, including the historical Black village of Lincoln Heights, which drew national attention last month after more than a dozen neo individuals held a rally on a highway overpass near the town limits and were caught on traffic cameras flying flags adorned with their symbols. The demonstration heightened tensions in the community and led to the formation of an armed neighborhood watch that caught Bader driving around town scattering propaganda flyers for his hate group days after the rally. Police caught up with Bader in a nearby town of Laughlin and issued him a citation for littering. According to the Cincinnati Enquirer, body cam footage shows that Bader admitting to police that he scattered about 4,000 flyers in 16 towns along I-75 and had just run out when officers caught up with him. He even admitted that every propaganda pamphlet distributed by the greater Cincinnati area since 2022 had come from his organization. Quote, "It wasn't just me. There's quite a few of us out tonight." A search of his car yielded the discovery of several flyers, a white sheet that was commonly worn by the hate group, and a homemade banner that was hung on the overpass in the aftermath of the rally that took place, quote unquote, reading peace and love. During his court proceedings, he walked his admission back and denied any wrongdoing. He argued that officers didn't witness the flyer distribution firsthand and claimed that his fingerprints were not on the flyers. The court was corrupt and that he directed his members to throw the flyers but never threw them himself. The judge fined him $150 for each of the 2 littering citations and court fees that would round up the total cost to $700. 47-year-old told authorities that from the time he was a child, he was raised as a member of this hate group until he was appointed as an imperial wizard of his local branch. Quote, "Think about if you were on the other side and if you were in this person's shoes. What would the other person say? Ask yourself that. I grew up like this and nobody's going to change me." And then Bader later pointed to the judge, the prosecutor, and the officers, and then stated, "Not you, not you, and not you." So again, this is somebody who was a part of the United States. These are things that historically have taken place, especially in the United States and in Black, communities. And you would have people like this that would go directly out of their way in order to stoke fear into Black people. Again, there's no reason for him to decide to go out there to Black communities and to target them and to do these things. Again, this is something that is within him. He said it himself. This is how he was raised. So when I happen to say that within America, more so specifically white America, that racism is homegrown, that's exactly what that means. He said it from his own lips in front of the judge, who more than likely was white himself, in front of the prosecutor, who was more than likely white, in front of the officers, who were more than likely white. He told you exactly what it was. He was like, "This is me, and this is how I was raised. These are the ideologies. These are the things that I believe in. And it is what it is. You ain't going to change nothing." Like I said before, I at least respect the little bit of honesty up until the fact that he decided to walk things back. That's a little bit crazy to me. Be 100% honest. Own all of that. Don't sit up there and deny, any of the posters, the pamphlets, none of that. There's too much proof directly out there to find you guilty on some stuff. But like I said before, because of how this society is and because of how the court system will treat their own people, this is why it only added up to about what? Let me go back to it. I think they said about $700. Yeah. So his cost got rounded up to like $700. There's a multitude of people more than likely in this community that can easily just donate some money directly to him, and that's already paid off. So no lesson was learned, and realistically, nothing was actually done. This was just, for all intents and purposes, a show to be like, yeah, see, we really do sit up there and actually care about the Blacks, and we're going to do what we need to do to actually, fix and curb racism. No, you're not. No, you're not. But like I said, these are the things that they tend to, show off, and they want to report in a sense to try to show that they're actually doing something as if they actually care. But, they don't. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Somebody said, was anybody harmed? It's not the point of anybody being harmed. It's the fact of the matter that you want to disseminate any of this type of rhetoric to try to indoctrinate other people into your type of beliefs. Right? Isn't this the same thing with what white Christians say in America? Oh, don't bring the Muslims here. They're going to indoctrinate us to Sharia Allah and all this. They're going to be trying to have us pray to Muhammad. Right? That's the whole fear that a lot of Christians, white Christians in the United States, basically have. If Muslims come over, they feel like it's automatically going to be a Muslim country and all this other type of stuff and yada yada yada. Right? A whole bunch of fear mongering. Right? Because people refuse to actually educate themselves. And when you have people that lack information and lack education and knowledge in areas, that's a very dangerous thing, because that lack of information will then turn to fear, and that fear will then turn to violence. So like I said, you could say that, oh, was anybody actually harmed? Maybe nobody was harmed at this moment in time, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to happen later. All it takes is for one person to become like him, but hugely radicalized, and there you go. We're looking back at some stuff from the 1940s. Oh, I'm sorry. We actually did have something like that with two young black men, right? And they're no longer here. And then an arrest was made because a white guy decided that he happened upon the scene, who was a firefighter, and he wanted to take pictures of those two teens where it is that they lay, and he wanted to put this all over the internet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's crazy work. Diabolical work. Diabolical work. Mm, mm, mm. Wait, who are you responding to? You see? Let me see. Hubert. Who was that? Yes. Like I said, y'all gonna end up having people in here saying Trump is the best president. Like I said, whatever people believe is whatever people believe. I'm just not trying to hear the crying, when stuff end up happening. That's it. But anyways, we're going to get away from the stories and go to the videos. So speaking of Trump, let's go to this engagement with a few Caucasians and see what they have to say.
Created and in violation of the Constitution. My question to you is, why do you believe that President Trump is above the law? And I'll just reinforce what other people have been saying here. Why have you not spoken out for it? Yes. Do your job, and we have trusted you with our votes. We have sent you to Congress for decades. We expect you to follow through for what we Iowans really want our government to do, and not to have a federal government that is being dismantled by this President Trump and Elon Musk. Yeah, please stand up for what's right and do your jobs.
Your statement gives me a wonderful opportunity to explain to you that constantly, every time I go from my office to the Senate floor, there's journalists not by the dozens, but by a couple dozen, that are there to ask me questions all the time. And I take time to answer their questions. And I never see anything in print that I ever say to them. So I have to assume that you don't get a chance, unless you do a vast amount of reading, that you'd ever see anything that I say to the journalists in Washington, D.C. So this is why on a weekend I put out something on my website called The Scoop, that carries all the things that I have said or speeches I give on the floor of the United States Senate or press releases, because I can't count on the.
So I just wanted to show that off again, dealing with the public officials. He specifically, the one gentleman standing up, elder gentleman who had the mic, he specifically asked him, like, yo, how come you didn't basically stand up against this, say something about this, yada, 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 right? We voted for you. We put you directly into office for a multitude of decades. We're expecting you to do the job that we want you to specifically do. That's why we have you here. His whole thing, being a political official sitting there in front of the whole community, he was like, you know what, guys, I get what it is that you're saying, but let me tell you how much of a victim that I am. Every time I leave this office and I head directly to Congress, there's 5, 10, 20. In some instances, it looks like it's 50 because of the flashing lights and the cameras. And, I sit there all day on taxpayer money and I respond to and answer all of their questions. And what I decided to do was that I wrote something down where all of the questions and the different things they asked me, including the things that you're asking me here, you can go directly to this .com website and pretty much get the answers specifically for yourself, because I don't need to actually have these conversations and give you answers, even though we're physically both in the exact same room. And it's better to get the information directly from the horse's mouth, directly to the people who voted for said horse. That's what he did. He said a whole bunch of nothing. And this goes to also show how it is that a lot of these political officials do not care. So again, if you're a Republican, if you're a Democrat, these officials do not care about you. They feel that they do not have any obligation or a responsibility to you by way of your vote or anything like that. Because the only thing that talks is money. That's it. Because no matter how it takes place or happens, some way, somehow, if there's money involved, the same people that you don't vote for, they'll still find a way to be a part of government somehow, some way, and they'll still be getting that money, with or without you. With you having knowledge of said thing happening, or without you having knowledge of said thing happening. Because the main point is they are there to lie to you and to sell you out to the highest bidder. And that's clear cut again what this man is sitting up there doing, because he does not care. He already got one foot in the grave. They said they didn't put that man in office for decades. So he's probably somewhere like 70s, 80s at this moment in time. And he's probably seen a lot of legislation, a lot of things pass in between his hands that were probably very beneficial for the people or the community. And he more than likely voted against the people and the community, even though you yourself voted for him and put him into office. Your tax dollars are making sure that he can afford those suits, that he can take trips, that he can, have the nice house that is nicer than yours. But like I said, people choose not to listen. It's crazy. Crazy work. True said the media is trash. Elon got corrupt government scary. Corrupt no more, thanks to Trump. If you really think if you really think that because Trump is in office, that all the corruption in the United States government that has been going on since before Trump was even born is going to stop the moment in time that he's there, you are a fool. You are a fool. That's like sitting up there saying, like, oh, as soon as the military starts sitting up there going through the streets, there's not going to be any more drugs getting peddled in the cities. You're a lie to yourself. Because the thing that people don't realize is that some of the same ones who are supposed to be stopping these things are the exact same ones profiting off of the source of the problem. So if somebody's profiting off of the source of the problem, they're not about to stop it. Or, of course, if they can hide under the skies of, let's say, military, oh, yeah, you're going to have some very big dealers right there because they can get things through that other people can't. That's some crazy work. That's like sitting up there saying, like, oh, yeah, when people, these drug dealers, you're not going to be sitting up there selling these drugs in these jails and prisons. Say bye-bye to that money. Guess what, clown? Drug dealers are still making money in prisons and jails. Like, this is crazy work. Like, I don't understand how people's minds really work when they really feel that if their favorite person gets into a place or a position, that everything is going to stop. When at any point in time have we ever seen a doctor show up on the scene and just all sickness disappear? I'll wait. Because we got big pharma in the United States. Matter of fact, who said that? Who said that? What was that? True? Yeah. So going by your example, right? Because when Trump and Elon basically show up, everybody's scared and they're going to clear up the corruption. Let me know at any point in time in American history when a doctor has shown up directly on the scene and all diseases and cancers disappear. I'll wait, because all I know is Big Pharma, and that's the biggest drug dealer in the United States. And guess what? They're profiting off of everybody getting sick, being sick, staying sick, and dying. So let me know how that's gone for you. Let me know how many of your family members have passed away because of quote unquote natural causes, supposedly. Let me know how that's worked. Don't we still got people dying of like the common cold, pneumonia, all of this like simple stuff? Don't we got measles still going on out here, polio? Like, what are we talking about here? What really are we talking about here? Like, I need people to just actually stop being so like emotional about their favorite little person and actually think about something for a minute. America is corrupt, and America is also a business. It's a corporation. Why would America stop any forms of corruption if they're able to profit from it? Like, do y'all really think that America's not profiting off of let's say any drugs being peddled in the black community? Do y'all really think that America's not profiting off of that? It's hand over foot. You got the defense, you got the DA, you got the police officers, you got the EMS, you got the nurses, you got the doctors, you got the hospitals, the whole court system. Everybody's profiting off of all the negativity that is happening in the black community when it deals with drugs. Because along with drugs, then what comes crime? With crime comes what? Murder. With murder, then people get delivered directly to morgues. But when you get delivered to the morgue, what do people have to do? They got to do autopsy. So all of those bodies, all of those people that have died one way or another by gun crime or whatnot, whatever, in the black community by way of crime there that is prevalent, guess what? Now those said individuals like the morgue and the hospitals can profit off of those bodies. How would they profit? Well, you might ask, the black market. Because every single one of your organs, including your toes, your fingers, and bones, are all up for profit, up to the highest bidder. And then I did a video over this before where it talked about the fact, well, technically it's two things. Some of the main people that can happen to get on the donor registry and skip past the line come directly from over there in Israel, right? Another group is over there in Australia. So you got two groups that are the main ones that need donors, right, for organs. Because if you look at the worldwide scope, you got people all over the world, places all over the world. People just so happen to need organs, but some need them more than others. And some people can just so happen to skip the line before everybody else. And it's like that. So like I said, any which way you sit up there and slice it, the government is able to sit up there and profit. Now, mind you, I get that a lot of white people just can't, actually consume this and actually understand it because they don't really actually see it happen, right? But then they don't take an account and think about the fact that within white communities, y'all are suffering from massive ODs. So much so that they have to open up facilities of which your family, your kids, and other people, the addicts in your communities, can actually go to this safe environment and inject themselves, which is crazy. Diabolical work. Drugs that are illegal, that are scheduled, where it's like anybody has these in their possession and you're trying to sell it or distribute, guess what? You're automatically going to prison. Right, you're not getting out at all. If you're a doctor or whatnot, whatever, hey, you should be losing your license. But they opened up these facilities in order to help out the people in their community so that they can just safely just do this. I've never seen anything like this before in my life. And for sure, at no point in time, especially in the 80s and the 90s, would they ever sit up there and do something like that in the black community. Never. But of course, you would always see things like this happen in the white community because the white community is about preservation. It's not about more so criminalization. Because they don't want to criminalize their people. It's like, I can't do this. They just really, need a type of help. We really just got to sit up there in the system. We got to get them off, of this drug, right? We got to get the monkey directly, off of their back. But if it's anybody else that's not white, it's like, let them perish. They made their decision. Nobody told them to sit up there and do that. Who told them to go out there at 3 o'clock, getting those narcotics? And then guess what? Now you're on the streets. That's on you. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And again, that same ideology that is taught around these communities, just like from the previous guy that I gave you the story about, right? That same ideology is the same reason that white folks would never say that exact same thing to their kids. They wouldn't say it to their husbands. They wouldn't say it to their wives. They wouldn't say it to their aunts. They wouldn't say it to their grandparents. They'd be like, man, we really got to help Pop. We really got to help me, Ma. We got to really help Grand. Crazy work, diabolical. But like I said, nobody actually, in a sense, sees it in a sense up until it really hits their communities. And then everybody's like, yo, we really got to do something about this. No, you got to do something about this. It's crazy work. It's crazy, crazy work. Crazy work. Diabolical work. Dane said organs getting sold in the black market is big and it's not talked about enough. It's not talked about enough because the main people are profiting directly from it. The United States is heavily profiting directly from it. Right. So that's why I sat up there and said that this is why, crime in certain areas has to be prevalent in order for things to take place and transpire. Because if you start to get rid of the crime in black communities, what do you think is going to happen to, a lot of things, a lot of facets in the United States? It's going to be looking a little bit lopsided. It's going to be way more problematic. And a lot of people are not going to sit up there and like it or not know actually how to specifically deal with it. Right. Because going back even to like the 80s and the 90s and whatnot, or even when I was in school, right, I knew a lot of dudes who were fairly, as I would want to consider, into a very ignorant lifestyle. Right. So they were into like the gangs and all this other type of stuff. But sitting in class directly next to them, you technically wouldn't even assume or know it. Right. They might have on like, the buffs or, the Cartiers, and, they might have on their clothes and stuff, but they're quiet as like a church mouse. Like when the teacher, asked them a question, they can sit up there and answer the question. And one of the brothers that I knew, right, you would think looking at him on the street was like, this dude ain't really nothing much. I kid you not, this was one of the smartest kids. That brother was one of the smartest kids in my math class. The moment in time that the back and front sheet of that math paper, and it was a test, got dropped on that desk, I want to say he should have been finished in less than 5 minutes, while everybody else, like, they give us 30 minutes or whatnot to basically work it out and do all of this stuff to write the problem down. He was already done. And he was just sitting there bored. So like I said before, if you get rid of a lot of the crime and a lot of the drugs and whatnot out of the black community, there's going to be certain effect that is going to take place that's going to make a lot of people uneasy. Because enabling certain behaviors and certain things to take place will then help to get rid of certain people that you don't want as competition. So again, it's a multifaceted situation. A lot of people just don't want to see it that way because they can only picture and see themselves. And if they themselves become victims, then they're trying to, this, that, and the third. This is just a terrible, right? Because nobody's really trying to target them in the exact same manner, right? If something happens to the white community, it's like, man, it just happened. It just hit. It came out of nowhere, right? They're not thinking about it as a targeted situation because historically in the United States, that's not something that has taken place. But when it deals with the black community, we can automatically see and identify why this is happening, how this is happening, why it's being allowed, why it's not being stopped, right? And why you see an influx and a continuous flood of said thing still coming directly into the community. And then that also links back into the videos that I've done about corrupt cops. Because again, the police, they profit over this hand over foot. Because in the suburbs, the police, the cops, they can't sit up there and work overtime. They can't milk the system for, $30 an hour or whatnot, whatever. And then plus doing overtime, getting double and working. They can't sit up there and do that. So this is why a lot of these cops, you don't really have a lot of cops in the suburbs, right? Because ain't nothing happening. They're not going to, in a sense, allow that type of stuff to happen. But the funniest thing is in the suburbs, things like that do happen because I've also covered videos of drug dealers being in the suburbs, and it would be white families. They got all types of like Breaking Bad labs directly in the basement of they nice suburban towns and all this other type of stuff. But like I said, white people, don't really want to put their business out there. They want to make it seem like it's pristine, it's clean, and ain't nothing happening. They're just all living in castles and everybody is just whatever. Right. So then the cops from the suburbs, they're like, we can't sit up there and do this. So let me sit up there and move to a city like Detroit. That's where, everything is hot, where everything is bumping, So they can decide to work overtime. On top of that, if they're working in, let's say, like the gang part or whatnot or whatever, where people are deep undercover, they're getting money from the taxpayers up front, on top of the fact that they're able legally to redistribute narcotics in the form of, okay, we're using these drugs to put them back on the streets from evidence in order to entrap and to get more people, right? So they're making money directly off of that because it's not on the books and it's not being accounted for. On top of the fact of those same drugs are taking the lives of Black people within the community, on top of the fact of those same lives that are getting taken by way of those drugs, those bodies are ending up in the morgue and people are getting money, directly from that. On top of the fact that if they make a drug bust, guess what? Where do you think that all of that money goes? Let's say there was like a huge drug dealer that got like $500K directly in his apartment. Do you think that those undercover cops are going to really give you the full number on the amount of money that was there? Right. So that 500K that might have been there now might be 250. So where the rest of that money go? Real quick, where did that just get dispersed to? Oh, that's right. They happen to split it in and share it amongst themselves. On top of the fact that they'll take guns directly from evidence to put directly back on the streets. On top of the fact that in Black communities, nobody can still explain this to the day, how it is that you have military issued type guns on the streets in Black communities, because a lot of people like to say that, oh, Black people, they can't afford this. They're all on welfare, Section 8. I've never seen somebody use a welfare card and buy guns. I'm just saying, or bullets. I'm like, where do they do that at with SNAP or EBT? Where they do that at? Because I've never heard of the government allowing that to even take place or happen. So obviously money must be coming directly from one or two places, but more specifically, that would mean that you would have the police who are able to get their hands on these weapons in vast amounts. And the way that they can afford these weapons is by using the money that they acquired or procured, right, during said raids that are off the books. So again, they don't have to show you every single thing that they're sitting up here doing. So again, like I said before, in order for there to be heroes, there has to be villains. And if you don't have a villain on the field in order to show how much of a hero that you are, you have to form and make a villain. It's that simple. It is literally that simple. And it still goes back to the whole thing where I said in this video, where a lot of these politicians do not care about you. They're only there for the money, and they're there to sell you out to the highest bidder. It's that simple. That's simple. What is it? Hanzo said a conspiracy theory about the country trying to take the lives of Black folks. Hanzo, I got a question for you there, good sir. Who were the people who took the lives of Martin Luther King? Let me know. Take your time. Use ChatGPT. Use OpenAI. Use DeepSeek. Let me know who are the people that took the life of Martin Luther King. Let me know, because you telling me that's a conspiracy theory, right? And on top of that, let me know who are also the people who took the life of JFK. Let me know, because you're saying all of this is conspiracy, right? Because ain't that the same thing that people were saying about the whole thing with JFK? Y'all said it's these conspiracy theories that you guys said that JFK is taken out for this and da da da. You guys have no proof. You have no this. You have no that. Oh. Because last time I checked, when it dealt with a lot of our civil rights leaders, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, and when it also dealt with the Black Panther Party, how a lot of those things were disassembled from the ground up. It seems that the government, who was white, had a heavy hand in all of that, just like when it deals with JFK. So, color me surprised. But you want to sit up there, Hanzo, and try to tell me that, oh, it's a conspiracy. Word? Really? That's amazing. So, like I said before, I guess it's just conspiracy. I guess, none of those things actually took place. The government had no hands in any of it. All of these incidences were just random people, random individuals that had no links to nobody. Gotcha. No problem. Crazy work, though. Like I said, nobody wants to believe it up until it specifically happens to them. Then it becomes some type of fact. Then people want to start running everywhere, but like, oh, you guys got to believe. Look at what the government is sitting up there doing. Like, it's crazy. Like, if Black people sit up and say that the American government has been systematically attacking and going after them for decades and all this other type of stuff, it's conspiracy. But if I sit up there and tell you that the American government is sitting up there poisoning you, your kids, your family, and everything, the American people with GMOs and putting chemicals and all this other type of stuff in the air, oh, magically, so, oh, yeah, he's right. He's right. Yeah, the government they're really not for the people. They're really sitting up there doing this. They're really sitting up there. So I'm like, okay, so one can be true. But if it's really finite and it's targeted, even with the facts and the government saying that, yes, we did this, you're like, oh, no, it's conspiracy. That's not facts. Woo, that's crazy. That's diabolical work. Like I said, when it happens to you, magically it's fact. Magically it's true. Everybody got to believe it. When I can point it towards black people, oh, no, that's untrue. You blacks always want to be victims. You guys always want to portray yourself, pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. Nobody owes you any. Stop talking about slavery. Crazy work. Stop talking about 9/11. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Anyways, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people that are currently here, at this moment in time. Crazy work. Crazy work out here. But let's go to the next video.
Black Americans talk to me, they sound like how white people talk to other white people when they aren't the right type of white, Like, they can recognize when someone is like Polish or something, they're not from Western Europe. That kind of differentiation. I was interviewing a participant, and he was like a elderly Black American man, and he looked at me and was like, "What are you? You don't look like a typical black. Are you Nigerian?" And I was like, yes, I am Nigerian. And then he replies, yeah, I could tell. I could tell there was something different about you. So I'm very good at recognizing that. I just had to laugh. Because what do I say to that? It's not like I have an accent or nothing. I did tell him my name was Benedicta, but that is such an ambiguous name, because sometimes the Latinos claim me. They think I'm one of them. So I really don't know what about me says Nigerian.
I'm glad it actually froze right there. I've never, for any Black Americans here, somebody let me know how many Black women you know by the name of Benedicta. I've never in all of my life, even dealing with my grandma's family and her friends, I've never heard. That sounds like some biblical type stuff. Like, that's crazy. I've never heard of that. Benedicta? What is that? What are we in, like the Victorian ages or something? Queen Benedicta the Second. Like, what are we doing here? And then she's like, I don't know how people can't tell. She looks African. There's no other way to in a sense say that. You can automatically tell. When I see her, she looks like this one streamer called Neji, who was up there with the Paul brothers and whatnot. She looks just like him. Like, we can obviously tell our own people. I'm not sure how people don't understand this that come from other countries. We can tell by the lingo. We can tell by how it is that you look, how it is that you carry. Things are just off. You can try to masquerade as closely or whatnot or whatever. Things we're going to be able to see it. We're going to be able to see it. It's just like how we can notice that somebody is passable, meaning that somebody is so biracial that we know that they're Black. But when you look at them physically, other people would just automatically assume that they're white just off of the whole like face thing. But Black people can look like, who are your parents? Because that's the main question. I'm like, who are your parents? Because even I've asked that question before. I'm like, there's something there. Can't tell you specifically, but I know there's something there, Ashley. I know who you are. But do you know who you are? Right? It's that whole type of deal. And yeah, that's hilarious to me. She was like, yeah, I don't even got an accent or anything like that. I'm like, you don't need an accent. You don't need an accent at all. We can just automatically tell. Automatically tell. Oh, I love it. What was that? Red Mane. He was like, people who are obsessed with race are racist. Well, Red Mane, explain to me being a Black American how it was that I even found out about the term of race. Let me know that. Who in this great society of America taught Black people that? Who taught Black people about color and everything? Let me know. Let me know. Because when I go to the American system and how it is that I was taught, they're the ones that told me about race. Looking at the history books, your history books, of which, you know, your education system can yay or nay what wordage or how things are specifically put directly out there. Matter of fact, your documentaries have taught me that as well too, right? Matter of fact, a lot of your laws, rules, and regulations that you've used over the inception of the United States have taught me that as well. Matter of fact, your history of burning down Black towns and cities to ash, making them into, you know, strip malls, completely bulldozing our graveyards, right? Flooding the towns, putting in ponds and lakes to, you know, bury a lot of your, you know, evidence. Just saying. Since you want to, you know, go around here and talk about those who focus on race or races, I guess you must be talking about yourself. I guess it takes one to know one, huh? I guess if you're trying to sit up here and talk about I'm really focused on race, I guess, you know, you're basically seeing yourself within me, huh? Right? Takes one to know one, buddy. Let's keep going. All right, let's keep going.
People get so upset when Black people are celebrated is because they believe we only exist to serve them or entertain them. If we do something within our own community for us that doesn't replicate some form of servitude or involve them at all, they feel left out. In their minds, our only purpose is to exist to serve them in some way. They believe that we should inherently sacrifice our bodies for them and do not see us as human with our own autonomy, our own ideologies, interests, capabilities. This is why Trump brought up the fact that immigrants were taking Black jobs. He and a lot of other white people believe that Black people only exist in America to serve. He doesn't believe that we should be in any leadership positions or any job that serves our own interests or community. The only reason so many people were upset about the halftime show is because it had a much deeper meaning, and that meaning they could not understand. They realized that the entertainment that they think belongs to them was not for them. They think that all entertainment should be accessible to them and about them. They can't fathom how we can do anything other than be a Black body for their enjoyment. This is why they always tell athletes who use their platforms to speak about injustice that they need to just stick to football. We don't want to hear your opinion because they don't value us. They don't see us as human. That is their way of attempting to put us in our place. Do what we want you to do. Entertain us. Use your body to play the sport that you're good at and win me some damn money. Don't even get me started on the way the NFL draft mimics the slave trade. White people know how talented and capable we are. They know how close-knit of a community we have. They know that we don't need them to thrive, but they need us to thrive. If we didn't exist, they wouldn't have anywhere to steal their ideas from. And they wouldn't be able to keep up with the constant demands of life. They expect everyone else to do it for them. A lot of white people only want us if they can profit off of us in some way. Anything that the Black community initiates for ourselves offends them because this idea of white ownership is not at the core of what we do. They hate that even though we have to work 10 times as hard as them to get in some of the same positions of power and influence, we always do the job better than them every single time.
Crazy work sitting up here seeing a lot of trolls come up in the comment section. What's up, guys? Right, so you don't just have to respond directly to a woman talking on the screen. You can now respond to the person who is a part of the live stream. A lot of you guys just so happen to say that, oh, you know, you guys are the victims of this, that. Well, white people, I want you guys to know you guys are actually the real victims. The way that the drugs are hitting your communities pretty hard. The STD rates, the rates of people deciding to leave this plane of existence. You know, the funniest thing directly about this, right, is that people always want to negatively talk about the black community and how it is that we have crime within proximity, right? Meaning that one black guy may have a discrepancy with another black guy and they'll grow into some type of rah, rah, rah type of violence and bow, 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 right? Alec Baldwin style. Cool. No problem. Right? That happens. But for whatever reason, you guys don't want to focus on the rate or the stats of your people wanting to leave this plane of existence by way of their own hand. That's a lot of your husbands, a lot of your sons, a lot of your uncles. And they're doing that by way of drugs and alcohol or a combination of both. Or they take the third option and happen to use, let's say their good old, right to carry, right? And just throw out a quick Alec Baldwin, Hail Mary directly to the sky. And it's funny how you guys always tend to focus on the rates in the black community, a community of which you don't care about. But all lives matter people, right? The people that always like to say that they don't care about race and they don't see color. Why is it that you don't care about your community and the lives of your men there that are seemingly not existing at this moment in time more than what you do for the black community? I need an answer to that. Because I did see somebody actually state that, why does it, do you hate whites? That's some crazy work. I've been actually delivering information trying to sit up there and save you dummies from yourself. But yet you choose not to sit up there and listen. You choose not to take the advice because when you hear the voice, you hear somebody black speaking. And when you hear somebody black speaking, you're like, he's talking gibberish. None of that's factual. He doesn't have the data or the numbers to back it up. But, I got the FBI stats. Look at these murders. Chicago. Right? You want to sit up there and do that because you don't want to actually face the fact that you're causing so much harm. You're causing so much crime and you're causing so much loss of life amongst your own people. So because you don't want to face that, it's much easier to deflect and focus on somebody else and be like, look at those mess ups over there. Look at those blacks. They can't do anything with their look at that, more blacks fighting. Look at that, more blacks gun, bang, bang, bang. Look at these gang members, right? I see y'all online every single time. But when I happen to post stories and I'm talking about, the predicament of your kids and what they're going through with these colleges, ODing, losing lives, filling up morgues, I never get nothing. I don't happen to see nothing directly up there. And this is a black man trying to educate you on what is specifically happening with your kids and your families, trying to help you guys stay together. Like you guys always say, like, we got this nuclear family. We're perfect. We got the best marriages. Clarence parents have a real good marriage, right? Y'all want to sit up there and do all of that. But yeah, when it comes to actually dealing with the real details, the nitty gritty, you guys are nowhere to be seen. That's some crazy work, aka all lives matter, white lives matter. Some crazy work for people who quote unquote don't see color. You magically see color when other people are messing up in their community, but magically you don't see nothing in yours. That's crazy work. So realistically, you don't actually care. And it'd be a lot, better if people could just be honest and say exactly what it is. But it's crazy work. It's diabolical. Like I said, y'all don't actually really care. It's crazy work. CR was like, you folks are weird. I mean, I guess so. So is your community. It's crazy work. D Money said, not Clarence parents. Yeah. Had to pull out the 8 Mile reference real quick. DM said, yapper. All right, Gramps, no problem. You're on your way directly out the door too. The Grim Reaper. Open the door real quick, and you'll see a nice hooded figure in black waiting directly for you with a scythe. And I'll still be here, dancing and celebrating. So there we go. Who else we got directly up in here? Andrew said, personally can't help people who don't want to be helped. I agree with that. That is 100% factual. You cannot help people who don't want to be helped or don't want to be saved. Right? It's said because no one wants to admit it's all kinds of messed up and we're set up to fail nearly a century ago. George said, gone faster than a black man that found out his girlfriend was pregnant. I mean, I guess so. But you know what, George? Why I love your comments so much is because the first time I ever realistically, historically speaking, learned about a fatherless home or society was reading about how white men from across America were leaving their homes all over America to try to head west because, you know, the West was calling, you know, it was the gold rush and all of these great things, all of these riches, right? We're getting promised and yeah. And a lot of y'all have families, y'all were married, but you opted that, you know, Sarah wasn't really looking that young anymore. She was, you know, past her due date. And little Johnny was, you know, little Johnny was, you didn't really want to deal with her or take care of it. So you wanted to trade everything in, but you didn't want to honestly do it. You held it under the disguise of, hey, I got the family. I know things are tough and I wasn't able to be the man that I wanted to be and bring in the money that we need. So I'm going to go out west. I'm going to risk my life, risk everything to try to send some money back home so we can prosper as a family. And then once we get enough money, then we'll sit up there and send for you so you can come out here and live with me. And y'all never sent that money. Never sent that money. And I learned about that in history books. Shout out to the American education system. Because from there, of at least learning, I learned that white men were realistically, historically speaking, the first people that I at least know of that abandoned their kids on a grand scale and actually still do it at this moment in time, because we can actually point that towards the military and how many white military men would go directly over to these Middle Eastern countries, well, companies as well too, because they got oil, gold, and all this other type of stuff, right? They would go to all of these, you know, areas, and those white military men, you know what they would be sitting up there doing? Magically, they would have relations with a lot of the people that live on that land. And then when it's time for them to uproot and go to another place, guess what? That pregnant woman doesn't have a father to help raise that child. So that's a fatherless home that American soldiers, white, tend to go out there and create. Same thing with, like, you know, Vietnam and all these other types of places. But, you know, like I said, again, focus on black guys, right? Focus on the main thing about black guys. Oh, wait, I forgot. The CDC specifically stated, which is white, specifically stated that black men in the United States are the only demographic of men that are in and around their children more than any other group. So yeah, so much for that whole thing of a black guy just running out the door when he finds out that a woman is pregnant. That's crazy. Historically, y'all been doing this. It's crazy. DM said, bro has a channel? Yeah, I do. And you're directly on it and leaving comments. How else do you think that you're getting these responses along with the other clowns directly in here? Crazy work. Shout out to the trolls. Shout out to the troll. Some diabolical work. Diabolical work. You got Ultra was like, drugs, alcohol, and smoking ends all lives. So we're going to all lives matter, the situation of which I brought up. That's what we're doing. That's the best thing that you're going to go with right now. Smoking, drinking, and drugs, it ends all lives. It affects all. You're one of those all lives matter. I can't believe this. We're still doing this. This is like dealing with the whole thing when people's like, yo, Black Lives Matter, right? And then white people are like, why does just your lives matter? This is hurting my soul. Are you trying to sit up and say we're not human? Why don't you care about our lives and what it is that we're important to, right? And black people just commonly stating, hey, you know, our lives are actually important. But you guys want to be so ignorant. Y'all want to be like, oh, well, if black lives actually sit up and care about black lives, then why don't you guys start, you know, stop the black killings in your communities? Gotcha. Well, if all lives actually matter, then, you know, why don't you get rid of the corrupt government officially? Why don't you get rid of the drugs out of every community? And yet, white people, I have yet to see that actually happen. Crazy. Y'all will march if black people are saying Black Lives Matter, but when it actually deals with drugs and alcohol and DUIs and everything else, like the Catholic Church affecting your families in a negative light, I don't see y'all marching. I don't see y'all doing nothing. But so much for that white lives and all lives matter, though, right? So much for that. Like I said, like, this is crazy. Like, who at what point in time did I sit up there and say, got to sit up there sound like an owl because of how crazy this is right now? Who stated that drugs and alcohol and smoking doesn't affect everybody? Like, what type of time are you even on at this moment in time? Like, I need y'all to get better. I need y'all to get better. It's crazy. Revelation said, I'm so tired of all the racism from both sides. All right. So where specifically dealing with the black community? Right. Where is that racism? Now, I can sit up there and list prejudice. right? No problem. I can sit up there and say that without a problem. Like, hey, Cedric, are you prejudiced? Yeah, I am. Yeah. I'm wary of a lot of people directly out here, right? For a variety of reasons. I can honestly sit up there and say that. And again, I'm live on a platform and I'm openly sitting up there saying that, right? No problem. I stand 10 toes down on that. Now, when it deals with the whole racist bit, now I need you to explain to me how it is that the black community is racist and how it is that the black community can implement that racism in order to impede or stop the whole of people. Well, more specifically, white people. Take your time. ChatGPT, DeepSeek, OpenAI, whatever you want to sit up there and use. Because I'm looking for some laws, rules, and regulations. Because at this moment in time, I don't see nothing. Because this is right up there with that white woman from Mississippi who decided to say that black people are practically running the country. I'm like, since when? Because white people would never allow that to happen. Never in a billion years would never allow that to happen. So I'm like, like I said, I'm looking at some crazy statements right now. Real crazy. 100%. Ty was like, well, I guess it's time for me to go to work. It's crazy. True said, the jig is up. Woke ain't a joke no more. Conspiracy theorists no more. A negative. Eyes open. That sea opening. Mo said, I'll be back going to get cigarettes. The white man. Oh, that's hilarious. What was it? Antonio said, are you the chosen one or you need the attention you don't get day to day? I've been doing this for about 5 to 6 years. So I don't even know, Antonio, what you're even talking about. You just happened upon this spot. So good luck with that one. Buddy, obviously, the funniest thing is, again, this is something that I normally do, but you popping up into this comment section and let me know that you're even alive is proof that you're the one seeking attention. Because again, I didn't call for you. I didn't send for you. I didn't pray to God or Baphomet directly for you to show up on my doorstep. You did that on your own accord. You could have showed up and left the exact same way in silence, but you opted to let everybody else know, hey, my name is Antonio. I'm here. Right? You wanted to do all of that, but you say that I'm the one seeking attention. Crazy work. That is diabolical. Wow. All right. You got it, though. Let's see what else we got directly up in here. Since the nation is founded, what other clowns we got up in the section? Ain't doing the something over and over again is called doing the same thing over and over again is called insanity. That is true. That is 100% true. No one said another racist black dude. Again, like I said before, how specifically this is my thing for a lot of white folks that's sitting in the background. I need you to really ask yourself, right? Not get emotional, not really get triggered by the words that I'm using, but ask yourself this: if I'm really so racist, right? Why would you then decide to listen and also be in a chat and then write in said racist chat to get a response from a racist? Does that make sense? I'm just saying, right? Because a lot of you guys happen to say that, black people don't really got two brain cells to, rub together. So I'm just the two brain cells that I got, right? Directly from the jungles of Africa. I'm just trying to figure out, how does that even make sense, right? You're supposed to be the logical, intelligent, high IQ beings that you are. You founded and modernized the earth, right? How does that make sense? Why would you want to be around a racist? Why would you want to be acknowledged by a racist one way or another? Why would you want to have a conversation? What would there even to be a conversation about? I'm not trying to sit up there and get acknowledgement from a grand wizard. I know where he stands. He knows where I stand. We're good. Do whatever it is that you do and talk to your people and whatnot over on that side of the street. I'm good over here, right? So again, I'm just trying to fathom on what that's even about, because the only common denominator that I can really come down to, that it boils down to, is that y'all just seek and want attention. The same attention that somebody else earlier said that I was trying to seek from everybody else. Crazy work, though. It's a lot of projection. Let me see. He said before, because it's performance and social media structure, that all types are twisted unless you start getting towards the lower class types in the United States, right? Nothing said there are. Wait, how did you write that? You said they are anything that doesn't center whiteness as race. Okay, I got you. I see what you're saying. I got you. Dominique said, I'm on Google right now and can't find anything. Yeah. That's the main point, because it doesn't make any type of sense. At no point in time have black people, past, present, or future, realistically made legislation to try to literally hinder and stop white people's movements all across the. We don't care. We're just trying to, like, hey, we're human beings. That's it. It's like, yo, just human beings. The same way that you see yourself, right? You see us the exact same way. You look at yourself as a living being, we're living beings too. But like I said, people are stuck in that mentality where they're like, oh, well, somebody told us that we're actually better than you. So what we're going to sit up there and do is we're going to stay directly up here and we're going to look down from Mount Olympus and we're going to throw and cast our judgments, right? We're going to perform these laws and these rules that are going to make sure to guard over you and to control you in a multitude of ways. And we're not going to really put that on ourselves because we know how to act, right? And that's pretty much the American system that is run by the faces of who is the grand majority in the United States. That would be white. But when you say this, people are like, oh, that's racist. How is it racist? What you want me to say? You want me to call you Caucasian, invisible, clear, translucent? Like what words can I use to, in a sense, baby your intelligence so much so that you can actually understand and perceive what it is that I'm stating and getting directly to, so that we can then get to a further problem, such as how it is that the United States government is creating a class of poor and rich. But like I said, we can't even get there. We can't even actually have an intelligent discussion. We can't even, actually sit at the table and do that because people would rather stay dumb, deaf, and ignorant. And they would rather sit up there and troll. So like I said, y'all would rather cut off your nose to spite your face because you know that if anything is out there that other people can profit from and not just you, it's problematic. You don't want that to sit up there and happen. It solely has to be just for you. Now, mind you, when black people happen to do stuff, we're not doing it in a sense just for us. We just happen to be here at this point in time at the stop of the train. And we're like, yo, we see a problem. We really got to, make a ruckus. We got to make a fuss about this, because if we stop and do this now, it's also going to help out other people that's going to come in right behind us. So that also details the immigrants. But like I said before, somehow, some way, the white folks directly out there got to the immigrants as well. And the immigrants really think that, oh, we're basically right side by side with them. So we're going to vote and think and act just like them. And we're also going to treat black people the exact same way. And look at how that's going for a lot of people here. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Like I said, a lot of people going to be learning the hard way. A lot of people going to be learning the hard way out here. But I love the fact when people pull up to the scene and say that Seji is racist, or he hates a certain group of people. I love it. Birdman said, dude, we had a black president. We have a Mexican president. No, yet Mexicans ain't crying about white people. You will be a victim. You do realize that a lot of Hispanic folks, I didn't, dear Lord, when I got to rehash the exact same stuff, go back to the 1940s, go look up 4 men and see what they did in order to make sure that people of Hispanic descent, Latin descent, Spanish speaking people, how it is that they're categorized. Mr. Garcia, one of them basically stated that, or it might have been somebody else. Somebody stated during that time that Hispanics belong to the white race. Pay attention. A lot of Cubans that came directly, the first wave and the second wave of Cubans that came directly over to the United States and Florida way back in the day, perceive themselves also as what? White. I've also showcased documented proof from elders, Mexican elders back in the days of segregation, where they themselves were talking about, hey, back during our time of segregation, we didn't have to segregate on the buses, in the schools, at the water fountains, the exact same water fountains that whites used. Anybody that was Hispanic, anybody that spoke Spanish, they were using those exact same water fountains. Black people were the ones that were made to use their own water fountains. So again, I'm a little bit confused on how it is that you want to talk about, oh, you guys had a black president, but do we have a Mexican president? You don't see us sitting up there complaining. Well, guess what? You might not have a Mexican president, but you voted for a president, Trump, who sat up there and said that he was going to get rid of your people. And he did just that. And I've been reading stories for quite some weeks, going over videos for quite some weeks, where people of your community have voted against themselves. You know why? Because they looked at Trump as one of them. They thought that they were honorary, right? They thought that because they were their good little pets, they were shoulder to shoulder, they were directly right there in the house. They thought that they were automatically better. Guess who's getting deported and guess who's not getting deported? I'm not getting deported. Color me surprised. But like I said, I tried to warn people. I tried to tell people, like, hey, you don't specifically know what you're doing. You don't know what's happening. Like I said, people gonna mess around and find out. But like I said, Birdman, you got it. You got it. We're the ones that's going to be victims. But the funniest thing is, I'm not on TikTok or other places trying to create a GoFundMe or bring awareness on a TikTok video trying to say that the deportation is illegal and that the black community needs to come out and help. So who's the real victims? I'm just wondering. Just wondering. It's crazy work though. Let me see. Fortune. I'm not even sure what you're talking about. Look like some clownery, so we're gonna overlook and bypass that one. Bonehead said, I don't think you're racist. I think you're passionate. You care for others and don't want others to suffer. Well, you know, the funniest thing is if you can happen to hear things directly through a message without getting triggered, you'll hear quite a bit of things. But this is what happens when you have people that are clearly emotional and they just want to be caught up on quote unquote not seeing race, even though they do. In order to not see race, you have to actually know that race exists to say that you don't see something. It's like it's like I don't see people, but how would you know that people exist? You would have to already know that in order to say that you. Never mind. I don't see race. I don't see color, but you made sure to color coordinate today, huh? You make sure to put the correct ornaments on your Christmas tree, huh? You make sure to wave the red, white, and blue, huh? But you don't see color. Okay, I got you. No problem. No problem. No problem. No problem. Nothing said. Okay, so if black doesn't exist, then why does white supremacy exist? Interesting. Interesting. Gregory said BLM was a great scam. The founders are rich. Nobody said that it wasn't a scam. I'm talking about just the initial words of it. Black Lives Matter. I'm talking about that part. I'm not talking about the whole, thing of a, organization and people getting money and Democrats and everybody else in government donating, including. So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the initial words. See, that's the thing that y'all don't know how to actually look at. Y'all don't know how to separate certain things. Right? Like case in point, if I bring up let's say like Jerry Lee Lewis, or what's the dude name? I'm sorry. Let me go back. Bring up Elvis, right? Elvis was a person that quote unquote was bringing girls across state lines, right? This dude was in his 20s and these girls were like 15, 16, 17, right? So you got a 20-year-old with these teenagers, right? But even still, with all of that, white people are like, oh, Elvis is the greatest. Like he was just there, hips shaking. I'm all shook up. Right? I'm nothing but a hound dog. Right? All of those things, right? But then in the same exact vein, in a sense, you would look at somebody like R. Kelly, like, yeah, that person needs to be prosecuted. They need to strip their everything. They're not great. They're not this, all this other type of stuff, yada, 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 right? But it's like, how is it possible that you can know the information of Elvis and then y'all don't want him stripped of all of his accolades? Y'all don't want to muddy his name, throw it directly in the water, all of this stuff. Y'all still love him, right? But oddly enough, you go to somebody like R. Kelly and be like, oh, yeah, throw him in prison. He deserves to be there. Crazy work. But then I'll take it to the further extent. I want to go to the King of the Kings when it deals with Hugh Hefner, who was with a lot of young girls, especially during the times of Playboy Mansions, because during that time frame, you had it was quite normal, right, for older men in their 20s to be directly with teenagers, right? Shout out to Happy Days because you had Fonzie, who what failed. He was a grown adult who was literally still in high school, dating high school girls, and nobody found a problem with that. I'm like, that is some diabolical work. But I'm like, hey, these are the television shows that y'all got, because within those television shows, you're telling the truth about what it is that y'all allow and do within society, especially during those times. Well, like I said, it is what it is. People like to, pick and choose, and do those things. Crazy work. Crazy work. Gregory said, what did Black Lives Matter do for the black community? Well, going by the statement itself, which rang directly true, especially when you deal with the historical factors of the United States and what it is that black people in the black communities here historically have had to face, that is a very true statement that black lives do matter. The problem that takes place and the thing that people don't want to look at is when black people stood up and was basically saying like, hey, we do, love our people and ourselves and different things like that. Our lives do matter too when it deals with this great system, when it deals with the healthcare, when it deals with the police brutality and how it is that we're getting looked at and brutalized and yada, yada, yada. It's like, yo, these things are a heavy factor. We need to bring awareness because if we don't bring awareness to it, nobody else will. Your response, Gregory, and your people, y'all are like, oh, all lives matter. White lives matter. Blue lives matter. Asian lives matter. Latin lives matter. I'm like, all of these things magically came up because black people said something first. And then in order to do a gotcha moment or to try to show black people up, everybody else decided to do that that doesn't make any sense. That just basically proves that none of those lives actually matter that you say actually matter. Because if they did just matter, then you would focus on what the focus is actually on. So then we could progress and cover the whole spectrum. But y'all didn't want to do that. Y'all literally cut something short that everybody else would have been able to, in a sense, profit from. I'm talking about at least when it deals with lives, people losing their lives with drugs and all this other type of stuff, and especially police brutality. On my platform by itself, I've covered Latins, I've covered Native Americans, I've covered your people. Who was that I'm talking to? Gregory. I've covered the men of your community, the elders of your community. It wasn't that long ago where an elder in your community who was a war vet was pushed down by a cop on some steps and he was walking with a cane. The dude just came and heavy-handed pushed him. He was leaking. And I called out how wrong that was. That dude should have been fired, stripped directly of his badge. But like I said before, y'all don't tend to pay attention. Y'all don't actually care about your own lives the way that you say that you do. Even when somebody else, such as myself, points it out, y'all still want to deflect and talk about something else. That's some crazy work. So like I said, within that whole thing of bringing awareness, that's what it did. I'm not talking about the corporate factor where it details money and people doing this, that, and the third. Like I said, y'all always want to focus, whenever it's black people, y'all always want to focus on the corruption part because it's a lot easier versus focusing on what the actual problem is. Because when I bring up, again, going back to police, when I bring up the corruption all across the United States, when it deals with the police, how it is that you guys have gone through no-knock raids, how it is that I got videos, body cam footage videos of these cops entering your home, your domicile, your castle, going directly in there and shooting directly at your families. You guys getting pulled over and these cops planting drugs directly on you. Like I said, I can show off all of that, but you're still going to pull up to the scene and do this. So it's like, what's the use of actually focusing in on everybody else's problems when y'all don't actually care necessarily about your own problems? But y'all want to sit up there and call me racist? Y'all want to say that I'm problematic when I've done my best directly out here to try to cover the whole spectrum? But to receive this, please. And you wonder why it is that black people in the black community don't just so happen to care about everybody else? Because y'all don't actually care. We will do our best to actually support and bring awareness to all of y'all plight and situations. All for y'all to sit up there and tell us to shut up, mind your business, focus on Detroit, focus on Chicago, focus on Atlanta, focus on Houston, focus on Watts or whatever it is, Oakland, California, like crazy stuff. Like I said, so Gregory, back to you, since you want to say, BLM was a great scam and what has it done for the black community? What has the United States government, since its inception, positively done with 100% for the white community? I'll wait. Let me know that. Let me know what your police and your military have done with 100% proficiency for the white community. Because there's a lot of facets throughout society where the government has poisoned your people by way of military personnel, some of which are in your family or that you support. There's proof directly out here of the police, who was, an extension of the government, has been used in order to push narcotics directly into your communities, causing zombie lands, taking the lives of your kids. There's proof by way of the government of they themselves lying directly to you when it deals with the food, water, and the air and everything else that's happening. But yet, here we are, Gregory, and the rest of the clowns that follow you, wanting to pull up to the scene and write nonsense versus focusing on what the actual real problem is. Crazy work. My bad, Outlaw. Shout out to Officer Haku. He said, me no black poppy, me no black, LOL. Some Hispanic folks out there can be the biggest haters, even against their own interests. That's facts. 100%. 100%. 100%. See what else we got. Who else we got directly in here? Andrew said, much assumptions. Worldviews differ. I'm not talking about worldviews. I'm talking about the United States of America, right? The red, white, and blue. I'm talking about this. I'm not really talking about a worldview in a sense. Now I'll get to, in a sense, a slight worldview when it deals with people from other places like Africa wanting to specifically talk about Black Americans here. Yeah. Or when people in the UK who just so happen to be African want to talk about Black Americans. Yeah. Right. That's when it'll move directly over to that slight. Right. But all right. All right. Let me see. What else do we got directly here? Daryl said we don't have to be racist to care for each other. Oh gosh. Bleep said, you mean he got rid of terrorists and illegals? Not fully. Because there's a lot of people here else that are Caucasian that are illegal, that are not supposed to be here. There's a lot of white people here that are a part of domestic terrorist organizations, aka hate groups in the United States, but yet they're still here. So yeah, no, he didn't actually get rid of the people that he was supposed to get rid of, and nor will that happen, because those are part of the exact same demographic that also voted for him. So yeah, it's crazy work. Schizo said, as a Cuban descendant, Hispanic is anyone under the Spanish banner. Yep. The Latinos and Tainos are natives. Even if I'm mixed by heritage, the stigma and culture has been around and still exist. Yep. On top of the fact of the racism that comes in with that as well, too. Because the thing I've noticed about the people, as you stated before, underneath the Spanish banner, and I've covered this as well, as long as reading a couple of paragraphs from a book that I have that talk about the Cuban, the 1 through 3 Cuban waves that came directly over. When it got to the last wave, which is the darkest wave, which is the third and last wave of Cubans, the white Cubans, the first and the second wave, were looking at them like, oh no, you're not supposed to be here. Why are you even here? This is not for you. Like I said, that's some crazy type of talk when all of you are Cubans. But like I said before, that's that colorism, that racism that people basically have within themselves when they see somebody that is darker complected. And you can see this in a variety of other ethnicities out here, including going over there to India. It's the exact same thing, right? You can see the whitewashed areas of South America where they practice the exact same thing. Brazil is as Afro and as black as can be. But when you happen to look at the media, guess who you happen to see? You see the lightest Brazilians directly on the television. You have to ask yourself why. Why wouldn't you want to put the beautiful demographic that is there, that obviously represents that area, directly on the news? Crazy work. It's the exact same thing of why it is that you would have the lightest of lightest, if not whitest, of women representing Africa, knowing the fact that a lot of those lands over there have darker melanated people. Crazy work. It's diabolical. Diabolical. Schizo said Filipinos is technically Hispanic. It's anywhere Spain went and ran to show, essentially. Gotcha. Andrew said you can find evil wherever you look hard enough. We must move forward with common sense and empathy. Hate infects. We are the human race. We are all individuals. Let me tell you something. If you're white, back in the days, if you would have preached any type of rhetoric like that, they would have got you. Just to let you know. Just to let you know. There would have been, it would have been not possible for you to be around a group of people, let's say like a sundown town in the United States, and to try to say anything like that. They would have got you and your family and your dog out. If you decided not to move, they would have burned you out. If you decided still not to move, they would have put you in a bag real quick. So you would have had 3 options, just to let you know. So the reason the reason that a lot of white folks can even speak like this about, oh, all people are black people had to sacrifice lives. There's a lot of black bodies directly on the ground at this moment in time in order for people to even speak like that at this moment in time. And people don't even want to recognize that. That's the craziest part. Because again, before black people was realistically trying to like stand up, have a voice, and do all of these things, people weren't just out here. You didn't have fields of white people, hundreds of millions of white people back in the day. Oh, everybody is God's child and we're all equal. And no. Y'all was just moving around. Y'all was just, hey, it ain't my business. Let me carry on about my day and go get this ice real quick. Let me go get this 10-cent, 5-cent newspaper. Let me go get my shoes shined real quick by this Negro boy. Like, come on now. Come on. It's crazy work. Round, yo, what is up? You said, notice how they don't call or accept Haitians or Jamaicans as Latino. It'd be like that. Mm-mm-mm. Let me see. Big said, how is segregation a good thing? Shouldn't people live together? I'll put it to you like this. And I saw this also goes into a thread that I just so have happened to see on X, where somebody was saying that there's a lot of Black Americans trying to romanticize segregation, right? Not really understanding the totality and all that. No. We, historically speaking, we understand what took place in black and white. Now, of course, by physical means, by video means, we don't really have any of that because, people are not willing to release those videos. They're out there amongst families and all this other stuff. They don't want to really put that out there. But I got a book that can showcase what was going on during, a lot of those times, right? And primarily, that type of stuff was happening by way of one community in the United States. And guess what? It wasn't black folks doing this. And, like I said, that's something that doesn't want to be talked about, as well, when we talk about, this whole thing with segregation and the type of violence and the mob riots that was taking place and whatnot or whatever, and how I got pictures of white people with their whole families directly out there, watching these events, take place. Nobody wants to talk about that because they're like, that's too far in the past. No, none of us was there. It's no, right? All that good stuff. So the reason, in a sense, that there is a silver lining in segregation is due to the fact that it would force the government will basically, in a sense, force black people to spend money with themselves, in a sense, like if you were to think about how segregation actually was, right? But the funniest thing is, even with segregation, right, black people were not able to go to white schools and areas and all this other type of stuff. Even with segregation, white people, if they wanted to, they could still come to black neighborhoods. They could still drive around. They can still go to black restrooms, restaurants, and all this other type of stuff and yada. So, it really wasn't, it was only segregation for one side. And that's the other thing with segregation that a lot of people, don't want to talk about, right? The black people weren't able to do that. They didn't have the liberties because guess what? You had the government, you had the mayors, you had the rules and laws, and you also had fear put in place to make sure that black people will stay where it is that they're supposed to stay. This is why black people have the green book. White people never had to have a green book. Y'all didn't have to try to take a risk and go across the United States and figure out, okay, what's safe for us Caucasians and what's not safe for us, because y'all are all over. You had all of the towns and the cities and yada, 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 right? And what towns did remain of black cities that we had, y'all burnt down, so then y'all could further claim those things or turn them into a national park, right? Or y'all would turn them into, some type of park, such as the one in New York, Central Park, right? Which was originally, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, was Seneca Village, which was an area where black people were. But y'all decided to, eminent domain that and just take that away from them and push them off of their land, just like you've continuously done throughout the United States. And who always just so happens to get that land so that they can profit? White people. I've never been able to push anybody white off of their land and profit directly off of that. I've never been able to go through a white town and just burn it down just because of the color of their skin, claim all of the stuff, the jewels and things, directly there, bulldoze that land and decide to build a multi-billion-dollar corporation. And now I got old money coming in for the rest of my generations. I've never been able to do anything like that. And I'm still waiting for all these books of history to show black people continuously, systematically, right, in a multitude of ways doing this to the white community. And I don't see nothing. But everybody wants to come up here and try to, oh, Seji, you're racist. Why you always focus on race? Why this and why that? Ask America. That's the greatest teacher. Greatest teacher. Crazy work, though. Sham said Elvis stole. Yo, what's up, Sham? You said Elvis stole a lot of music and dance from black people, especially Little Richard. Frankly, to me, he couldn't sing that good, and he was, he was the Fonzie, of that era. Yeah, he was. He was. Crazy work. So then here go the dummy directly right here. Azar said Black Lives Matter, except when it comes to gang violence and drug addiction. What about that? Yeah, there's the whataboutisms. The only time that y'all care about white lives is when you feel that black lives are negatively impacting said lives. When it is that you got your own drug dealers, when you got your own teachers going after your families, when you got the police breaking into your home, planting drugs, taking your lives, when you got the government putting drugs on the whole of your community, allowing Big Pharma to get you addicted, and then turn around and you want to sue Big Pharma. Big Pharma's like, oh no, wait, don't really sue us because we have the cure for said addiction. So not only are they making money off of, giving you what it is that you're addicted to, but they also came up with the cure and forced you to buy that as well. And y'all are completely okay with that because guess what? Black people don't have anything to do with that. So you just suck it up and you shut up. It's crazy work. But yeah, all lives matter though, right? White lives matter though, right? Okay. All right. Like I said, we can keep that going. Sanu said, all delusional nonsense. You can't have double standards and special treatment for black people. The Black Lives Matter movement was not a protest. It was a destructive and racist movement. Bye. You didn't really say anything, so I don't even know why you're saying bye. Like I'm a little bit confused. You didn't really put your stamp directly on it. You're saying the exact same thing that other people have basically said, right? It's the exact same thing that I say with white people. You can't in one form, shape, or sense say that you're the masters of the universe and that you created everything. You got the highest IQ, but at the same time, once a drug pandemic hits your community, now all of a sudden you're victims. But I'm like, how could drugs hit your community? Shouldn't you have perceived this? Shouldn't you have known this with your grand God ideology, with your grand God wisdom sitting there on Mount Olympus? Shouldn't you have seen this coming a mile away? But you didn't. So what happened to that high IQ though, right? Because you got your own people destroying your own community by way of the heavy hand of the government, and the government is supposed to work for the people, not you working for it, right? And then on top of that, if you really think about it, you're funding your own destruction because your tax dollars are going to these government officials, which are then allowing Big Pharma to create these drugs legally, which is then getting you hooked by way of your hospitals. Then not just by way of your hospitals, but you also got your white drug dealers at colleges and all these other campuses and high schools delving out this same narcotic, dangerous narcotic to your kids, hitting all age ranges and groups directly into your community by way of your own tax dollars and how it is that you voted. But you want to turn around and try to say that I'm talking delusional nonsense. I'm literally up here trying to inform you and try to get you to see what specifically is happening by way of the government to your people, and you're still talking stupid. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Let me just highlight this. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This is the umpteenth comment where I've literally gone directly in, gave a response and answered and showed you exactly where the problem lies. And the common denominator is you. In all of these instances, the common denominator is you. The reason why drugs are in your community, you. The reason why the government doesn't care about all lives matter, white lives matter, you. The reason why you got police abuse in your community, you. The reason why you got medical misinformation, you. The reason why you have white drug dealers, you. The reason why your kids are addicts in colleges, middle schools, and high schools, The reason why you got to sit up there and either plan for a hefty medical bill of which you can't sit up there and afford, and note the government is going to allow these insurance companies of which you've been putting your dollars into to cancel that plan at any time. On top of the fact that now, if they're not going to the hospital, they're going directly to a morgue. And guess who's profiting off of that? You. And guess who also has to bury that? You. So what are we doing? What are we doing? I didn't even go directly into the court system either, because that's still you, and you. But like I said before, as much as y'all want to talk about black people, Black Lives Matter, y'all don't actually care about your own lives. I'm showing you the symptom. I'm showing you exactly the solution. But you're not paying attention. You're not even listening. But y'all want to roll up here. Oh, since you're racist, what do you got against white people? Oh, why do you hate white people? Why do you hate me? I don't even know who you are. I didn't even know you existed up until you let me know that you existed, up until you wanted me to acknowledge you. So you're welcome. I acknowledge your presence. What else do you need? Like, it's crazy work. It's crazy work. Schizo said, let's be honest, if people had to go through being profiled, they might actually notice it's a police state. Yeah, they probably would. They probably would. Eric said that they're waiting for us black folks to go out there and protest. Don't go. Yeah, I said that before. Black people, sit yourselves directly at home. Don't be protesting nothing. I don't care what happens, because they're going to try to tempt fate. They're going to try to do whatever it is that they need to sit up there and do in order to enact what will be more than likely martial law. They are waiting to sit up there and do it. That's all they want to sit up there and happen. So this is why you see these groups going directly here. This is why you see people doing stuff to black men directly out here and taking pictures and putting it. They're trying to do everything possible that they've been able to use in the past to enrage black people, to get them mobilized so that they can move, so that the moment in time black people go out there and protest, guess what? It's going to be way worse than you ever seen before. They're going to be pulling out all types of new weaponry. They're probably going to actually use real bullets. There's going to be bodies. There's going to be a lot of things that's going to sit up there and happen, right? And then once that happens, then you're going to have even more people start to gather because, this is heinous, this is crazy, this is criminal, right? And then people are going to be, really going against the police and everything like that. And then Trump is going to be like, hey, we really got to do something. No problem, martial law. So like I said, black people don't do it. If anybody's going to go out there and protest, let everybody else that voted directly for this administration and this president to go out there and protest, no matter what happens. You better sit yourself directly down. Do not mobilize. Do not sit up there and do nothing. If you see Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson or whoever else directly up there, any of these churches, pastors, these black, you better sit yourself directly down. Do not allow them to sit up there and get you into some kumbaya, we shall over. Don't be sitting up there getting tied up into those slave hymns. Wakanda forever, like they were trying to do at one point in time, taking a knee. We don't got no time for that. Because when we were sitting up there taking a knee, you had white women online sitting up there telling black people to play basketball and shut up. Crazy work. So like I said, do exactly what white people always been telling you. Mind your business. Stay directly on the sidelines and allow the white gods out here to fix this country of which they created. Every single problem out here, the white government has enabled and allowed to take place and happen, along with the people who voted for it. 9 times out of 10 are white, no matter if it's on the left or the right. Like I said, let the majority fix America the same way they built it, the same way they stole it, the same way they claimed it. Crazy work. It's crazy. Andrew said, how you view the world is your worldview. Okay. Yes, said keep coping, bro, I guess, and keep leaving nonsensical comments directly up here trying to get acknowledged. You have now been acknowledged by God. Continue on. Eric said, law and order was never meant to be applied equally. Police was meant to populate the private prisons. We are cattle. Well, try to tell that to white people. They still think that they got freedoms directly out here. They think that everybody else is enslaved and that they're the only ones that's young, 21, white, and free. It's crazy work. But like I said, they will understand the moment in time that they're able to, that you start seeing these tanks and whatnot mobilized through there. They'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm getting treated like a black man. I'm getting treated like a black person. You would have thought that we were in the hard streets of Detroit by the way that these tanks and these cops were out here. Crazy. But like I said, it'll happen. It will happen. We got Officer Haku out here with another $5 donor. Much love, respect, and appreciation. He said Elon Musk is illegal and no deportation for him. I mean, that's because he's working for the government. So, he has the ability, to do stuff like that. He has a full-fledged ability to just, be there. It's all get out and just do whatever. Crazy. Eric said black people in Brazil, oh heck, in Argentina, they are the most oppressed in the world. Right. KR said in a perfect world, in a perfect world, love to believe we're all equal. Yeah, in a perfect world, I guess that would be the thing, but you need Doctor Strange for that one. And we don't got that. Indigenous said I went to Puerto Rico and you had dudes that looked like Bernie Mac sitting around playing dominoes. Yeah. And people would sit up there and say, me no black, and that type of thing. Eric said, just subscribe and it's about time. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation for your subscription. Much love, much love, much love. Andrew said, you must take things within context. Peace. I mean, I guess. No problem. This fake Google account said, "Oh boy, more racist BS." I mean, I like I said, this is the way I like to look at it. For a lot of the white people that like to call me racist, it takes one to know one. So if you're out here trying to call me racist, you obviously have to understand what it is, because this is more than likely something that you practice and preach. This is something that you were taught directly into your communities and homes and all this other type of thing. But within that, you're not going to say that you're racist. You're going to be like, "Oh no, I don't see color. I got black friends. I got a mixed grandbaby. I got a black cat, black dog. I got a black maid or servant," as Elon's family member basically said. I got a black car. Somewhere in there, you got something black to, in a sense, prove that you're not racist. Or better yet, when you close your eyes, all you see is darkness, right? So within that, you can't be racist, right? Crazy work. But keep going, keep trying, no problem. Let me see. Shorter said, never forget that Elon is from Africa, and who sold Africans to slavery in the United States? Africans, right? What else we got here? You said talking about the past. People in the past is like if I consistently talk about an ex-partner, I'll never get through it. However, if we move forward, we can move forward together. Well, the funniest thing about that, in order to move forward in the United States, that would require that the white Americans, quote unquote, would actually move forward, meaning that you would be honest, you would be open to the discussion and trying to right the wrong specifically there, so that everybody as a whole could actually move forward. But again, people don't want to do that. People don't want to do that. So this is why we still have these conversations. This is why these conversations still exist online. This is why this is still a topic, because the one man group that has been doing it throughout history doesn't want to, in a sense, acknowledge the wrongdoing and try to fix those issues, those problems that they caused. Like I said, crazy work. Crazy work. What was it? Stephen said, I love white people. I'm white. Okay, and I'm not sure what that's supposed to. I'm not sure what that's supposed to do. Okay. Let me just clap it up for you, because you wanna feel special directly out here. No problem. It's like, what do you want me to sit here and do with that? It's some crazy work. What else do we got here? Big Mama Thornton. Daniele, drugs in our neighborhoods. Oh, you're talking about from the woman earlier. I know what you're talking about. Eric said, singing, dancing, and art. We black people do not care if you use our culture. You do not have a culture, so you steal ours. That is true. That is true. Now, I will sit up there and say, to a point, I do care if people want to sit up there and use our culture, because a lot of people say that they don't like black people and only want to be around them. But then you catch them listening to rap. But I'm like, so who are you listening to? That's a black artist. That's a black voice, right? That's black imagery, storytelling. That's directly there. So, that's why I got a problem. And I done seen people from all over taking in, rap, hip hop, all of this stuff, emulating and doing a lot of stuff. Crazy work. What else we got here? Let me see if we got some clownery down here. Alfredo said the solution is what again? Are you talking about to racism or to the systematic oppression and issues of which the United States government specifically details out to the black community, and then to everybody else? Like, which one are we talking about here? Because I've talked about a lot of stuff, going off the top of my head. What was that? Stoll said, oh, let me just highlight that. Stoll said another Democrat podcast I don't care. Basically, don't care about the Democrats. Oh dear Lord, I love the ignorance. Oh sweet mother, Jesus Christ, yo, this is how I know that people don't listen or pay attention. This is exactly like I said. I love these comments because this is how my points get proven every single time that I speak. Because I done went over this for I feel like quite a few years now. And no matter which way I decide to explain things and state things, you'll get stuff like this, or you'll get somebody else that'll be like, "Oh, you must be a Republican. What's wrong with you? And you're black." Y'all so stupid. Y'all are so like that proves the whole thing of people not using critical thinking. And like I said, a lot of these people that leave comments like this, they're older than me. They got grandkids. I'm like, I realistically, I expect better. I really expect better for all of the miles and stuff that you walked. For you to list an assumption like that as if like you're a 20-year-old or somebody that's a teenager, yo, that's crazy to me. That's 1,000% crazy. But like I said, here we are. Here we are yet again. You got me, guys. Oh dear God, I'm a Democrat. I'm a Democrat shill. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, you got it. Like I said, whatever you need to sleep directly at night, I will be that directly for you. No problem. No problem. Somebody said, careful what you put online too, because things could get heinous. I mean, it is what it is. The stuff that I've actually seen online by way of other people directly out there who are not black, who carry this stuff out, of which I've carried, I've put warnings out there. It can be like Tumblr, it can be TikTok, it could be stuff directly on YouTube or IG. I've literally put information directly out there, and it'd be like that. But like I said, they got more to worry about than I do, because a lot of those people are doing illegal things of which they should not be doing. But I guess people don't care. I guess people do not really care as much as they say that they do. D-Money said, crazy how these goofies automatically think that this is a Democrat space. Yeah. Like I said, I guess. Alfredo said, let the red states fix the problems by their leader, Trump. Daniel said, interesting comment up there. I disagree. We do need to have special treatment and double standards for black people. That's why they're disproportionately going to jail. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing up until it happens to them. So like I said, I'm waiting for white people to be the poster child for incarceration, for the drugs and everything like that, because it's inevitable. It is going to sit up there and happen. If I'm looking at it the same way that I see all of these white kids, both male and female, going directly into rap, oh boy, it is going to hit like a ton of bricks. And then sooner or later, you're going to start to see white parents, just like in the 80s and the early 90s, coming directly up to the news. Someone, this rap music it's very harmful to the growth of our kids and our communities. And my kids were never like this before. Rap, they were so great, they were so pleasant, they were educated, and now they're talking these ebonics and this AAVE, and they're talking in this slang, and they're doing this and they're doing that, talking about selling rocks on the block. I don't even know what this is, right? You're going to hear white women at a point in time showing up to press conferences, like they did some decades before. And like I said, I don't care. I do not care. Like I said, let all of these white kids directly over there take all of the spaces and rap. Let rap become white. I'm completely fine with it. I am ready for it, because the only thing that they're going to emulate is the negative behaviors that are directly there, that have been out there for the longest time possible. That's all they're going to do. They're not going to go after the real lyricist. They're not going to try to emulate that. They're not going to emulate the real poets and the stories. They're not going to try to do it. They're going to be, oh, let me sag my pants real quick, let me get the double cup, let me start calling women derogatory names, let me talk about all of my cars, let me show my gang, my hood directly out there, let's start showing the illegal guns that were procured, let's talk about the bodies that we got directly on the street. It's going to be an exact same thing. But like I said, white people, y'all gonna find out. Y'all gonna sit up there. If you ain't seeing it right now like I'm seeing it, y'all are gonna sit up there and find out. It's gonna be a very nice 15 to 20. It's gonna be great. Like I said, like Scarface said, give it 15 to 25 or 15 to 20, 15 to 25 years. Rap is going to be white. I'm completely fine with it. I'm completely fine with it. Let it happen. 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 Let me see. Rabbit said any white male in this live stream has no woman or romantic life. That is cold blooded. Cold blooded. What else we got? Let me see. He says somebody ain't African. I'm not sure who you're talking about. What else we got? Somebody saying blah blah blah. If you go to an embassy, get a visa, become a resident, then a citizen through the naturalization process, how is that illegal? He didn't border hop. Elon lost me when he said pardon Chauvin. It be like that. Yo, Pac Miller, what is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Lee said, are you a racist? It depends on how you interpret my message and the things that I just so happen to say. It's your choice, buddy. It's on you. Whatever you perceive. Like I said, whatever villain that y'all need, I will be that for you. So I will 100% be that directly for you. Eric said, look, I love people. I love white, Asian, African, European, Australian. I love humans of the world, but man, white folks, they need a therapist. That's a crazy word. Crazy word. D Money said, I stopped expecting better from them as a long time ago. They are their ancestors. He said, it's because the talking points are all fallacies. I guess. Alfredo said, fubbed podcast. Yeah. He lacks critical thinking, not too many brain cells. I'm a guilty Democrat. I guess. I don't know. Whatever. Jamal said a rap is trash. But you love it though. Big Man said, white people here hate white people rather than supporting black people. You can do that without hating whites. Who hated white people? Like that's like the projection out here is crazy. It's like the moment in time that something is, in a sense, focused on a group. Like I put it to you like this: who's this that I'm talking to? Where's that dude? Comment directly at? Yeah, Big Man. Let me let you know something. Explain this to me, right? Let's ponder this for a second, right? I got a little short that I did, right, where it was dedicated to black women of all different colors, right, from the lightest of the lightest to the darkest, right, and then those in between. And it was a song by Sil called Kiss from a Rose, right? Explain to me why it is that white women decided that they needed to come through and tell me that I should love or I should put the images of all women up there and not just black women. That's a little bit weird to me, right? Because I singled out black women because my mother's black, the women in my community are black, and so on and so on and so on and so on. And, I wanted to show a little bit of something there. But for whatever reason, white people, I'm sorry, more so white women felt left out. That's a little bit weird to me. So it seems like this is the exact same thing here. So instead of saying that you feel left out, you want to categorize it as like, oh, this is white hate. Where? Since when? How? Because people are talking about stuff that has happened historically to black towns and cities and dealing with the government. And then I'm trying to correlate that with things that are happening in other communities as well, too. So I'm basically what I'm trying to tell people is at the moment in time that things get fixed within the black community by way of, the government and everybody else stop doing what it is that they're doing negatively to the black community is going to get better for everybody else. But like I said before, I guess y'all want everything to stay the exact same way that it's always been, even if that means at the behest of your own people, your own kids, your own family, your own community. It's crazy work. Crazy work. What else we got directly here? Steve said, just keep whining. That will help us black folks. Not disproportionate levels of criminal activity is what gets more people of color incarcerated. I'm not sure if you're trying to, I'm not even sure what you're trying to even say here. The craziest part is that the incarceration rates are very high, right? And black men are overrepresented directly in that. But within that exact same thing of the incarceration, you also have the exonerations. But nobody wants to talk about that. I'm like, nobody white here finds that a little bit suspicious that there are so many exonerations that are going on. And then we find out through these court cases that when there was DNA evidence that could have easily proved earlier on, or witnesses earlier on that could have proved that, yo, this black man did it, it was somebody else. Y'all decide that, oh, we're not gonna, put that directly. We don't care about those findings. We don't care about the DNA. We don't care about the findings. We don't care about the actual cops that were literally doing their job to clear the name of this innocent black man. Y'all don't want to talk about that. But people always want to bring, but if blacks weren't committing these crimes, you guys wouldn't be in jail. Okay. And this is why I made sure to put a video up there about 2 to 3 years ago of a white cop that was found guilty, and they're currently still doing investigations, of which are over 400 different cases of arrests and stops that were made where a white cop was putting drugs directly on a person or within their car in order to justify an arrest and prosecution. But no problem. And I also want to note that white people got caught up in that too. But like I said, you got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. I got it. 100%. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Let's see what else we got. You said a person literally wrote that whites can't be fixed. It'd be like that. Like I said, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Like I said, I get people up here that call me racist. People are entitled to their opinion, even though I can literally, show out whatever type of information or explain things while they're typing and saying these things. Hey, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Lee said, your own people are the only demise of your own people and where you live. Not sure specifically who you're talking about, but all right. What else we got? Let me see what else. I think that's actually it. Yep. I think I actually caught up. So let's continue to the next video.
So aggravated by this Jonathan Majors press tour, and I'm not even aggravated by him being on a press tour because he's got a movie coming out, Magazine Dreams or whatever. It's not him doing that. It's the black media pundits that are trying to make it seem like the audience is at fault for identifying him as an abuser. We have rightly identified him as such because 1, he was convicted of assault. 2, he's on tape saying he assaulted somebody. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? We are not wrong for seeing him that way. And it's so disingenuous because you have Charlamagne on the Breakfast Club talking about, oh, we're not giving him the same grace as Robert Downey Jr. First of all, let's not revive history. Robert Downey Jr. was down and out for 7 years. From 1996 to 2001, he was going through his drug and rehabilitation scams. In 2001, he was considered uninsurable. He couldn't get on set because he was considered a liability. He made his comeback in 2008 in the MCU as Iron Man. That was 7 years. So if you're talking about bar for bar Jonathan Majors, you still got 5 years to sit down if you're trying to compare yourself to him. Don't do that. And second of all, I would have respected Jonathan Majors more if he just owned his shit. If he just said it outright, I have a big temper. It has its roots in my childhood or whatever. And I'm in therapy to get it under control. I'm in anger management and I'm never going to touch nobody again. I ain't going to put my hands on nobody else. If you want redemption, start with atonement. You don't just get redemption because you're a black king and you got your Coretta. That's not how that works. Atone for your okay? Prove to people you're not that person no more. That's how it works for everybody. Stop blaming us for seeing you the way you are. Okay? It's so aggravating. And then you have Megan Good wasting her social capital on this, losing endorsements over this. Anyway, I guess love wins or whatever they like to say.
So the reason I wanted to bring up this video is because you're looking at, obviously this is a African woman, but speaking wise, you heard her in a sense try to hold down a certain type of vocal tone, which would be considered a Black American, woman like accent. She tried to, curse and use it in a certain type of way, but you can clearly tell that this woman is African. You can listen to the voice and everything. And yet this woman feels as though that she can just come online and critique a Black American man within a system that has always made sure, no matter what happens, to put him in such a critical light of which that he cannot come from up under. While their white musicians and their actors have performed and done a variety of things. Like, case in point, let's get away from the Robert Downey Jr. thing, right? You got somebody like Roman Polanski, right? If you don't know who Roman Polanski is, you can go to Wikipedia or whatnot, whatever. You can pull up a second screen on your phone, which I can do on mine, so I know you can do it. Pull up a second screen on your phone, tablet, whatever it is, type in Roman Polanski and go to Wikipedia and look at what it is that he did. And then the funniest thing about Roman Polanski is that he won a what was it, an award for the pianist or whatever it was. And then this man was out of the country because he was running, because he was supposed to get prosecuted for what it is that he did, but he was running. And all of Hollywood knows about Roman Polanski. And they were sitting up there in the aisle. You saw everybody waiting for him to show up. Everybody in Hollywood was clapping like, where's he at? Where's he going to show up from? Like, oh my God, this is a great film. I can't wait to sit up there and work with him. Yeah. Right? All of Hollywood knows about a lot of these criminals, but they keep them there. It wasn't that long ago that during or around the time of the Oscar slap dealing with Will Smith, there was somebody who worked for the Academy that was found to have done the exact same things as Roman Polanski. Look at that. Birds of a feather flock together. You got another person by the name of Woody Allen. If you don't know who he is, look him up. He sat up there and did that within his marriage. But guess what? People in Hollywood still love him. Scarlett Johansson sat up there and worked with him. Crazy work how that happens. But then you got somebody like Jonathan Majors, where you got this woman here, the forehead as big as I can see. I can literally see my future and my future's future. And she decides that she wants to negatively speak about this dude, on top of the fact of like, oh, you don't deserve a second chance and yada, 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 all this other type of stuff. She then wants to sit up there and say that a Black American woman such as Megan Good should not be wasting her time with him. So let me get this straight, right? So originally you had Jonathan Majors that was in an interracial relationship. Obviously that failed. That did not sit up there and work out in his best interest. So he was like, you know what? I messed up. That was my bad, my fault. I should have just sat up there and just, stayed with Black women, right? So he then sat up there and got with the Black woman, started dating, started seeing her. All online, you had a whole bunch of Black women and many others sitting up there, you shouldn't be sitting up there doing that. He's this, he's that. He doesn't deserve a second chance, all this other type of stuff, yada, yada, yada. Megan Good didn't sit up there and listen. She held that dude down throughout the whole thing. Black women calling her a fool, calling her this, calling her that. Whatever happens to her is whatever happens to her. So then they finally sit up there and get married. And now, instead of people trying to, go the whole route of Megan Good, now you got people doing this whole route again with Jonathan Majors. Black people, I mind you, or people who are immigrants, mind you. And I'm like, what are we doing here? Because I'm like, the type of scrutiny, the type of way that people are criticizing him, I'd never see this from these people when it deals with white celebrities. That's some crazy work. That is diabolical. 100% crazy. But I also wanted to show this as a proof of work of how it is that a lot of these people want to show up online and they want to try to masquerade as Black Americans or whatnot, and they want to try to talk a certain type of way while also masquerading, cosplaying in order to critique. Because do you think that she's going to talk about Burna Boy and Chloe? Do you think that she's going to have that conversation about an African man and how it is that he treats African women and Black American women? Do you think that she's going to have that conversation? No, she's not going to do that. She's not going to critique and go after her man the same way that she would go after a Black American man such as Jonathan Majors. It's crazy work. It's diabolical. Stuff needs to be studied, but it won't. And you'll have people that will sit idly by and allow things to happen like this unchecked. Crazy. But again, we're living in a world where a lot of people like to say that Black people are so fixated on, Africans and many other people directly out there. No, it's not that we're focused. It's the fact that other people want us to focus on them because that's their way of us giving them free energy one way or another. That's all it is. Like I said, a lot of people would not have the platforms that they have if it wasn't for Black Americans. Because if people really had to sit there idly by and talk just about themselves, those platforms ain't moving. Trust me, I've been on social media enough where I've seen people, let's say of African origin, specifically list and talk about stuff happening within their country or around it, and their platform's not moving. Ain't nothing happening. But when they start talking about Black Americans, guess what? Now you're starting to get that interest. Now you're starting to get that engagement. Now you're starting to get those comments. Now the subscribers are sitting up there moving. Now you can sit up there and monetize. It's crazy work. It's 100% crazy work. But everybody want to call Black Americans a liar and say that, you know, that type of stuff ain't really, you know, what it is and yada, yada, yada. Crazy work, though. Crazy work. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Tippy was like, now he lost everything and now he want to use Black women to build let me check, build his fame. I guess, like, see, I do like black. That's not, it's not what it is to me. I mean, I could put it to the extent of Michael B. Jordan, right? And Michael B. Jordan is somebody that a lot of women love, but primarily, again, going with the same thing with Jonathan Majors, because before the whole Laura Harvey thing, the two things that I would see with Black women saying about Michael B. Jordan online, they would say that he's either DL. Black women and others of a community will say that he's either DL or he's into white women. So then when it just so happens that he ended up into a relationship with a Black woman, people were happy and ecstatic and da-da-da, all this other type of good stuff, whatnot, or whatever. And then magically it broke up. And then Black women went right back to saying the exact same things, and others went right back to saying the exact same things about Michael B. Jordan. So I just gotta, put that directly, out there. It'd be crazy work. I'm just gonna, put that out there. But I will sit up there and say this to me. You do have instances out there, let's say in real life, where you have some of the Black guys who happen to worship white women who will decide that, hey, I didn't try this, 3 times with white women. I'm going to sit up there and dibble a dabble on the Black side to see, what it is. Now, again, you do have that takes place, right? Now, I'm just looking at this with Jonathan Majors as a 1-for-1. I seen him in one relationship with a white woman, and now I'm seeing him in one relationship with a Black woman. I'm looking at a 50-50 thing here. That's all I'm sitting up here saying. Because I'm getting to a point in time where I'm not trying to awesomely judge people off of this at this moment, up until I find out that people want to say something crazy either about, Black men or, Black women. That's the only time that I'll run my mouth and start, talking crazy directly right back. But when you have, in a sense, a normalcy just sitting up there happening, I just basically, I let it be, up until, anything else comes up. Because at this moment in time, I haven't heard any tweets or anything like that where Jonathan Majors has said anything derogatory or negative directly about Black women. So I'm just letting this ride out and be exactly what it is. Because when it deals with white men, nobody is ever crucial. It could be a white dude that sits up there like, what was that dude, Kelsey? The dude, Kelsey, that was for like the Chiefs. He was sitting up there dating Black women left and right. And nobody was trying to say, that he was just trying to, better his career because he messed up. That's why he's with what's the girl name? What's that white girl name? Oh man, I can't even think of her name, and she's annoying because I can see her dancing and it looks horrible. Whatever her name is, y'all know what I'm talking about. Nobody said that about Travis Kelce, and that's a white man. So when a white dude basically dibbles and dabbles and does whatever all over, thank you, Taylor Swift, yeah. Nobody said that he was, in a sense, messing up with Black women, so this is why he went back to Taylor Swift. Realistically, if you go back, and I got the whole relationship pictures with Travis Kelce and Black women, like, yo, the way that he was styled, I'm like, yo, it makes more sense. I'm like, you actually had some type of style here, right? You had a whole fashion design and everything. You went with Taylor Swift. I don't know what this is. Like, this dude looks like a racist cop 1 minute. This dude is sitting up there like looking like somebody's dad the next. It's looking crazy out here. It's all over the place, right? But like I said, I try my best. I try my best not to sit up there and be awesomely critical, because I'm trying to make it even all the way around, because I see a lot of unevenness a lot of times when it deals, in a sense, with the black community and who it is that they want to date. And I've said the exact same thing when it deals with black women that want to sit up there and date white men, and they pedestalize and they want to sit up there, idealize, and they have the God complex of white dudes directly out here. What was that black woman's name? Quinta Brownson, or whatever her name is, the one that's on what's the name of that show? I forgot what it was. Y'all know it's the teaching show that everybody loves, is popular and whatnot. She just getting divorced from the white man that she was married to, and I didn't even know she was married or had a white guy. And a lot of people said that those were supposed to be the relationships that are perfect, never ending, that's going to go on forever, right? That lasts longer than any black relationship out here. And that's not what happened. So like I said, maybe some things that took place of with black men somewhere in her past. That's the reason that she decided, let me sit up there and see what white men, how it is that they view me, how it is that they see me. And she decided to go up over there. Like I said, I'm not going to sit up there and throw judgment or blame up until people start talking crazy. Up until, people start talking crazy, Just saying. Sheila Brown said Taylor Swift had the black girls leftovers. I mean, I can't really say that because, we don't know what Travis Kelce was dating when he was in high school and college. And more than likely it was, white women. So, it's tough to, say that one. But I get you. Tibby said he shouldn't have, what was it? He shouldn't have got with the white girl to begin with. Leave black women alone. They're not objects to try out. I'll put it to you like this, Tippy. There was, and I think you were there for that live stream. I had put up. Let me see if I can find a picture so I can get my point across. Let me see. Because I gotta sit up there and put, try to make my point directly on this. Because I had to, sit up there and do this before. And like I said, only certain people are going to actually be honest directly about this when I put the photos, in a sense, side by side. Because the main thing that I've always stated before, is that it's crazy, how people say that, you should have been with this and not been with that. But when you look at how a black man first starts off, a lot of women are not, in a sense, going to be looking directly at him just to sit up there and be real, right? So I'm going to put up the main two ideal pictures that, just the main ideal picture that a lot of women, in a sense, know of. Let me see. Let me just get those real quick. And this is not like the whole thing where people like to say like, it's black men trying to make excuses for, dating other women. No, it's not even that. It's just the fact that in the reality of things, people have certain preferences. And I've realized this myself when it deals with women, which is completely cool. Right. So right now we're looking at the two images of Jonathan Majors. Black women in general did not start jumping onto Jonathan Majors up until the bottom picture. And this is factual. I never heard black women out here on social media talking about, let me get rid of the banner up top, right? I never heard black women in general at any point in time talking about the top image of Jonathan Majors, that, oh, he's so dreamy. They really want to date him. They want to marry him. They want to have kids directly. Nah, you can, the top version of Jonathan Majors, you can run into any black hood right now and see that. You can run into any black hood right now and see the top image of Jonathan Majors. You ain't having black women falling all over the scene trying to sit up there and date him. Let's be real. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's be 100% honest. The only time that you literally had black women all over the scene on social media talking about Jonathan Majors was the Final Form. The Final Form Jonathan Majors, that was the main time that you heard black women even talk about Jonathan Majors. Let's just be real. Let's just sit up there and be real. The image. So Tippy, you said actually said he was. I know he was in Lovecraft Country, and I'm talking about that was Jonathan Majors with muscle. He had muscle directly on him. The top image of Jonathan Majors, that coat or whatever that blazer that he's wearing, it's hanging off his body. He doesn't have the muscle that he has. That's not the same muscle. That's Tippy. Come on now. That is not the same muscle. That's not the same weight. Women find certain things attractive. The top image of Jonathan Majors, women do not find attractive. They do not find it attractive. Rabbit said the second pick would have me worried that he that he was still my girl. Yeah. Like literally, if you were to put these two images of Jonathan Majors, not even just these two images, if you allowed these two versions of Jonathan Majors to walk through a group of women, the first image would never get no looks. He would get the ick. It was like, what is that? And all this. He would get clowned. 100% in the black community, that top image would sit up there and get clowned. Anybody lying is capping. That bottom image of Jonathan Majors, let him walk outside like that amongst black women. He's getting all types of looks. He's getting oogled. He's getting touched. Women are coming up to him trying to ask him what's his name, how is he doing? Do you want my number? Come on, guys. Come on. Tippy said you can say the same thing about Serena. We got hold on, Tippy. See, now I gotta sit up there and go back. I gotta get you. Hold on. So let me go back to a classic picture of Serena Williams, correct? Let me go to a classic picture of Serena Williams, because you said Serena Williams. This is the Serena that I remember. Let me show you. That is the Serena that I remember. That is the Serena that I remember seeing on magazines and books that I would go directly to my corner CVS. I'm like, wow. her picture would be right next to like King magazine and stuff like that. That's the Serena that I sit up there. I can't tell you about the Serena of now. I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. But I can sit up there and tell you, going to school, you had dudes sit up there saying like, yo, Serena's like fine, like she looks good, like Serena got a body, like you seen her. It was nothing but just like, wow. It was that type of deal. So it, like I said, Serena ain't have no problems realistically getting the attention of like black men. I can sit up there and tell you. I could say. Eric Nim said, brother, I love your forum and live sessions. First time, and I've subscribed, and I will support any way that I can. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Thank you. So yeah, it's not even the same. And this is like Serena from like the 2000s. I don't even know what Jonathan Majors even looked like in the 2000s. It might even look worse than the first image that I set up there and gave you. Let me go back to that Jonathan Majors image. It probably don't even look like nothing like this. It probably don't even look nothing like the first image. Like he was probably looking like base form Frieza or something like that. Like I don't even know what to even give you on that. So it's like Serena has looked great for some decades. So it's like I don't even understand. The Serena. What's the name? Tippy said she's beautiful, but black men didn't want to marry her. Now she's with someone that can't fight or defend her. I'm sorry. That's what he looks like. He looks like he can't fight. You talking about the white guy? This is the thing that I've understood. I'm gonna like in a sense say it like this. You have a lot of women in the black community that are qualified to be with black men. But again, just because they're qualified with black men doesn't mean that they want the black men out there that are qualified for them. Because there was a video not too long ago, probably about like 2.5 years ago, that I put up where you had these very well-educated, well-spoken, well-versed black women, all professionals. And they were talking about how hard it is for them to sit up there and date. Right? Because when it deals with a lot of women who are up there in that higher percentile, they date up. Those women, though, if a woman is making $100,000, she don't want a guy that's going to be her equal. That's going to be like, I'm making $100,000 too. So now we're, $200,000 a year. No. Women are like, if I'm making 100, you got to make 3, 4, 5. You got to be maybe even like $1 billion, right? So again, if you got a dude that may be a business owner, he's not making 100 grand. Maybe he might be making like 90 or 80 or something like that. Those educated women are like, nah. You don't make enough. You don't make enough to qualify to be with me, who is an educated black woman who has sacrificed all of her time and energy to get to the point of where it is that she's able to make this money and access this type of capital. I need somebody that's, above the level that I'm at. And this happens. I've also showcased videos where you got women who are working in Burger King who want to call other men working at the same job broke. So I'm like, obviously that means that those dudes at that Burger King can never date that woman, even if they wanted to. It would have to be another dude from the outside driving a nice car, probably maybe selling drugs, maybe a rapper or something like that would be able to sit up there and date her. Just saying. Just saying. Mo said, put some glasses on that top pic of Jonathan Majors and he looks like Seji. I mean, yeah. But again, Jonathan Majors is taller and bone density is way different. I'm not sure if I can actually get that muscle mass right there. I would need a lot of money in order to make that happen. A lot of money, a lot of hard work and dedication. Like I said, if I could get to Jonathan Majors' shape right, you can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. I'm living in Miami. I'm all of my wardrobe is nothing but open shirts. I'm doing random push-ups on the street for like no reason. Let me tell you, you can't tell me nothing. You can't sit up there and tell me nothing. I'm sitting up there. I got shorts. I got my nice open shirt. I got a nice gold chain. You can't tell me nothing. Let me tell you something. Can't tell me nothing, man. Can't tell me nothing. Let me see what we got. Tibby said, those women are crazy. That's not all black women. No. I get that, it's not all black women, but it's a nice amount. That's the main thing that, I like to talk about. And it's gotten to the point where you even have girls of the younger demographic, like the younger women in like the early 20s and some of their high schools, they're parroting the exact same rhetoric as the older black women out here. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. Because like I said, there was a mother who put up a post and she talked about how it was that her son finally he got up the courage to ask his crush directly out. He was like, basically he likes her. He would like to, take her out, the nice, thing to do, courtship, right? The girl's response was that you can't afford me, aka you're too broke. What is that? You're 15. What are you talking about? He's too broke. Like this is what I'm talking about. Like, it's I don't know how else to sit up there and make people see this. Like, I don't know how else to people, like, have people like understand how all the things that older women have been talking about socially about black women have now fallen down onto the younger girls out here, and now they don't have a chance to even think for themselves or even try to grow their own perspective or to, in a sense, have their own experience with the younger guys of their generation. They're automatically deeming them as broke. I'm like, you're 15. Both of y'all live at home with your parents. So how are you calling somebody else broke? Like, how can he not afford you? Like, I'm a little bit confused. And to hear a 15-year-old sit up there and tell a dude at her age range that, yo, you can't afford me. So I'm like, okay, so now we're going back to the whole thing of women being property or something. Like, what's happening? Like, what's really happening? What's really going on, at this moment in time? Willy Wonka said, what's your supplement routine? You can't be talking about me. This is Jonathan Majors. I don't look nothing like this. This is Jonathan Majors in, for Creed. What was that? Creed 3. So I don't know what to sit up to tell you. I was just using this as a example. Tippy said they wanted the white girls and fast girls wearing heavy makeup to look older. Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Somebody said I'm evolving. I don't even know what that means. Sham said Seji can't do a supplement routine. His metabolism is way overactive. He can eat high amounts of protein and the body will burn it off too fast the moment the weight lifts. Yeah. So this is why I'm currently eating like Domino's and drinking Coke at this moment in time, because I'm trying to, gain those 3 to 5 pounds that I set up there and lost, because I was at 165 and, ended up sliding down to like 160. I'm like, nah, we're not about to be touching the 150 now. We're not doing it. We are not about to sit up there and do that. But if there was like a routine of which, I could sit up there and do I feel like for all of that, I would have to really have the money to put on the type of like muscle that I would actually, want. When that takes a lot of work, dedication, money. I got time. But the money, yeah, we gotta work on that. We gotta work on that. Let me see. Tippy said that's true, Seji. Girls do say that, but ignore the silly ones and talk to the quiet ones. But see, that's the other thing, Tippy. Like, even going from high school, if you're a guy that's quiet and there's a girl that's quiet, even going from my experience, the quiet girls don't even like you. They're looking for the guys that are outspoken. They're looking for the guys that are like extroverts or whatnot, the ones that are like highly social and that all the other girls are looking for. And that's the other thing too that I've talked about as well. Guys can pay attention to a woman that ain't nobody paying attention to and give her light. When it deals with women, 9 times out of 10, women love guys who other women are going directly after. If other women find that dude attractive, then other women are like, okay, no problem, right? So like if a random dude ended up dating, like, okay, let's say like a random dude, right? He never got no play or nothing like that from any other woman. But then for some odd reason, Rihanna decided to be with this dude. Automatically, he's in the limelight, and people are like, oh, this guy, all this other type of stuff. So now he's elevated a little bit because he's gotten attention from Rihanna. And now other women out there are like, yo, why would this dude get attention? It's nothing really there. I don't even understand it. So now women are basically thinking, they're trying to figure stuff out. So let's say Rihanna and that dude breaks up. Guess what's going to happen? Even though he's not with Rihanna at this moment in time, women are still trying to ponder and figure out why it is that Rihanna picked him. So now their interest is piqued, and they want to sit up there and see for themselves what it is that Rihanna found so attractive about this guy. So automatically, just by association, he's going to sit up there and get more women. Versus if you got a guy, the same random guy, such as, let's say, the first image of Jonathan Majors, if he was with, just by himself, ain't no women sitting up there trying to look at him. The first image of Jonathan Majors looks like he was quiet. He's in class. He's really focused directly on his work. He don't bother nobody. He don't do nothing, right? Quiet girls are not going for a Jonathan Majors like that. Quiet girls are not going for a guy that looks like this, sitting in the back of the class like them. Trust me. They're not sitting up there doing it. They're going for something beyond ordinary. It happens every time, because those are the main people in the world that always get the utmost attention. And the funniest thing is, the people that get the utmost attention are the ones that also are the most insecure. Hilarious how that works. Crazy. Tippy said, I like the quiet, mysterious guys. In movies, they usually deem those guys as the most attractive ones. Like, they'll give you like a Jack Reacher. They'll give you like a Tom Cruise from like Mission Impossible, Liam Neeson, or something like that. They will make those guys. They will never give you a quiet, mysterious, unattractive guy in a movie. Never. And then that guy is a love interest of the most beautiful, attractive woman. No. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. What did Sham say? Let me look at this real quick. Sham said, LOL, I thought I was an ugly girl because no guys talked to me the whole high school year like that. Just was my friends until I got all those numbers the last senior year. It was crazy. Yeah, because the main thing is, you may have had the perception because of what you might have thought internally of yourself. So because you thought about that internally, you basically, in a sense, closed off, yourself just to that. And that was basically your shield and your barrier. So if guys were giving you like looks or notices, or maybe saying something like, hey, you look beautiful, you look great today, all this other, you weren't paying attention to it. Because trust me, there's been a lot of times when I was younger, I've told this to other girls and I'm looking directly at them in their face. And it just seems like it just went right through them. Like they just didn't pay attention. They just continued on with the conversation. I'm like, are you deaf? I'm like, what specifically is going on and happening at this moment in time that you didn't hear what it is that I'm like, that's a little bit weird. But like I said, it took me to get older to realize that women have a different perception of themselves versus what the world has as they perceive them and what guys have as they perceive them. It's a multitude of different perceptions. And a lot of women are caught up on that singular perception of themselves internally, where they happen to tell themselves, something negative about themselves on replay that is more than likely necessarily not even true at all. Right. So yeah, it'd be happening. It'd be happening. D-Max said, is it true that fit plus attractive guys just have to believe that women is into them and they can get it? I got ripped but still struggle, bro. Any advice? Again, I just not even in a misleading type of way. This is not my image. This is Jonathan Majors. I'm not sure if people, just so happen to know. This is not me at all. The guy talking is not Jonathan Majors. The guy that you see in front of the screen is Jonathan Majors, the actor, the guy that was on Creed. So again, not to mislead anybody, I just want to put that directly out there. But the thing I will sit up there and say is this: even though I'm not in Jonathan Major's shape, the one thing is that if you have a belief within yourself, if you tell the universe and yourself that, hey, I am attractive, I'm this, I'm that, right? You tell yourself positive things, that's going to rain back down directly on you. And then within that energy and that perception that you are giving off, it will attract the people that you want, in your life or to be around you. So yeah, just, gonna put that out there. Teresa said Jonathan Majors looks great. Right. Tippy said, I never liked the jocks because they bullied me and F them. The funny thing is that everybody likes to say is that if somebody bullies you, it's because they like you. So if you got guys basically doing that, is because they like you in some type of way, form, or fashion, but they really just can't outwardly say it because they don't know how you're going to react. And then on top of that, they're worried about the reaction and the perception of other people around them who look at them or deem them a certain type of way. And that's usually how that works. Whenever you see a lot of these dudes out here trying to, bully girls, pick on them, yeah, it's usually that. Talking about dealing with school and stuff like that. Sham said, muscles just don't matter to me. I don't find bulky dudes attractive. I am that shy, quiet girl, and I like scrawny guys. I want the guy in. You say you wanted the guy in your class that played video games like me. Like I said, that's rare. Like you and Tippy, when it deals with that, that's a rarity. Because number one, it's rare for women to realistically play video games, irregardless on what it is that they want to put on media, where they're like, 40% of women are gamers. I'm like, since when? Because I'm like, the amount of arguments that women have and on the podcast and blogs where women complain about guys spending hours, even if it's just 30 minutes on a video game, is insane. So I'm like, somebody's lying on stats. Because the greater majority of people who play video games are men, are young boys, are young adult men. Like that is the main demographic. Those are the main ones that are on, Steam and everything like that. Of course, you got some women out there, but it's not going to, be more than, like the guys and stuff. But like I said, for y'all like the rare, type. Y'all were like quiet directly in school. Y'all play video games and stuff. You don't have a lot of women, especially. You can ask any guys out here. 9 times out of 10, when you think about or look at girls in high school, they were not playing video games. They even back then they complained about guys playing video games. They were like, "Oh, you play video games? Like that's what kids do." Da da da. It was crazy. Like if you watched Power Rangers, cartoons, if you read comic books, played video games, you were considered to be a child. But yet the same as that girl calling you a child is walking into the class with a Dora the Explorer backpack. Crazy work. It's 100% crazy work how that happens. It's man, it's something. It is something. Tippy said, well, that's what I'm saying. It goes both ways. Leonidas said, another boring channel. No problem. You can be boring directly into the shadow realm, because that's exactly where you're going to go. Because like I said, if you highly believe that my commentary, everything that I'm talking about is boring, leave the same exact way that you showed up, in silence. You don't need to let me know that you're actually there. You could have just actually shut up, hit the thumbs down button, and you could have moved on. But no, you wanted to be stupid and play games, and now you're in the shadow realm. Shout out to Yugi. Shout out to Kaiba. Shout out to Mokuba because you're in there. You ain't never coming back unless you make another profile. Who was that? Leonidas? I don't even know what your name is now. It was just a Tuesday. Shout out to M. Bison. D Max said, still, bro, you seem wise. Hey, much appreciation. Much appreciation. D Money said, was he checked? Oh, okay. You talking about the sham. Somebody who I want to say you are writing in Korean. With a Korean name said, on some levels, you need to develop personality. Some guys are just too boring. Like nobody wants to be with a dull head. Of course, some people. But see, the funny thing is, I hear a lot of women calling a guy dull. But then you have a lot of dudes out here who can talk about, like, let's say they might know some things about science or STEM or whatever it is that their field is, and they can really go in depth and have, you know, a conversation directly with that, and women will be like, yo, that's boring. I'm not interested. I don't really want to talk about it. And then they'll turn around and call that educated dude boring. So I'm like, is that what we're doing? I'm like, I thought you wanted somebody that can, actually educate you, that can elevate and carry a conversation and teach you something. But when it is that you have women out here that are able to get those type of guys, they happen to call them, like boring, which is a little bit weird to me. Because you got other women out here that will primarily, even online, have conversations about stuff that happened on Zeus Network or some female celebrity and their relationship where they're heavily invested. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I'm like, you should actually be invested in your own relationship and in your own love life and kids. You shouldn't be heavily invested into a celebrity who doesn't care about you, not even paying your bills. And the stuff on Zeus Network is nothing but ignorance anyway. That casts and shines a negative and bad light on black women. So I'm like, it's just crazy. I'm like, there's not even an actual conversation there because it's just chaos. But I guess to each is their own. Everybody finds entertainment in something. So it be like that. Tippy said, guys never wanted me in high school. I can promise you, Tippy, there were guys in high school that wanted you. They just were not brave enough to specifically tell you. If some of those guys were able to actually see you, they would actually tell you like, hey, back in high school, I had a crush, yada, 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 all the other type of good stuff. Trust, it happens to a lot of people later on in life, especially in adulthood. You have a lot of people that happen to run into somebody who's like, oh, hey, how you doing? It's like, yo, you look great. It's like, yo, I meant to tell you, like, I didn't get a chance. I really had a crush on you, like, way back in the science lab, and that. I'm telling you, give it some time. You're gonna have somebody that you didn't even assume, or you yourself wasn't even paying attention to, that more than likely was looking at you through high school. Trust me. Eric said, love Jonathan Majors in many roles. He is an actor. People, he is doing his thing. Celebrate the man. He is not the role he plays. That is true. Tippy said, no, that's BS. I don't believe it. You're talking about the whole thing with wait, you're talking about the whole relationship thing, I think. D Money says, Seiji, disclaimer is crazy work. Yep, that's bars. That is bars. Eric said, I coach. I stress the no bullying in my practices. You are gifted and elite to be an athlete. Do not bully. Stand for the ones who are being bullied. That's my rule. That's facts. That's a dope rule. You should actually put that on a t-shirt. You should probably put that on like the back of the t-shirt for like the students that you coach. Have that probably like on the front, and the back and something like that. Like, yo, do that. That'd be dope. To make sure to keep that on replay. So no matter what they're doing in training or where they go, the moment in time they got to train, they're putting that on. Bam, that those words are directly with them. Tippy said, I almost wanted to do this. I hated bullies, but I never dated in high school, so oh well, no prom days for me. I didn't have prom either. The only dance I really went to was back in middle school, and that was like just because that was the scariest. Let me tell you, going to a dance was like the scariest thing ever in life. But I actually enjoyed myself because it was one random girl, and I don't know what class she was in, but she ended up like dancing with me for like one song. I'm like, all right, hey, I'll sit up there and take it. it's like it's whatever. I'm looking to give horse in the mouth. I'm like, hey, whatever it is. Whatever it is, whatever nicety somebody is throwing my way, no problem. I have no problem. And that was the first time I had people sitting up there like looking at me in some type of like, positive light in a sense. Like even if it was like for 5 seconds, I'm like, hey, I'll take it. But yeah, Tippy, I'm right there with you. I never had I never went to prom or anything like that. Some other friends, they went to prom. What did I do during the whole thing of like a prom? I think I was just probably just out with my friends or something like that. Like we play video games or whatnot or whatever. Because I'm like, I'm not about to go through the hassle of trying to like ask a girl go throughout. Well, technically, it wouldn't even be throughout the school. It probably only been like one or maybe two people. But I'm not going to go through the hassle of doing that where it's like, I got a boyfriend. I'm not interested. I got something else to do. Somebody already asked me. I'm like, I'm not about to waste money and do all that stuff. So I'm like, I'm just not going to do it. So like I said, you ain't the only one. You are not the only one. Rabbit said, I suspect guys who bully other guys are in the closet. Why are you so hyper focused on another man you have no history or connection with? It is weird. Well, if you're talking about like the bullying aspect, I look at it like in a sense 2 different ways. Because in one instance, it's like, yeah, you have that aspect of what you're talking about. But in the other instance, is to, in a sense, harden the mental of said guy so that they're not weak-minded when they got to deal with all of this back and forth talking, on the field, which will also help prepare them for life as well. Because if you have a young man that's well-tempered and well-versed when it's dealing with people talking directly to him, if he can control his emotions in high school, he'll be really able to control his emotions out there in life. Right. And that's the way that I, in a sense, look at it. So because, I got like picked on and all this other type of stuff through school and through life, it was like I was able to figure out a way to deal with my emotions. So I didn't need to sit up there and just randomly lash out on somebody unneeded because of a situation that happened like 19 years ago. It's like, you remind me of this person. Let me sit up there and start swinging or do whatnot or whatever directly to you. And now I got a case. Nah, they ain't never happened. So like I said, 2 things can be right, directly at the same time. The issue that you brought up, along with what it is that, I was talking about. Tibby said, F those women who got a problem with men playing video games. Yeah. The other thing I'll sit up there and tell you is this as well, Tibby, at no point, because trust me, there's been, and you already know some of the stories, here, Tibby. I didn't honestly set up there and told y'all before, I'm not the champion of champions in a sense, because I did not successfully go through, with certain things. And again, I have to guard my words here because YouTube is highly sensitive on stuff, right? I didn't decide to go a certain, type of heavily detrimental, route. And again, going through things directly in life, being a kid directly in school and getting picked on and all of that stuff. So trust me, I can understand what it is that you're talking about. And I can sit up there and tell you that going back and looking at the thought process, it was the dumbest thing, I was ever, in a sense thinking. And even trying to was even more dumb. Right. But that also comes into the effect of not being able to properly, as a child, be able to manage one's emotions. Right. So, that's why it's very good to try to teach children emotional intelligence, so that people aren't looking at different avenues of, other stuff, you know. What was it? What else we got? Tippy said, oh, okay, we got that one. DT says, Seji, have you played No Man's Sky? Nope. I actually never played it yet. Never played it yet. Bro, I'm not even, what are you talking about, bro? What is this? Like, are you talking about John? I'm not even, you know what? I'm not even going there. I'm sorry. Sham, who Rabbit already answered the question. I'm not even going there. We're not even doing it. Not even doing it. What? How do people this is what I'll be talking about, where you got people that just want to enter conversation and just be hearing stuff that they want to sit up there and hear. What are you talking about? Like, yo, let me just. I'm not even gonna highlight the comment, but those who can see that in the comment, this is what a lot of guys mean when you have those out there that want to enter into a conversation and they want to try to project and they want to make themselves front and center. They want to do all of this other type of stuff in order to get people like caught up in some type of like cancel culture type of stuff. Like that's what that looks like. That's what that bait right there in the comment section looks directly like. And stuff like that is massively crazy. Because the craziest part is we didn't have a conversation really about other communities, directly out here. We were just specifically, staying on, pretty much one section. But here we are, somehow, some way. Somehow, some way. Shout out to Nickelback. Even though it's some way, somehow. Dun, 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 dun. Anyways, Tippy said video games are fun. I like video games because it's an outlet for me. That's facts. 100%. Eric said I played college and semi-pro soccer. That's dope. That is dope. I know there was a lot of working out when Adele were running. A lot of working out. You said you worked corporate IT, still play elite at 40 plus. I think of equality and mentorship and people, but man, white folks need therapy. Yeah, that's true. That's true. 100%. 100%. DT said girls just want to have fun. Tippy said, that's what I'm saying, Seji. It's not just dudes going through that. No, I'm not saying like it's just dudes in a sense going through it. But if you want to look at, I put it to you like this, Tippy. Look at the rates. How can I sit up there and put this? Look at the rates of drugs and alcohol usage and the rates of men no longer being here. Women are nowhere in that spectrum. Women are not towering over those numbers. And those numbers are like that because of loneliness when it deals with a lot of guys directly out here. Because you have a lot of dudes out here that would love to be in a relationship with a woman. They would actually love to be loved. They would love to have kids and all this other type of stuff, but they don't get a chance to because, hey, God made them like a 1 or a 2 or a 0. They're overweight. They're like 5'3" or whatnot or whatever. They have certain things there that are going to disqualify them from 99.9% of the women directly out here. And then the 1% of or whatever of women out here that would actually pick those guys, they're of course nowhere around. They're not in the same state. They're not in the same nation. They're probably somewhere around the world. And those guys don't have the money to go over there and go seek out and be directly with those women. So, like I said, I'm not saying that only guys have to sit up there and deal with it. But when you want to talk about loneliness, men are the ones that are really out here suffering. There's not really like a loneliness epidemic when it deals with like women. Like if a woman really wants to sit up there, and then I'm just going to be honest, if a woman wants to find love, it's a lot easier for a woman to do it versus a guy. It is a lot easier for a woman to go out there and find love, no matter how it is that she wants that love. It's a lot easier for women to sit up there and do it than a guy. Because there's tons of women right now of different shapes that I see on X every single day putting up photos. And you know what I happen to see? They got 10K likes. They got 5K in the comment section. They got 60K on bookmarks. They got people going directly to their Twitter and all this other type of and looking up, their photos and all this. Like I said, those are women of different shapes. I'm talking about women that got weight directly on them. I'm talking about they fupa got a fupa. I'm talking about like that. So, like I said, it's not impossible for women out here to find it. Now, if a dude did that, if you got a dude that has weight on him, right? He like 300, 350, and he decides to sit up there and be like, yo, I'm about to sit up there and be like, shirtless pics. And, I got my nice pants on and my shoes. It's like, yo, ladies, what you think? Ain't no women hitting him up. They're going to tell him to lose weight. They're going to tell him to put a shirt on. They're going to tell him that you're too short. They're going to tell him you're too broke. It's going to be everything. Like I said, I see this. I've been seeing this since the internet has been the internet. But like I said, I ain't saying this, it's just guys, but Tippy said dudes won't go for the girl who wears glasses, wears no makeup, doesn't wear revealing clothes. Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. Don't wear weaves and not materialistic. They do. Eric M said, thanks for the shout out. I don't need my kids to have that on a t-shirt. I want them to stand for what that means. No bully. No. I was just sitting up there saying, because when I had a coach for track, we had like a slogan and whatnot directly on our shirts. I think somewhere downstairs. I think I still have. Oh, it might not even be here. I might have lost that too. But I had a long sleeve shirt from Oak Park High when I ran track, and we had the slogan. What was it? What was it? It was something to the effect of what other sports teams do for work, we do for fun, right? Meaning like we run track, we work out, we're running miles, we're doing conditioning, we're doing all of those things. And yeah, it got to the point where it was like, yo, just doing this was fun, and we started just trying to compete, even just doing like the workouts and the stretches and different stuff like that, just like acting stupid, because it's like, yo, we do this every day, this is nothing, right? While other people are struggling, just sitting up there stretching. Like, you got some people that ain't never do it before. They just coming up, they might have, just pulled a muscle, stuff like that. So, that's all I was saying, though. That's all I was saying. Rico said Elon Musk was raised in South Africa and a wannabe in America. It'd be like that. Gail said Seji can dance. Nah. I don't ever claim that. Tippy said, I think I am. Eric said, I was straight off the boat from Africa as a junior, and I was bullied, but I laughed. Or I laughed at you laughed at it because you said it was cute. I mean, yeah, that's how you got to sit up there and do it. You in a sense use that for energy. Now I understand that some people might not be able to do that exact concept, because it's different for everybody, but it's not impossible. That's what I tell people, or at least trying to go from experience, and try to tell people what not to do. Right? Don't make the same mistakes and look down the same roads that I did. D Money said it's not that rare. Tippy Sham said we were all young girls and young guys. Everyone is growing up and learning at that time. I was okay and enjoying my friendships. I learned guys tend to not date early in life. Girls they take to mom. I guess like the funniest thing is, like, anybody that I knew, I made sure they met my mom. Like I made sure, because like for me, that approval, that like that meant something. I'm like, all right, I'm going to put the teachings directly to work. There's a person I like. Let me sit up there and see what my mom states. And I'm like, man, I guess that didn't work out as I thought. Guess I got to go back to the drawing board, and it'd be like that. But like I said before, a lot of those instances, probably saved me from a lot of other, heartache, if not worse. So, hey, just putting that out there. Sham said, I will never understand women who date a man but hate that his pastime is gaming. Yeah. Yep. Tippy said, yeah, I hear you, Seji. Sham said, I play No Man's Sky, but you play No Man's Sky and you need some work, but still. Oh, okay, I got you. This man Mo sitting up there and Tippy laughing. Eric said, yeah, I'm not here to fight. I love your forum, brother. Thank you for having this live session. Yeah, no problem. Much love, respect, and appreciation. What are you talking about? Let me just get you up out of here. We're not doing that. I'm gonna just pack you on up real quick. What was it? Mo said, not being able to lay in the softest place in the world can take a toll on a guy. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. OVO said, true, I can tell that men are in fact lonely. Yep. Gail said it's about the quality of love. That's true too. Tippy said women too, and it's not easier if a woman don't look. No, Tippy, I'm trying to tell you. Ma'am, I am trying. I am trying to sit up there. What's that girl name? That rapper? What's her name? Degrassi, the Breezy. What's that girl name? The one that got like a lot of weight directly on her. Whatever her name is, because I ain't make it down to the full comments yet. I'll probably make it down there. Y'all know. She got a boyfriend, and her boyfriend is overweight. So nah, love is out here for anybody. Can't nobody tell me nothing. If you got people out here that got downs, that are like that have Down syndrome, if they're able to find love and get married and have kids, can't nobody tell me nothing. Can't nobody tell me nothing. Nobody can tell me nothing. You got what are you supposed to call them? Little people? Yeah, you got little people out here that are getting married as well too and having kids in relationship. If they can find love, it ain't impossible. Ain't nothing impossible. Let me tell you that. I put it to you like that. D Money said, I got feet and armpit pics for sale if anybody's interested. That's crazy. Eric said, look, you are the only one to disqualify yourself or disqualify a man. We are just people. Yes, I will have a preference, but I will not try to be vain and superficial. Be you and do you. That's facts. That's facts. Sham said, I think it's about who you're going for or to give a chance. If you're hung up too much, then yeah, it's harder to meet people. Keep an open mind, and it's a different world. That's true. To be said, I've seen overweight guys married, who really out here marrying overweight women. Tippy, have you ever? There's a TV show. What was it? My 600-pound or 1,000-pound life. Yeah, those women have full-on boyfriends. What was that one woman named Mama June? She got a full family. She had a full family. It is not impossible at a point in time, or even still at this point in time. Lizzo, I think, has a boyfriend. So yeah, it is not. And like I said before, looking at Lizzo was attractive. Lizzo has never. The only thing it was just like, yo, she worked on her weight. You look at Lizzo now, it's like, Lizzo, what's happening? What is going on? Looking great. Like I said, she is working on herself. Like whatever she was going through or had to fight internally, she is winning that battle. And you can see Lizzo really coming forward and pushing directly through. So, just putting that, directly out there. To be said, I hear you, Seiji, and I agree with you. OVO said, he said Megan lost a lot of endorsed deals because of the relationship. I hope their marriage works out here because she ruined her career. No, at the end of the day, she's a woman. And there's always grace directly for a woman. There's a lot of women in Hollywood that have dated guys who are way worse, that are not even close to Jonathan. They've done things in a whole nother universe. But then the moment in time that those women are gone from those guys, to divorce or not in a relationship, people are like, oh, we feel sorry for you, when's your next movie, all this other. It's a whole press tour and everything like that, and then people move that to the side and it's on to the next one, and then their career is jump started and all this other type of stuff. And the other thing too about Megan Good is the fact that Megan Good is beautiful. Now in Hollywood, usually when somebody is looking real old, past time, it's like, yeah, your clock is ticking. Like they're not going to be sitting up there hiring you because you don't have that appeal. Megan Good has that appeal. You can throw her in a lot of movies to be the interest or the love interest or whatever it is, or whatever side character, however you want to sit up and do it. You can throw her in movies. Guys are still going to sit up there and find her attractive because she is attractive. But like Jonathan Majors, stated, like she is really holding that dude down. She is really supportive of him when the whole world pretty much left him for dead. She was the one that was really in his corner, that showed up to the courts and everything like that, still speaking positively for him, still holding his hand, still holding him down. Like I said, that's dope. That is 100% dope. And I hope, no, I'm not gonna say hope. I wish the best when it deals with the success and everything that they will get in the future, because it is deserved. Because like I said, when it's any other couple out here doing some crazy stuff, everybody's loving them. They're giving whatever condolences and, oh, I hope you guys work through it. Like I said, there's a lot of black toxic couples out here where people be like knock down, drag out, all this other type of stuff. And I see fields of women be like, oh, I hope you guys can work it out for the sake of the child. Like, I really liked you guys like 2 years ago. I think you guys can work. Like, I'll see women sit up and say, like, I hope that works out. But when it's Jonathan Majors, people are like, oh, no, we can't do that. But I'm like, you just watch this rapper flatline this woman on the floor in front of the kids. And you're like, oh, man, I'm sorry that the couple got to go through this. And I hope y'all can work through it. Huh? You're not telling her to run? That's crazy. That's crazy. But when it deals with Megan Good and Jonathan Majors, everybody's like, oh, no, she needs to sit up and run. That's some crazy work. That's crazy. Diabolical. Rabbit said, how do I send you a video in Discord? You need to know about the stuff between into the hospital because the text he sent. I mean, you can take a screenshot and you can send it. You can do it that way, or you can send it directly to the email, SEIJIHITO@gmail.com. You can, do it either which way. But yeah, they allow you to upload stuff on Discord. I think it might have to be like less than like 25 megabytes or something like that, but what? Let me see. I don't even know what that one needs. Tippy says you come on. That's not love. That's love for fame. I mean, people look at love different ways. A lot of women look at money as a form of love, right? If a dude can deal out protections and stuff like that, provisions, that's love. That speaks love directly to a lot of women. It's like, oh, he's willing to spend this money. He really loves me, and stuff like that. So it depends on what people's perception is. But that's what I was saying before. Like whatever a woman categorizes as love, she can go out there and directly find it. Guys can't do that. That's just not, it's not in the card for guys. That is not in the card for guys. D Money said facts. That girl that convicted her boyfriend to do that to her parents was able to find love twice after getting out of jail. Yeah. Tippy said Lizzo is rich. That's why he's going for her. If dude really loved her, he wouldn't have herself out in public like that. Well, Tippy, this is the thing though. A lot of women on social media have specifically said that they don't dress for the view of men. They dress for themselves. And a lot of women have also stated that even if they are married or in a relationship, a man cannot tell them how it is to dress or how it is that they should leave out the house. Because remember what the women say? Women were like, hey, we're not your property. You can't order us and specifically tell us these things. So at this moment in time, this is why you got a lot of women out here doing what it is, dressing how it is that they want to sit up and dress. Like I said, it is what it is. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. I can give out warnings. I can tell people how you got nefarious individuals out here that don't mean you no good. I can show the fact that you'll have nefarious guys out here that are criminal minded. I can also show you the fact that you got women out here who are criminal minded, and they'll be criminal minded because they're jealous of another woman and how it is that she looks and how it is that she can obtain attention. And within that, jealousy will turn rage, and within that rage will turn violence. And a lot of times then that violence will turn into murder. So, I can show that directly from, both angles, and I can position that directly in front of women, be like, hey, maybe you shouldn't dress this way. And I'll get told to shut up, stop trying to control, stop being an oppressor. You don't have ownership and, that type of stuff. So, like I said, at this moment in time, hey, it is what it is. Whatever women want to sit up there, it was whatever women want to wear. Trust me, I'm on X all the time, and there's a lot of women out here that are pretty much naked. All intents and purposes. And like I said, it is what it is. It is what it is. Somebody said Elon Musk is racist, and aren't you racist? I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what you're talking about. He said Elon Musk studied in South Africa and suffered racism for being white. What do you say about this? What do you say about the apartheid that took place in South Africa by way of the white Afrikaners, the Boers directly there, the Dutch people that naturally were not there, were immigrants onto a land of which was not theirs, that they have no lineage on, where they own the greater majority of the farmland, while the actual Africans own the smallest percentage. What about that? What do you say about that? I guess we're even, huh? Okay. Let me keep going. Let me see. Eric said, man, Jonathan Majors. Jonathan was awesome in that movie. I still got to watch that. Yo, Priya, if you want to talk about Elon Musk, you want to turn Elon Musk into a victim, no problem. You're free to sit up there and do that. But also, while you bring it up, talk about the history of the apartheid and tell me who started that. Since you want to talk about people being racist to Elon Musk because he's white. I'll wait. Like I said, y'all always talk about everybody else being victims, But then when nobody's focused on you, now it's like, oh, but Elon Musk, he was in South Africa and he was bullied for being white. What do you have to say about that? What do you have to say about the things that the government was doing and the type of slave labor that the apartheid was making sure that transpired, on top of basically putting these people into a type of poverty and shanty ish, type of towns? Like, it was diabolical work. Like, you literally was over there taking land and then you relocated people onto land which you thought was suitable, which didn't have nothing on it, and you forced them to try to just build something up. Crazy work when they already had some stuff established. Crazy work. Crazy. Some kids said hopefully Trump rebuked that Elon demon, knowing the part in Chauvin would be his underdog. Tippy said, LOL, I've seen a lot of Marvel movies, but not that one. Shem said, Shem was like, who just jumps into the live and just talks about the title? We're not even discussing Elon anymore right now. Stay on the topic. Don't be stupid. It's crazy. Like if this person really wanted to talk about the whole thing dealing with Elon, they could just go back to the start of the stream, and that's where that directly is. You can argue with the past Seiji from 3+ hours ago, right? You can do that one. Sunkit said, we hate those who believe that they can mistreat us. Eric said, the problem is we hold ourselves accountable so hard, but when MAGA, they can excuse so much. Black folks, we can cancel someone faster than any other culture. Sham said, at least listen first. Priya, to see what the topic is about before you look foolish. In my opinion, pardoning Chauvin, and showing him any support was stupid on Elon's part. Yeah. Yep. Yo, we gotta stand up. What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love. Timmy said that's crazy to pardon him. We've all seen the video. You said I'm talking about the racism that Elon Musk suffered. Don't you understand his side? What are you even talking about? Like, now Elon is a billionaire and he's a victim. That doesn't work. That doesn't, like, are you crazy? How can you call, even during let's say like that did happen, right? He was still richer than 90+% of the South Africans there. This dude was going to like private, like, this dude literally got servants, and you're talking about, oh, he was a victim of racism. He was made fun of and picked up. He's a billionaire. Even as a child, he was wealthy and privileged. I read that off in the article that they have up there. Even one of the people that went to school with them stated that. Like, what are we talking about here? Now a billionaire is a victim of racism? Come on now, brother. Come on. You said today white people suffer apartheid in South Africa. You don't know what you're talking about. I literally went over the laws and the rules that y'all had during the apartheid, and I went through each and every single one of them, and I read them out verbatim as they were listed. And I also showcased parts of a documentary. And you're trying to tell me that I don't know what it is that I'm even referring to when I talk about the apartheid. I spent over 30+ minutes literally doing this and reading information that I educated myself about, found out about, and was trying to deliver the same education and findings directly to other people that may not have known. Okay, whatever it is. Like I said, you just want to sit up there and argue, no problem. White people today in South Africa are victims. All right, cool, you got it. Next, what are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about now? Like I said, I'm at the same amount. I'm at the same point where white people normally tell black people, stop being victims. I'm over it. I'm over this talking about slavery, talking about reparations. Let's just move on. Let me pull some of the main quotes from other people. I don't see color. What was that, press? I don't see color, so I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what a victim looks like. Tell me what a victim is. What color would a victim specifically be? Because isn't everybody victims? Why would it only be just like one person that's a victim? Well, because he's white, he has to be a victim. Like, Sam said he didn't suffer any racism. That man was a billionaire, and apartheid ended the late 1990s and early 2000s. That man was already doing major business deals. Yep. Eric said, don't get me started with the Dutch. Leopold was worse than him. And Zaire now the DR Congo, but hey, it was black people. It doesn't count as an atrocity against humanity. That's facts. That is facts. Mike said, bro hating because Elon Musk works harder than him. What? Do y'all even read what it is that y'all write before y'all write it? Elon is a billionaire because of the leverage of his family, and the leverage of his family came by way of the stolen land of the South African people. That's just like in the United States, how a lot of white folks got old money, and they got that because of slavery in the land that they stole. That's, so let's not act like people got it directly from the muscle, like they got it directly from the mud. Let's not do that. let's not sit up there and do that. Come on now. Let's not play these games. Let's at least be honest. Let's be honest. Jessica said, so if you have money, people can't be racist against you. What does money have to do with racism? Are y'all even from America at this moment in time? Because it's crazy. Like, anytime I sit up there and ask y'all to tell me how, like I said, because y'all want to use Elon for an example, right? No problem. So how, as a black American, could I be racist? Like, what is it, Jessica Martinez? So obviously you're Hispanic. How could I, Jessica? This is specifically for you. How could I be racist towards you, champ? As a black man in America, how could I be racist towards you? And I want you to also know, Miss Martinez, that your people are the ones that voted Trump and Elon directly in office, and your people are the exact same ones that voted to get your people, your family, and others directly out of this community, no matter if they were doing good, bad, or whatever. Because like I said, I just read off a story dealing with like a family that wasn't doing nothing illegal, nothing wrong at all, but y'all voted for Trump, and y'all basically voted to get them out of there and send them, right back to South America. Crazy work. Crazy work. D Money says, so Elon is above me being made fun of. Blue Creek said he better not mess with oh, you were like one of those trolls. No problem, got you. Mike said it's 1,000 times harder to be a billionaire than a millionaire. Who cares? His dad was a millionaire. Like I said, people just don't like to look at how things basically started off. The hardest way of being a millionaire is being black. Let's just try that. How many black billionaires can you sit up there and list versus how many white? Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Priya said, you only look at one side of the story and play the victim. You literally came up here talking about Elon as a victim of racism and apartheid, but you're talking about I'm playing victim? Are you stupid? The project, dude, we got you in 4K. Like, this is you. Like, what are we even talking about right now? This is crazy work. So because I don't agree with you, now I'm playing victim. Okay, you got it. Whatever demon that you need, just to say what the name is. You got it. Eric said Elon's old brother said, bro, we did wrong and we're illegals. Elon's daughter just said that man is bad. Hey, they're gonna say like that's liberal news. That's fake news. That's all they're gonna sit up and say. They're gonna say that Elon's family and friends were paid by Obama in order to put that message out. That's what people are gonna do. They're gonna say that those people are anybody against Elon is obviously for Black Lives Matter. Like I said, they're gonna say a whole bunch of stuff. Crazy work. Tippy said it's not their land, and that would be funny if Africans tell white people in Africa to go back to their country. Oh yeah, they're not gonna do that. They'll destroy the land before they ever do that. Let me see. You said as much as you said, who cares? There's not as much racist people than before. Just love your neighbor. You wouldn't understand because racism can hide. Racism can be covert. Like, that's the craziest thing, how a lot of people who never faced anything will sit up there and try to tell another group of people like, oh, the racism that you're talking about, that was in the past. Like, that's not, today. Look at all the black people in NBA. Look at the NFL. Look at the millionaires, and even a few billionaires that you got. If white people were really racist, then we would have been stopped you guys a long time ago. But y'all ain't the ones that's in control of all that stuff, right? So, okay. All right. Yeah. It's crazy work. That is crazy work. River said, if I was a billionaire, I would not care what people say or think about me. I'm broke and yet I don't care. Okay. Kevin A said, I love being Hispanic. I just grabbed my popcorn. Jessica said, every race has endured racism. That's not what I asked you. I said specifically, Miss Martinez, how is it? Because you wanted to say that, people can be racist. All right, no problem. We can go directly on it. I said how I, as a Black American, can be racist to you, Miss Martinez, which your people are the same ones overwhelmingly who voted Trump directly into office. Like, the craziest part is y'all pop up here in the conversation and y'all know how it is that y'all voted, or your family or your coworkers, and y'all just stand idly by and y'all just stay silent. Because before the election, y'all was all dancing maracas, bongos, and all this other type of shit. I will vote for Donald Trump. Y'all were doing all of this stuff. Y'all were holding up like these large banners, all this other type of stuff. And then once he got into office with his administration, it went dead silent. All of that celebration, all of those banners, it ceased to exist because now ICE is showing up. So yeah, that's a little bit crazy. That's crazy how that worked. Crazy. And like I said, I tried to warn people like, hey, if you happen to vote for this, this is going to negatively impact your people. You don't want this to specifically happen because it's going to be bad. It is going to be bad. And here we are. It's looking bad. Like some people not even sitting up there going to work. Like, even back when I was working at Whole Foods, like, I was working with some people that I know specifically didn't have papers. But I'm like, yo, I was cool with them. I ain't had no problems. Like, we were sitting up there all working at nights. When food would sit up there and get ordered, hey, I'm sitting up there sharing with them. If it was time for us to start work and the bakery was shutting down and whatnot, and before they got done throwing away the food from that day, they would sit up there and save the food directly for us, right? And we would all, sit up there and have something to eat, small conversation, and we would sit up there and work. Like I said, I had people that I work with, I ain't specifically had no problems with. But I can tell you, by the time that this whole thing with this administration took place, those people are probably no longer working there. And there's nothing that Whole Foods could do to sit up there and help them out. They probably gone. So, like I said, crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Eric B said, quote unquote, I don't see color. I have a Black friend. Yep. Mo said the Bermuda Triangle was full. Looks as if they're still. Bria said Elon Musk did much more for Black people than you. What Black people are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Because there was a Black worker that sued Tesla for discrimination. What are we talking about here? Who are you? Are you stupid? You have to be kidding me. What has Elon Musk done for the whole of the Black community? Let me know. Because I'm not seeing nothing. Because I'm a Black American right now talking to you live in the flesh. What has he done? Let me know. You're like, oh, Elon has done a lot more for Blacks than you've ever done. Okay. I probably got more Black friends and family than Elon. Elon got Black servants. You see the difference? You see the difference? All right. And the craziest part is, like, I don't need to sit up there and prove what it is that I've done for Black people because I've already performed those actions and still perform those actions still to this day. Like I said, I don't have to do that. It's other people that have to try to sit up there and prove something that, oh, they're not racist, they're not this, they're not that. I don't have to sit up there and prove none of that. That's a burden on them. So yeah, it'd be like that. Lucas said his family is rich because of blood diamonds. Bars. Let me see. Duke said you vote for the Great White Hope and his cabinet of Avengers because he's going to make America great again. Shame. Peter said they are not allowed to be there. Sham said no, he has not. Okay, you're talking about him. Eric M said money has nothing to do with racism. Institutions made by white folks have everything to do with racism. Ask Kanye. Peter said they should just have come here legally. Yeah. Sun Kiss, yo, what is up? Eric said, ask yourself, what does it take to become a billionaire? Yeah, that's a great question. Because if the answer was grand, everybody be basically doing it. But obviously it's more than meets the eye. Transformers. Dun. Sham said majority of his staff he has hired is also not black, and the massive layoffs he caused through Doge not only hurt black people but white people too. Peter said there are tons of wealthy black people. What are you talking about? Did you not just hear what? No. I specified. I said versus the billionaires out here. How many black billionaires do you have in comparison to how many white billionaires? Take your time. That's what I said. You're talking about wealthy. I'm not talking about just like in general, just money. I'm talking about money with a B in front of it. What is it? It's always impressed me that the magnanimity guys like you have for such fools keeps me humble. I'm not even sure who you're directly talking about. Paul said Elon Musk's dad had a baby with a woman who he was seeing her mother when he was 4. His whole family is jacked. Yeah. Yep. David says, suck it up. What happened? Stop taking your protein. I don't even know what you're even talking about there. Sounds stupid. D Money said, how do we get here? We're talking about relationships, and somewhere we took a hard turn down Elon because you got dummies, directly decided like, oh, let me start talking about Elon. He's the victim. That type of thing. David said, way better, my friend. What diet did you do? What are you? You're just talking to yourself right now. Let me tell you something. D Money said, Trump glazing is one thing, but Elon glazing is something else. Yeah, it is. That is crazy. Luke said, what do you want him to do? Are you talking about Elon or me? What else we got? Let me see. More than one black American has sued Tesla for racism at the workplace. Yep. Yo, Afronaut, what is up? Some kids said they don't see color. Lies. It was like, it was like, go to sleep forever. Somebody got banned into the shadow realm. Let me see. So like I said, Elon doesn't do anything to support reparations. So how is he helping us? Yeah, that's facts. Luke says so much hate at the end of the day. Well, at the end of the day, they want you all. I ain't trying to hear this, dog. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I ain't trying to hear this. Like, I get tired of like people coming to black people when black people are like, yo, we're tired of like everything going on. We're going to close ranks. We're just going to focus in on ourselves. Here y'all come in talking about like, oh, why are you guys so segregationist? Why you guys want segregation back? Why aren't you guys happy with integration? Why are you guys being so divisive? And Why are you trying to stay to yourselves? That's racist. Dog, we ain't trying to hear this. We ain't trying to hear it. It don't matter which way black people have moved in America. It's magically always been a problem for everybody. Like that's the crazy. I've never seen this happen with any other group out here in the United States. Because when we had segregation, you didn't see the Asians saying nothing. You didn't see the Hispanics saying nothing. You didn't see the Cubans saying nothing. You didn't see the Africans saying nothing, or if they even were here, or the Caribbean. Like, you didn't see no other groups out here saying nothing when segregation was happening and when black people get mistreated. It wasn't up until black people stood up and started saying something that now everybody else want to try to pick a side. Like, come on, man. I get tired of y'all talking this kumbaya. We're all one human, God's people. Like, that's crazy to me. Like I said, y'all can obviously feel in y'all core that something is happening, that something is about to go down, and y'all like, yo, we really gonna need some help. We really got to close some. Like, there's a type of fear that is happening right now. Of the reason why I've been seeing so many comments where people have been trying to tell me like, oh, we're all God's people, and no, I ain't trying to hear it. I ain't trying, because I put it back to the main point of when it dealt with the pandemic and when it dealt with any of the protests that black people were doing out here across the United States. None of y'all were sitting up there trying to give me any of this nonsense talking about we all God's people, we're all one, we all bleed the same, this is all America, y'all wasn't saying none of that. Y'all weren't saying none of that. Y'all wanted people to get thrown in jail. Y'all wanted people to get locked away for treason. Y'all wanted people to get shipped back to Africa. Like, it was all types of crazy stuff. And now y'all want to come up here out the blue trying to tell me some other type of, man, keep that to yourselves. That's crazy. That is 100% crazy. Talking about so much hate. I wonder who started the whole thing with hate. Who started that? Like I said, nobody ever wants to go to the whole thing, like the problem, Nobody ever wants to go to, the actual core of the situation. People just want to, oh, there's so much hate out here. We just got to stop this. We all got to see each other as no. Go to the source. In order to get rid of the problem, if there's hate, right? If there's so much hate out here, what's your name, Luke? Let me go. Yeah, Luke. If there's so much hate out here, go to the source of the hate. If you want to fix it, if there's cancer, go to the source of the cancer. Right? Don't just look at the cancer like, oh, there's so much cancer directly out here. We just got to sit up there and cut it out. You can't cut out cancer if you don't remove the source. So if you don't change your diet, if you don't treat your body a certain type of way, guess what? Whatever you cut away is going to grow back even bigger and it's going to spread. So what was the use of sitting up there cutting it out because you didn't deal with the source? That's the main thing. If the body is sick, you have to look at the source of why the body is sick. What is the intake? What is the diet? What is the health? Where is the water? Where is the alkalinity of the blood? Like we got to look at those things. We got to analyze those things to basically figure out, okay, we got to, switch a couple of knobs somewhere around here to basically fix this. If you ain't about sitting up there doing none of that, please save all of that stuff talking about like God, we the people, we're all save that. Like I said, we ain't trying to hear that. We are not, and especially me, I'm not trying to hear. Now I'll sit up there and tell you straight up, directly right to you. Hearing the voice, I ain't trying to hear none of that. I ain't trying to hear nothing. Sean said he won't steal anything because he's on camera. Turn off the camera to see what you get. I don't even know who you're even talking about. Like I said, don't even specify. Y'all just writing just nonsensical stuff. V said, Maine, too late. Elon brought the presidency. Trump is just a patsy. Maine Arbor said, Democrats passed Jim Crow laws. What does that mean to me? I don't care about Democrats or Republicans. So what are we talking about now? The problem is the government. What are we talking about now? Who owns the government? Who pays for the government? Who are in the seats of the government? What are we talking about now? Are we going to get to the core of the problem? No, we're not. You're just going to be like, oh, but the Democrats, they were the ones that set up there. They're the real racists. You guys need to come to the Republican Party. Come on, dog. Like I said, y'all don't even want to look at the actual problem. Y'all ain't trying to do that. Y'all just saying all of this Waverly Lane type of stuff, just like waving wands and hoping hootie, woody woo, and hoping and stuff disappears. Like, what are we doing? Time to Stand said, why does Black Lives Matter only when cops harm them, but Black lives don't matter? Yeah, that's how I know that y'all don't listen to nothing. Y'all just appear and disappear at any point in time. I'm not about to rehash it because I understand ignorance and stupidity. And I'm just waving back and forth, trying to figure out why do y'all regurgitate the exact same thing, knowing that 20 people in front of you already said the same thing. Crazy work. Shout out to the trolls though. Love y'all though. The real MVPs. Eric said, bro, bring back segregation. Maybe us Black folks will have some peace. It's exhausting trying to live and be something we don't understand as Black folks. D Money said they act like Black people just woke up one day and decided to hate white people. Yeah, it's crazy work. It's crazy work. Sunkiss said integration was a clear fail. Even MLK was going to say that too. Tippy said they want to say, okay, we started the hate, but move on. Let it go and let's help each other. Yeah, that's crazy. Maine said, I agree. The problem is the government, but who runs the government? We got to keep going. We got to go to the source of the problem. The government is a body, or at least a part of a body. So, what's running directly through the cells? What's the cholesterol basically looking like? Right? What's the pH level of the blood? What's the salt intake directly look like? What's the vitamins looking like? Like we gotta keep sitting up there going until we get to the source. But like I said, y'all ain't trying to do that. Y'all ain't really trying to go to the source because it's beneficial. Because y'all know what it is. Because if you get rid of the source, then it's like, now we got a problem. Now everything that we're in a sense doing ain't really going to work the way that it should be, because now we got to really treat people as we treat ourselves. Like I said, people ain't ready for that. People ain't ready to do that. It's crazy work. Joshua said the real racists worry about others being racist. You are ignorant. I mean, if you're directing that towards me, I guess. whatever. It takes one to know one. I don't know what to tell you. Chevelle said crying over a white dude who isn't even racist is corny. I'm not even sure who you're even talking about. Who are you talking about who's crying? Like I'm that's crazy. So Main Harbor said the deep state. Okay. So when we look at the face of the United States, who represents the United States government? Take your time. Take your time. And I'm not talking about Democrat or Republican. I'm talking about the actual people that are in those seats, that are in the Congress, that are in the Senate, that are at the heads of all of these judge seats across the United States, who are the heads of all of the police, who are the head of the military, and so on and so on and so on, who are also the largest drug dealers in the United States. Take your time. Chris said, "What's up, everybody? What's happening?" Dianese said, "High school cafeteria was like jail, the TV show. Everyone had their cliques. When we wanted to take care of our own, there was a problem." Yeah. Tippy said, "Did they help Khalif Browder? But no, but let's help each other." Yeah. Eric said, "Bro, are you in the healthcare because you break down the cholesterol levels and the pH levels of our nation, and it is bad, and the vitals are bad. We got cancer." No, I'm not. I just, look at a little bit of stuff, here and there. Like I said, I ain't the smartest crayon in the box, not the sharpest tool directly out there, you know. Luke said, "My generation didn't start the hate. I don't care about color. Of course, morals and standards are what matters. Didn't mean to piss you off, mate." So you're over there. You're over there from yonder. You're across the pond. You're either from the UK or you're over there in Australia. Those are preferably the two main people that I know that says say mate. I'm not sure about Canadians, but I know either the UK or Australia. D Money said Spaniards. Tippy said white man. D Money said conquistadors. Main Arbor said we have a 3-state system. You said you said presidential, senatorial, and okay, let me just make it very simple. The main people who are in the seats of office and who also run the financial systems are white. They are Caucasian. They are European descendants. They are Christian or pagans or atheists. Those are the people that I'm talking about. The people that are not indigenous to North America. Those are the people that run the nation. Like I'm not sure how it is that we got to go through this long thing in order to get to the general source of how a lot of these things take place, right? So it's great. You're saying that you don't sit up there and see color, right? That's cool. But what about the people that you just so happen to know throughout your family, throughout your lineage and your neighbors and the other people surrounding the town and outwardly and so on and so on and so on? What about the people in sundown towns and whatnot or whatever? What about the people that still hold on to relics of the past, such as, the 1940s, high segregation, taking out, black people from city to city, town to town? Like, and then those people are still holding on to those relics are the same ones that go into police. They go into the medical field by way of nurses, doctors, surgeons, EMTs. They go in directly into the judicial system where you got, lawyers, you got DA, you got prosecutors, right? You also got the police, you got the military, every single facet. These people have ancestors of which I can sit up there and show you pictures in a book. I have to block out some stuff, but I got pictures directly in a book of fields of white folks. I'm talking about, in some instances, hundreds of white folks from these towns watching something happen to a black individual, and they're just sitting there pointing and they're smiling and laughing, and they got the whole family. I'm talking about they got all the kids there. They got the husband and the wife. They got their sister, their brother, and their uncles, their grandfather, their parents. They got the rest of the town from way over. Like I said, all of this history is still present and is still there. It's just not out there in the open. It's hidden, just like in Facebook groups that I've told people about before. and other groups that are directly online, closed off groups that are locked down, where they make sure to get specific people that think just like them in those groups so they can share all of these images of all of these historical heinous acts that have taken place to Black Americans, where they can laugh about it, cheer about it, toast about it, and all this other type of stuff, and hope that a time will come where they can proceed to do the exact same things as what happened in the past, aka making America great again. But it be like that. You said, and Get Down said, bro, can you cry harder? I guess you're going to be crying harder when a lot of your kids are no longer in existence because of the legal drugs and narcotics that Big Pharma is able to sell by way of the government of which you voted for. Good luck. Whatever God that you have is probably not going to have mercy on your soul, if you even believe in one. Good luck. Because I've been watching and seeing y'all cry directly online about your kids and your families breaking down. I've been seeing that, and I've been making sure to play a tiny little violin every single time I happen to watch it. And y'all say the exact same thing that y'all clown Black people for. Oh, he was a good kid. You say the same thing about your drug addict kids. Oh, he was a good kid. He was a straight A student. I don't know how he got hooked up on these narcotics. We didn't raise him that way. He was a. Oh yeah, I bet he wasn't. I bet he wasn't. It's crazy work. Well, those be the breaks. Those be the breaks. It's tough life out here. Let me tell you, tough life out here. Can't spare any tears. I can drink them though, like this Coke, but I can't spare any. Maybe if I was white, I'll be able to cry, but I'm not. So, it'd be like that. I'll be able to wipe my tears with money, but can't do that. Henrietta said, "Tell it, bro. You better listen to the real truth." Tariq said, you're going with the whole Bible thing. Maine said, what about the Irish? You could buy multiple Irish slaves for the price of a Black slave. Now, I'm glad that you brought up the Irish, and I'm glad you guys like to bring up the Scottish, right? Because anytime Black people bring up slavery, your gotcha moment is like, oh, but we were slaves too. I've never in life ever walked through any history class or been to any school or college where white people were like, hey, we were slaves too. That's not something that white people really claim, because y'all guys are normally saying that, oh, Black people, you're the victims, you're always going to be the slaves. We're the only ones that do it. But for whatever reason, I guess you guys are feeling left out. So you're like, oh, but what about the Irish? What about indentured servitude? When you willingly get fresh off the boat from Ireland or Scotland, wherever it is that you came from over yonder in Europe, and you come directly to the United States to run from your country, and you come here as a European, you decided to sign up. You signed a contract for somebody to work for them while getting paid for 7 to 12 years, whatever it was. And then after that, you were good. It was a partnership that y'all made with Europeans, with whites and Europeans. Black people didn't make that partnership. We didn't have that deal. Like, what about that do y'all not get? And then on top of that, if it was really that much importance that y'all were slaves, guess what? You would have actually talked to the government to fix that situation and that problem. And you would have made sure to actually have some museums erected in order to highlight the plight that your people went through. But like I said, y'all don't really care. You just bring it up because Black people are talking. When Black people don't talk about slavery reparations, everybody's quiet. When Black people's not talking about injustice dealing with the police or the government, everybody's quiet. When Black people ain't talking about the horrendous history of the United States, everybody's quiet. But the moment in time that Black people start speaking up about something, here comes everybody else. And I'm like, where did y'all come from? Because y'all didn't care about none of this. Y'all were just going around minding y'all business, doing all this other type of stuff. But yet here we are. My people were slaves too. It's crazy work. Celtic said Europeans were slaves to, hold on, let me go back there. You said they were slaves to, literally Slavic means enslaved. That's where Slavic comes from, the Barbary pirates. We're talking about the United States. We're talking about the United States. Can we stay on topic? Anybody stay on topic? Anybody know? River said, I took photography class and I did some volunteer work for an art center. The beautiful photos I've seen over the years, the photos of them in the 1800s. Neil said, and you changed the Irish for, wait. He said, and you charge the Irish for their privileges of renting your equipment, buying your merchandise, paying your mortgage, and actually the comments removed, I can't read it. And using your doctors. Right. Celtic said you're clearly forgetting about the Barbary Wars, which were over white people being enslaved. I'm clearly talking about the United States. What about that? Do people not get? I'm clearly sticking directly to the United States. Somebody decided to bring up the Scots and they wanted to bring up the Irish, of which those things happened in the United States. I'm dealing with United States history. I'm dealing with people who came over to the United States. I'm not dealing with anything happening over there, Middle East, Africa, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. Go over there and deal with the African government. If you care so much about the Barbary trade and how it is that Europeans were basically treated, go talk to the African government about that. But you're going to have to stand in line because the Africans have to talk to the Europeans about all of these slave treaties and different things that they've been doing, stealing resources and everything like that over the millennia or whatnot or whatever. So, like I said, you're talking to the wrong person. If you care so much about your people, go talk to the African government, but you won't do that. So this is why you're here. Right? So Sham said, yes, as long as they paid off their debt, they were able to be free. Also, they weren't worked like slaves. Equally, they could marry out of their debt. Nothing like chattel slavery. Facts. Celtic said it's still the same thing as slavery, dude. It doesn't matter. Who cares? It will both of it was bad. Who cares? Who's the bigger victim? Like I said, you consider like I said, y'all want to bring up these whataboutisms, and then when people say something, they're like, oh, who really cares? Who really suffered more? Obviously you, because you wanted to bring up something and try to, stand on a soapbox to do a comparison and try to, oh, but me too, we don't got time for that. we are not doing the same thing that white women set up there and did directly in the United States. The Me Too, we're not doing that. We're not doing the Me Too movement. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Like I said, if you got a problem specifically about what it is that you're talking about, go talk to the African government. Go talk to the Arabs about that. You ain't about to do it though. So how much do you really care? Because black people have been talking to the United States government about this. So like I said, we're also committed to those actions in a multitude of ways. Y'all not about that life. So what are we talking about here? Like I said, we got two different groups of people. One that literally acts on what it is that they're talking about and mean what they say, while white people just want to bring up stuff just to throw some stuff in the air, to deflect, distract. That's crazy. D Money said, and if you were really slaves like you say you were, you would get your reparations. That's facts. Celtic said, because a lot of times a lot of black people misrepresent history and don't look at the bigger picture. Oh my God. Now y'all want to talk about bigger pictures. Y'all didn't care about the bigger picture when it dealt with humanity. Oh, so let me go back to the main thing that white people like to bring up. They're like, oh, but blacks sat up there and sold slaves over there in Africa. Your tribes and chiefs sold you out. Yada. Okay, fine, no problem. Cool. We got that. But who sat up there and told you to take your European self directly over there to Africa and be like, oh, well, when in Africa, do as the Africans do? Who told you to do that? But y'all supposed to be the same ones to sit here and tell me right now that all people are all people. Everybody should be treated like human beings. We're all one. We're all God's children. Obviously not. Obviously not. But like I said, y'all want to focus on that. The men said, how much do black people know about slavery? Well, you got a lot of black people around the United States that know quite a bit about slavery, some of which, such as Officer Haku, aka Brandon V. World, who has traced his lineage back to around, what was it, like the 17 or 1800s. So he can more than likely tell you quite a bit about slavery. You also have some elders in the black community right now who actually worked plantations. So I'm a little bit confused. Like, if people really wanted to know about this, you could actually listen to the recordings or the writings of the elders who were around during that time that can tell you about the atrocities and everything that took place. But y'all ain't really about that life. Y'all just want to sit up there and bring up some stuff thinking that don't nobody got to answer. There's a multitude of sources and places that you can go. Y'all opt not to do it, even though you're literally online. It's crazy work. It's crazy. What is it? Carnelian said Europeans were enslaved by Arabs, not our business. Rabbit said, White people can't stay on topic. Yep. Celtic said yes, but it happened throughout history. Why ignore it when it still happens in Africa? Nobody ignores what's taking place in Africa. Black Americans have spoken out about it, and you've also had Africans that spoke out about it. So you got two groups who have literally gone through these things speaking about this, and you're talking about like, oh, why is everybody ignoring what's going on in Africa right now? What about caring about that? People do care. Y'all choose not to acknowledge that people are highlighting and actually caring. You only care when you want to try to prove some point as to say that, oh, y'all don't really care as much as y'all say, when realistically you're the ones projecting because you're not the ones that actually care. You just bring it up because you feel that it's going to really, dismantle whatever point that somebody's trying to make, and it doesn't. Like, you got RT News and many other world outlets that have covered this. Things from Japan, even some places, maybe in Europe. You got some Australian news that have covered this, African news that have covered this. What are we talking about? Like, y'all just be saying anything out here. Demon King said, did they become slaves when they got here or when your fellow Africans gave them away? Again, people that don't listen. Celtic said, but it's no longer happening in the United States, so you should be more worried about other Africans enslaving Africans. I can worry about human beings being enslaved because it's wrong to sit up there and do. Now, if I sit up there and tell you that I'm a Black American, I'm a Black American. You want to sit up there and say that I'm an African American. Elon Musk is an African American. He's a man, white, that was born in South Africa, who came over to America. He would be a African American. Somebody from Kenya, Zimbabwe, Ethiopia, right? Nigeria. Those are Africans coming to America. They would be African American. So I need people to actually understand what the difference would specifically be. But y'all ain't really trying to sit up there and do that, have that conversation. Like, y'all ain't ready for that yet. Because then that would also mean that you would have to admit that you've had indigenous people directly here and you decided to steal the land directly from them and their title in order to hide who it is that they actually are. But like I said, a lot of y'all know about it and a lot of y'all are ignorant about it because your people don't want to specifically tell you about the truth. Like I said, you got mounds and artifacts directly here. You got burial sites that are reflective of Egypt directly here. Sounds a little bit suspicious. You got sarcophagi or sarcophagus directly here. Sounds a little bit suspicious. You got hieroglyphics here. Sounds a little bit suspicious. You got areas of the Grand Canyon of which you cannot sit up there and go to. In the United States, you got areas that you cannot specifically go to because the government said that you can't go there. Sounds a little bit suspicious. But here we are. Here we are. But again, I'm sorry, I'm just a conspiracy theorist, like somebody said earlier. All the stuff I'm saying is like it's nonsensical. I don't got no proof of nothing. So it'd be like that. D-Money said exactly. Were the Irish slaves in America? Were the Scottish slaves in America? Sam said slavery was not abolished legally after the Civil War. In fact, there were slave plantations that did not free their slaves until 2 years after. Then you have slavery illegally happening in America. Yeah, like I said, they don't want to acknowledge that. Their main stepping point is like, oh, slavery was 400 years ago, to disassociate everything that has transpired. But realistically, slavery was only a few grandparents ago, like when it actually ended. Because some places in the United States, down south, we're still having people on plantations doing this and doing that and all this other type of stuff. But again, that would take for people to actually do their research and honestly look it up and honestly accept it. But people don't want to do it. Sham said, like recently, 2 white people adopted Black children and turned them into slaves. So no, slavery is not over. Celtic said, we already solved it because we defeated the Barbary pirates back in the 1800s. Okay, so if you abolished it and did right, you fought that and you won. So shouldn't you be going to those governments to get reparations for your people, for the many people that were, brought there, that were sold, that were traded, that were moved and stolen directly from their homes? Because that's what Black people are talking about. Like I said, if you actually really cared, the whole group of your Scottish and Irish people should be over there talking to the Arabs and Africans. But y'all ain't doing that. Y'all just only bring this up to be like, oh, well, this is what we did. And you don't see us talking about it type of tip. Like, that's some crazy stuff. That's crazy. Like I said, that's good. If you don't want to talk about it no more because y'all defeated whoever, that's cool. black people are still working on the system. Like I said, slavery never was abolished. Realistically, it just transferred into the jail and the prison system, the school to prison pipeline, right? Or what was the other one? The war on drugs, aka the war on blacks, right? That's what we had in order to get things moving into another direction, so that the people in order could still make their money the way that they were making it previously back in the past. I don't see nobody in America trying to specifically single out and target the Scottish and the Irish. Let me know. Let me know, because I don't hear nothing happening with the Scottish or the Irish communities. Last time I checked. Just saying. Crazy work. Neil said slavery was never abolished. Read the amendment. Gil said white folks will absolve themselves quicker than a New York minute. That's facts. Demon said, oh, so it's African culture to enslave. So whites are guilty for culture appropriation. Ah, dear Lord. Dear Lord. Celtic said, is slavery still happening in the United States? I just answered that. Eric said, when you don't learn from history, it repeats. Right now, fascism is repeating, and not just repeating, it's worse. Sham said, let's talk about the fact that black workers were forced to be enslaved anyways. After being freed, they still had to work for free from a corrupt plantation owner who stole wages. Yeah. Mo said the 13th Amendment is a trick bag. It's so-called abolished slavery while still allowing it. Yep. Celtic said the United States literally fought a civil war to free black people. What more payment than blood than you need than that? Are we just like lost here? So let me get this straight. Okay. So to absolve white people of what it is that took place and happened, they were like, okay, we got you. No problem, black folks. Slavery is wrong. We're going to sit up there and fight tooth and nail in order to dismantle this slavery, this evil slavery system that never should have happened. So you created something, and then at some random moment in time, because you just got the wisdom of God, you were like, yo, we got to fight this system that's been created by us and just get rid of it to have people treated as humans, right? So you fought yourself over a system of which you implemented and created, and then you list that to black people as if we should be thankful and tell you good job. How does that work? So that's like me thanking an arsonist for putting out a fire that he started. Huh? what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Like, that's wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. So they said nobody alive from the Civil War is around to name those people. That's cool, but you still got some elders in the black community who are like 83 and 90, and they can sit up there and tell you about plantations. So, okay, what we talking about now? Are you going to go listen to those elders? You're going to go sit down and have a conversation with them to learn some? No, you're not. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? You said, so are white people's there? Wait, what? How are you writing this? So are white people, there's plenty of white people in prison for crimes that they didn't commit. Okay, so who cares about that? Do white people actually care about that? No, they don't. Do you have like a whole field of white lawyers trying to just free all of the innocent white men out? No, they don't, because what has the system, the United States government, primarily told white people about prison and jails? That only and primarily black people commit crimes and are locked up. We are overrepresented, even though the mass majority of the population of the United States is white. But people always want to make it seem, oh, it's always blacks committing the crimes and drugs and this and that. So why are you sitting up here telling me that there's innocent white people? Why am I supposed to care about that? You're white. How did that happen? How did that happen? How did your own government set you, again, high IQs, right? How did a high IQ individual allow himself to be entrapped in a system of which was created by his own people? How does that work? That don't make sense. That don't make sense. So what, you got swindled by a swindler? Like, what are we saying? What are we saying? Like, it's crazy out here when black people point out a problem and we say that, yo, we're being victimized and whatnot or whatever. People tell us to shut up. But while telling us to shut up, then you got people like you Celtic talking about, oh, but white people are victims too. We're locked up for crimes that we didn't commit. You're locked up by your own people. How does that happen? Explain that to me. A system that was literally created, founded by your people, from Europeans. How do they decide to lock you up for a crime that you didn't? That don't make sense. Explain that to me. I'm waiting to hear those excuses. Eric said, news in America never covers the real news worldwide. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you got some stuff, like here and there, whatnot, or whatever. Sam said nobody has to be alive from the Civil War time. Their children are still alive and their grandchildren are still alive. It was only 2 generations ago. Stupid. The families are still alive. Tippy said they want to pardon Chauvin, but ignore the black men for nonviolent crimes and black men who didn't commit crimes. That's facts. Scarlett said, yes, I believe that. It's so many lies for thousands of years, Faison said, what blacks need to do is develop a hobby of reading books. The craziest part is black people, I even talked about the fact that back in the days of let's say the 70s and the 60s and so on, when black people actually had bookstores, magically these bookstores would get burnt to the ground. They would get flooded. They would get raided, especially during the time of the Black Panther Party when they actually had bookstores. The cops, for some odd reason, would continuously raid these places. And then they would board these places up, right? Because they would have to get boarded up because the door is busting in, the windows are broken, and all this other type of stuff. So then what would end up happening is that the same police that came through there would then come through there during the night, and they would decide to cut the cords on a lot of the water and whatnot, and they would allow the place to flood or they would burn it down. That's crazy. It's almost within the same instance as white people talking about, oh, why don't you black people build up some towns and cities since you don't want to be around white folks? Well, every single time we built those towns and cities, you know what you guys would do? You couldn't mind your own business. And you decided that instead of being by yourself and minding your own white business, you were going to come over to black neighborhoods and you want to start rampaging. You wanted to sit up there and start breaking down this, breaking down that, stealing this, burning this. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking like? The denseness out here. You talk about black people need to read. Crazy work. Crazy. Sam said my father was one of those people who was a slave on a plantation in America, a sugar plantation down in South Carolina. Those people still exist today. Sham, let me tell you, you can explain that to all the white people in this who are watching this live stream. They ain't trying to hear nothing. They don't care nothing about nothing. If it's not the history that they were indoctrinated by and learned, it's all meaningless. It's all they're gonna. Oh, it's fake news. It's fake news. What proof do you have? What proof do you have? You can show them 1,000 different types of proof. That's still not proof. Still, if this was really proof, how come nobody white wrote a book about it? How come they're not documentaries about this? Right? It's just gonna go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. Right? Drew said research like the facts that whites brought black slaves from black slavers. That kind of research. Okay. What do you want me to do with that? Because people do remember during slavery, in order for a lot of black people to actually get their people back, people had to, in a sense, own said plantation that they bought or whatnot or inherited from the slave master. And since they had ownership over that, they were then able to go and buy back their family. I guess people forgot about that though, right? That the many, tricks and whatnot that black people had to do in order to get their kids back, in order to get their families back. But y'all want to roll up here talking about, but you had black slave masters sitting up there selling blacks. Wow. Like, it's crazy work. Like, y'all really think that y'all are saying some stuff that black people don't know about. Like, this is crazy work. But y'all want to omit a whole bunch of other things directly within that. Craziness. Like I said before, y'all were the main ones sitting up there snatching freed blacks up north and bringing them down south. What are we talking about? Y'all are literally the original kidnappers. Like, what are we talking about? But y'all don't want to talk about that though. Y'all don't want to bring that up. Y'all want to deflect and try to go directly to something else. Like, what? Was Ali said, hello friend, how are you doing today? Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Timmy said, LOL, I guess blacks need to read the books that the whites wrote. Yeah, I guess that's what they're talking about, because those are the only books that matter, right? Something said, that those are all conspiracy theories, right? The Egyptians never made it over here, and the Native Americans were here long before Europeans ever made it. Oh boy. Woo! You know, the when they describe the Native Americans, they describe the Aboriginals, and they have a dark complexion. When I look at Native Americans, I'm not seeing dark, whatever. We're not even going to sit up there and do it. Like I said, whatever y'all want to sit up there and believe, it is whatever y'all want to sit up there and believe when it deals in, it is what it is. Because y'all the main ones, only ones out here that can come to a whole nother place, claim that you founded this place as if nobody lived here, try to send people into extinction so that you can take the name American, which does not describe you up until later, so that you can then have the name and ownership of the land. And I'm supposed to sit up there and listen to you telling me that, oh, all those things you list are actually conspiracies. And yeah, okay. So was the JFK, the whole thing with JFK, though, right? That was a conspiracy, right? That's what the government told you. Just like with UFOs, though, right? The government told you that was a conspiracy to believe in UFOs, right? Oh, 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 okay. The whole thing with Martin Luther King, that was a conspiracy, though, right? But the government told you don't believe it, but then the government are the same ones that did it. The same thing with Malcolm X and same thing with the Black Panther. Oh, okay. Right. Everything's conspiracy. It's not true. It's just hearsay. Oh, I got you. No problem. You got it. Sam said my father was able to escape because black farmers found out about him when he was visiting the plantation. He rescued my father, and yes, he had to escape having his life taken. It's facts. Scarlett said yes, and yes. Ali said, where y'all reading these comments from? It's from the other channel. I could just read it, all in one. Celtic said, so why don't you show you what? What specifically are you, quote unquote, as a grown adult, what do you want me to basically prove to you that you could go out there and actually prove to yourself being on a supercomputer, literally a smartphone, which more than likely, about at least 70-80% who happen to come upon this channel are using. If not, then the other percentage is using the tablet or a computer. So what can I do that you wouldn't be able to do with the devices that you have directly in front of you in your home? Let me know. And I can for sure say for certain that you're more than likely older than me. So what information could I actually give you that you're not properly educated about, that you could not look up yourself if you actually wanted said information? Let me know. River said a person cannot be born on two different continents on the same day and time, come out of the same mother's womb, pick a side, America or Africa. I am American. I'm not sure who you even direct that to. Scarlett said they have socially, psychologically, and physically imprisoned us. Celtic said no, because we already got the reparations in the 1800s. So what are you even talking about? If you sat up there and got reparations, then why are you even bringing this up? Like, that just made no sense. You're ridiculous. You said white people are in prison too, so I don't get your point. Jesus Christ, don't listen. Tippy said Toulouse survivors didn't get a dime, but Holocaust survivors got money along with others. That's true. Sham said, didn't nobody get no reparations in the 1800s? The reparations went to the slave owners. What history book did you read? You sound absolutely stupid. Barry Bonds said, I wish we could deport black people. I wish we can deport white people back to the Caucasus Mountains in Europe. So I guess we're even. I guess nobody's going nowhere, huh? Okay. Next, we got River said Elon is a true African American. He came from Africa, moved to America. Okay, class over. Scarlett said, I believe he's saying generally and overall, not a small majority or each of us, I guess. Eric said, taking off, brother, but I can't wait for the next live form. Thank you for the dialogue. No problem. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Celtic said, but you're acting like every single white person owns slaves. Where did I say? Like, that's the stupidest thing that I ever hear from white people. Y'all always want to sit up there and just overly generalize and not just focus in. Now, there's a difference. You have white people out here that, of course, were part of slavery, owned slaves, or had servants, different things like that. Within that, you had white people that knew what was going on and did not care. And then the little majority of white people, they were like, yo, this is wrong. We got to do something about it. So you got three sides to white people, two of which did not care. The lower half, the lower percentage was the ones that actually did something. But the craziest part is whenever we talk, about slavery, y'all want to sit up there and use that smaller percentage as some type of bodyguard and shield to say, like, oh, see, look at what all these white people. It wasn't you. It more than likely wasn't your ilk and your family. And even if it was, okay, I'm not going to clap it up for people that are fixing a problem that their own people created. Like, that don't make no sense. That's like me sitting up there looking for people to give me some type of clap or pat on the back because I cleaned up a backyard that I junkified. And now that I cleaned it up and made it into a nice backyard, I'm sitting up there looking for applause. That don't make no sense. That makes no sense. That's stupid. River said we can't have anything nice. Tippy said because Black Panther Party was a terrorist group. LOL. Sarcasm. Yeah. Celtic said, can you show us those elders? If I can easily look up those elders and they have videos on YouTube and everything like that, why is it that you can't just simply type it in? You want me to do all the heavy lifting and the hard work directly for you in order to prove my point. You came here to try to disprove me. That is on you to do. I don't have to sit up there and prove that. I don't have to sit up there and prove that. That is not my job to sit up there and do. I don't know where you got that. That's some entitlement right there. Let me tell you. Why don't you sit up there and give us the information on these elders? Educate us. Dance for me, monkey. No, I'm not doing that, Lord Friesen. We're not doing that. We're not about to be sitting up there. You got that? You're a grown individual. You could, just like you came here to debate, you got the Twitter thumbs and everything like that in the comment section. You better sit up there and get directly on YouTube and wherever else and happen to look up the elders, Black elders that were on plantations, recalling and giving their stories. Like I said, even your people, white people, have documentaries about this. So I'm not sure why you would need me, a Black American, to give you this information, as if you can't hide it, as if you're not privy to it, as if it's hidden from your eyes. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing right now? Something said, but I don't want to accidentally look up the wrong thing. No, you can do the exact same thing that everybody else normally does. If you accidentally looked up something, you can unaccidentally look that same thing up and find the correct thing. Like, what are we doing? Everybody went through school, correct? Because I could have sworn at a point in time, our teacher sat up there and told you that, yo, I'm not going to specifically give you the answer. You have to sit up there and read and find it yourself. So what are we doing here? Why am I going to just like freely just give you like what? Man, if you don't sit up there and get your grown self directly online and start looking that up like you say you wanted to look it up, like I said, y'all ain't real. Insomniac said, well, when the Black community claims to be indigenous to the land, it's hard to take anything else seriously. Well, when Black people can actually tell you that they had land and it was stolen from them, but I get it. It don't matter. Black people used to have somewhere up to the average of what, like 18, 19 million acres. That's a lot of acreage. And then we got 2% of that right now. So somebody has to explain to me, how did Black people lose all of that land? But like I said before, it's a conspiracy. Nobody has factual information. Nobody can show that Blacks even owned any type of land or anything like that. Like, this is just hearsay. You guys just want to, act like you guys are native. And like I said, you don't even realistically know technically where y'all are from. Y'all like, oh, well, I'm American. That's all that matters. Nah. We trace that bloodline back. We can sit up there and see specifically where your people got on a boat. European immigrant, we illegal immigrant. We can clearly see where your people sat up there and came from. Because like I keep telling y'all before, Europe wanted to cleanse their bloodline. So they cleaned out all of their jails and their prisons and sent y'all over to North America, hoping that y'all wouldn't survive. But oops, I guess you guys did. But oops, that was by way of the natives here, because you guys actually weren't going to survive. Okay. Y'all got it. What else we got here? Let me see. They made a movie about it too. You got the black codes. Never heard of white codes. Yeah, black people don't got white codes. We never made those up. We never cared to, because it wasn't like that important. River said, where are my copper colored people at? Bars. Mo said, early European explorers described and drew Native Americans as Negroes with afros. Yeah, like I said, but you can't tell them nothing. They're gonna like, oh, that's the Democrats wrote that. That's fictitious. That's AI. They're gonna say it's everything else but actually true. They would rather believe in aliens believing in the pyramids versus Black Americans actually being indigenous to something. Because if they have to accept that Black Americans are indigenous to the United States, then they have to also admit that those were the original people that were here. On top of the fact that they've been miseducated this whole time, thinking that specifically and only that Black people came directly from Africa to here. And our only history basically starts and stems from slavery. Crazy work. So it's like, it don't matter which way you want to cut it. They always want to try to cut something short, right? Our history, if our history is only slavery, and we try to say that it's more like, oh, you know, we were king and queens directly in Africa and whatnot. And they were like, y'all weren't kings and queens over there. I'm like, how would you know? How would you know? You said that our history only starts at slavery, right? So how would you know more about our history than us if you were never the person who captured us? If you didn't own any type of slaves? That seems a little bit weird. Seems like you know a little bit more than what you're giving off. But like I said, I digress. I got it. Timmy said, I used to think that Native Americans were our allies, but I don't know about today. We Black people have no friends. Native Americans also voted for Trump too by upwards to about 70, close to like 70,000. About close to 70,000 Native Americans. It might be a few thousand off. Have voted for Trump. Had Trump flags and everything. And then some of their people are the main ones that are getting hit up by ICE, that are getting deported because they're like, actually, you guys aren't Native. You got people that are in the Navajo tribe that are getting deported, that are getting told that they are not Native. So, if the Native Americans are getting deported, if people of Hispanic origin are getting deported, if even some white Europeans are getting deported, seems a little bit interesting that Black Americans aren't getting deported. But like I said before, we're not indigenous to America. Y'all got it. Because if that was the case, then every single Black city, y'all will be sitting up there militarized and deporting all of us off of this land back to specifically where it is that we came from. But obviously somebody knows something about you. You went to, that whole thing. Shout out to 8 Mile. You went to Europe. That's a private school. So, it's crazy. It's diabolical out here. Let me see. Insomniac, slavery still exists. Still would exist. Industrial Revolution complex. Jonathan said, where are these Black servants now? Elon doesn't save anyone. Can't be a billionaire and ignore the plight. Riverside correction. Copper color. I was thinking about another word. Reading rainbow. Help me. Are you talking about swarthy or tawny complected? Like I said, these are, terms that were used to describe Aboriginals and indigenous people of different lands, especially the United States. Cornelius said every white person played a role in maintaining the status quo. For example, a slave catcher didn't own slaves but took part in maintaining the system. Like I said, and a lot of slave catchers were quote unquote these people who were acting as though that they weren't about, slavery and all this other. Like I said, it's all over the place. It don't matter if it's Democrat or Republican. All of them were profiting directly off of this one way or another. It's the same thing like war. Like, bro, shout out to Gail throwing out the Cash App directly in there. Shout out to Gail. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Gail said, don't look up nothing. Just another way to get you to expend unnecessary. Oh, no, I'm not. If this was me from a few years ago, oh, trust me, I would have cut on the camera, pulled out some books, yada yada yada, all that good stuff. I ain't doing it right now, unless I got time and I feel like it. I don't feel like it right now. Joshua said, now you are the one running your mouth online, trying to tell people they are wrong for doing the exact same thing you are doing. You are a hypocrite and you are more privileged than anyone. What are you even talking about? Are you stupid? What are you even talking about? See, like y'all just be running through here and just saying anything right now. Insomniac said one can be naive if they're born in the state. That doesn't mean they're indigenous. Sham said, I wonder if I should make honey walnut shrimp with fried rice for dinner tonight. Sounds pretty good. Timmy said, I don't know about the term picnic. Has a dark meaning behind it. Like I said, you try to explain this to white people, they'd be like, where did y'all learn that from? And I never heard this before. Keith said, want some cheese with your wine? Do you want some soap with your shower? I don't know. I don't drink. So if I don't drink, that means you don't take showers. I guess we're even. Shout out to Keith. So Insomnia said anyone born in the States is native to the land at that point. If you go by the definition, if you go by the definition of now, but when you look up the original definition of America, it says nothing about Europeans. It was only added in second. It wasn't, they weren't the first ones. It was added in second. And that's pretty much after all of the murder and rampage basically ran through there. Somebody said black people are probably indigenous to African indigenous tribes that crossed the land bridge from Asia. Dear God, dear God. Like the craziest part is like this is the craziest part. Africans, a lot of Africans will sit up there and say that black people are not, in a sense, indigenous from there. Right? When people want to look at the negativity dealing with black people, ain't nobody trying to sit up there and claim black people, right? So when black people are like, all right, fine, nobody claims us, we're from here, we're American, we're indigenous, yada yada yada. Now everybody around the world is like, no, you're not indigenous to the United States, you're indigenous only to Africa. Ain't it crazy how nobody tells this to Europeans? Europeans got over here on a boat. They weren't just found here. They got over here on a boat. You never hear Africans talking about you Europeans, European Americans. You're not indigenous to the United States, no matter how long you've been. You're not sitting up there telling them that. And that's crazy. That's wild. That is wild how that works. But like I said, it is what it is. People know some stuff. They're just not willing to give out the actual information. A lot of people are saying lines left and right and left and all this other type of stuff. Crazy. It is crazy work out here. Salmon said white people are closer to Ethiopians. Rivers said the miseducation of European people. Rosalind said, responding to the title, we are not raising that Tesla stock. I mean, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. I see no problems with what it is that you are stating. No problems. Over the Moon said, out of Africa is a theory, not facts. Rosalind said, yeah, that's a little funny. Raven said, I didn't even think about it that way. The White Denzel said, Irish people did not own black slaves. What are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? Rosa said, natives getting deported to Asian countries. Didn't see that one coming. Sarcasm. Somebody said slave catchers were also black. Like everybody keeps trying to like bring up the whole thing. Oh, but black people were sitting up there. So what? Okay, so let me get this straight, right? So black people are supposed to be low IQ'd, which means they follow everything that white people do, right? Which means that if black people are following white people, that white people are the high IQ beings that they always say that they are, right? So what's the use of sitting up there saying that, well, black people were doing it too? Wouldn't black people do it as well because white people were telling them and hiring them to sit up there and do it, and it was better than them getting thrown directly into slavery? I'm pretty sure that's how a lot of things go, especially when it deals with crimes, right? Instead of you ending up in the grave, somebody's like, yo, man, if you sit up there and do this for me, I'm not going to, take your life, but, you can make a little bit of money and work directly with us. People going to be out there working in corners real quick versus being 6 feet and not ever, able to breathe. Yeah, there's a lot of informants directly out here who committed crimes that don't want to be locked up for those crimes. So in return, they'll be like, okay, I'll be an informant. I will be, amongst this group or this gang, and I'll do X, Y, and Z so that I can still be free and live my life the way that it needs to be instead of me being locked up for the crimes that I committed. Sounds very similar, right? But like I said, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Because like I said, it's the same thing when people want to bring up, oh, but, Africans were selling Africans, Europeans just came over there and just, took part. But I thought you were a high IQ, though. A high IQ person would not do the exact same things as a low IQ person. That doesn't make any type of sense. The Africans would then realistically follow the Europeans, right? Because Europeans they don't do slavery and all this other type of stuff, right? Like people don't be thinking. I swear to goodness. Swear to goodness. Tippy said, I think we're Israelites. Or in the Bible that it mentions a group of people losing their land and language. I see other races with their land and language, but not black people. Hey, it'd be like that. You said black people own slaves. You're repeating the exact same thing as other people. Good job. Rabbit said the movie 12 Years a Slave showed that people who didn't own slaves could borrow or rent them. Yeah. White Denzel said English landlords who owned Irish slaves moved to America and enslaved black people. Keith said the Irish were the first American slaves. So even if that was the case, what does that mean? What What do you want me to sit up there and do with that? If that was problematic, and then if that is the case, then go take that up with the United States government and make it do what it do. But like I said, y'all don't want to do that. Y'all ain't really about that life because y'all don't actually care. You only care because black people happen to mention and talk about slavery and their history. Like I said, y'all never do this when the Jewish community talks about the Holocaust. Y'all never go out there, but we were going through, we had to. Y'all ain't doing that. It's crazy work how that happens, right? Whenever black people talk about slavery, everybody then want to talk about, we got a slave history and past. It wasn't just you guys, right? But when the Jewish community talk about the Holocaust, where y'all at? White people, where y'all at to sit up there and say that y'all done went through some atrocities and y'all ain't nowhere to be seen. Y'all are quiet, real silent, as much as a church mouse. A little bit weird. But like I said, that's the type of games that y'all like to sit up there and play. Y'all, quote unquote, high IQs, directly out there. Somniac said Europeans are indigenous to the Caucasus Mountains, but like most of humanity, they tend to migrate and settle to other lands. Cornelian said white people created the concept of ethnicity and nationality so they can claim a land as their own through nationality. Mm-hmm. Let me see. Jono said those steroids you pumped into your body for your brain. Y'all are so stupid. Y'all don't even realize who that is in front of the screen. Ridiculous. Tiav said BRB in about 5 years, nothing will change. And this dude still be tripping because he is the smartest person on his own channel. I know you're white. And I know you don't pay attention or listen. You just happen to pour on like the last 5 minutes. Good job, though. Thank you for showing up there. What else we got? We got Keith said back in the day, slave was a common practice in every country. Whoop-de-doo. So what are you trying to say? You said the punishment of transportation. You said stating facts. Did that hurt your feelings? I've been sitting up here talking this whole time, talking about slavery and everything else. And that's the like I said before, Keith, I know that you're white. Let me just reiterate what I've said for the longest time possible for about like 5 to 6 years. You guys come here, and when black people bring up an issue, you think that you got a gotcha moment. The real gotcha moment is watching a lot of your families fall, watching your communities fall, watching your government and the people that you voted into office sell you directly out and this country. That's the real gag. If you want to, go to, that whole extent, that's the real laughing matter. But you don't want to focus on that. You think that you had a gotcha moment. It's like, I listened some truth to you. Said you did that stab really hurt your feelings? Not really, because y'all say the exact same thing on repeat. It's like y'all come directly from the exact same book. It's crazy. You said facts. Don't care about your feelings, just like I don't care about your family being 6 feet in the grave. The kids directly in your community, your police brutalizing you, big pharma selling drugs in your community, the high STD rates, the high fatherlessness rates, the high rates of men of your community deciding that they don't want to exist anymore. Oops. I guess that's a little bit too close to home. I'm pretty sure that you know somebody who more than likely OD'd, lost a loved one, lost a child, a precious child, might have been somewhere in school, getting their education. Might have been Princeton or Stanford, wherever it is, some Oxford, some prestigious school. And somehow, some way, some white drug dealer came up and just gave them something for a party. Oops, not there. Or better yet, how about we talk about the high amount of rapes that take place in colleges, right? By way of a certain demographic that's not black. And how it is the men of that demographic don't want to specifically call that out or talk about it or have cancel culture about that. But these are your daughters. These are your mothers. These are your nieces. These are your granddaughters that have to go through this with men of your community. But here you are, Keith, directly here in my comment section, and you think that you had your little gotcha moment. But yet everybody around the world can see what it is that you did and how it is that you allowed your government officials to sit up there and sell you out to the highest bidder. And y'all want to talk about that quote unquote slavery does not exist. That's crazy. Like that's some real crazy work. Like the American people are literally going through this at this moment in time as a whole, right? The whole country. But y'all don't want to sit up there and pay attention on that. Y'all just want to la di da di da, and you want to, negatively talk about, black people in the black community and all this other type of stuff. It's crazy work out here. And this is what y'all choose to sit up here and do at the end of the day versus trying to fix your government and your issues and the people that you yourself specifically voted directly into office that is selling you out and your kids. Wow. Wow. Crazy work. Crazy work. Comedian said, when white people invade nations, it is a conquest, but when Africans migrate to Europe, it's an invasion. They always use what is that? Euphemistic terms like conquest to justify their own actions, right? He said, projecting is your default. Actually, that's what I've been talking about this whole time when it deals with your people wanting to deflect from the actual topic. Like I said, I can talk about America, I could talk about human beings in general, but y'all are not actually adults enough or intelligent enough to actually get to that point. So, like I said, it'd be like that. D Money said, oops, but we can't talk about that. Keith said, there are slaves today. Jerry says, some people fool themselves. Shem said, we just released 2 white farmers got into trouble for adopting black children and putting them into slavery for years. One from her childhood until she was an adult. Rosalind said, a gotcha moment is how the racism made them suffer the opioid plague. Yeah. Yep. Newbie said he's chopped. I guess Home is talking, referring to Jonathan Major saying, stop dating white women. He's married to Megan Good. So that comment just doesn't make any sense. Keith said more slavery today than back in the 1600s. You're talking about over there in Africa, which is a place that you don't even care about. So that don't even make sense. And I know you're not talking about the United States, even though slavery is legal by way of jail and prison system. But again, you're not going to talk about that either. So again, I don't even know where we're at this moment in time. Let me see. Insomniac said, what has the black community done to improve themselves? Depends on specifically what your... Wait, you said Asians had it bad and they are way successful compared to most white families. That's because Asians are seen as honorary white. Even when you look at the list that they have over in South Africa during the apartheid, whites were seen as number 1. Asians are seen as honorary. I think they also had the Indians up there as like number 3, and then you had colored and black directly as the 2 last numbers. Over here in the United States, anybody who Spanish speaking, whatnot, or whatever, however you want to classify, they consider themselves white. This is why they have the same exact outlook and they talk the exact same way when it deals with the Black American population. So yeah, and that's been covered in a multitude of videos here. You said, look at the Mexicans in America. They had a horrible way to go in the States, and yet they succeeded. Like, the craziest part is, like, this whole back and forth that people want to sit up there and do. And you can clearly, at some point in time, if you wanted to keep typing all of this nonsense that you're talking about, like, oh, but all these other groups are successful. What's black people's excuse? Historically speaking, with accuracy, if you want to look this up, look up, Rosewood and all these other Toulouse. Look up all these other places, all these other cities where they got literally a map where it shows you black towns and cities existed across the United States. And look how those towns and cities don't exist. It wasn't because black people were, they were drugging, it was crime, it was gangs. No, it was because white people decided that black people don't deserve to have those towns and those cities. So they burnt them down. They created stories like, oh, we heard you whistled at a white woman. We're going to sit up there and get the boys. But like I said, y'all want to keep saying all of this nonsense or whatnot or whatever. And bringing up, but what about these other people? They sit up there making and no, this crazy work, diabolical. But y'all never want to actually pay attention to the actual history. You don't want to pay attention to the actual history. You don't want to list how it is that our land was sitting up there, was stolen. Like I said, Seneca Park. Go up there and look at what is it, Central Park up there in New York. Black people Black Americans, we used to be there. America, your government took our land. No matter what it is that we've tried to do to play by the rules, somehow, some way you move the goalpost. And then today you want to, but what about the Asians? What about the Arabs? What about the Chinese? What about the Africans? All of them are successful. Why aren't you guys successful? Because none of these people have the same history, the same dark history that Black Americans have in the United States. They got a clean slate. What about that do people not understand? Like, Jesus Christ, like this is crazy out here. You got books on Amazon that you can literally look up. Books on Amazon. And now you want to move the goalpost. Well, whose land wasn't stolen? Every single time that y'all get put directly into a corner where you know the obvious answer for what it is, you're like, oh, I gotta start digging underground. I gotta be like the Wright brothers, and I gotta start making a plane to fly over this hill or this mountain. Y'all do everything but go straight. It's crazy. And y'all wonder why it is that we can't like move along and focus directly on other people. It's because of the thought processes and how it is that y'all move whenever it deals with these conversations. Y'all can never be straightforward or honest. You said it's called rise above adversity and Okay, if that's the case, then I don't want to hear white people talking about the country getting sold out. Rise above it. I don't want to talk about these corporations selling you directly out. Rise above it. I don't want to hear about you crying when the military is gunning y'all down and moving through y'all towns and cities. Rise above it. I don't want to hear about your police force turning directly on you. Rise above it. Like I said, is going to sit up there and happen. Just like this opioid crisis, white people stop crying about it. I'm tired about y'all crying about this on MSNBC, Fox News, and all this other time. Rise above it. Fix the problem that you got in your community. The same thing that y'all tell black people to do. Do that. But you're not willing to do it because you don't actually care. So here we are. You said victims can't succeed when they have a victim mindset. So I guess that's white people then, right? Right, because last time I checked, white people were the main ones complaining about all the jobs being outsourced over to Mexico, India, over there to like China and everything like that, right? It was y'all white folks, right? Because y'all lost the coal mines, y'all lost the factory jobs, all of these things that generationally that you were able to do, right? And y'all were sitting up there being victims, crying about this instead of creating something new, right? Because that's what America's known for, creating, right? Ingenuity, ideas. But when's the last time that America's actually created or had that ingenuity? When's the last time that happened? I can't give you nothing. If I look at every single cell phone out here, they pretty much look the same and have the same functionality, the same shape, almost the same camera. So, I forgot. I'm sorry. That's not even America. Those are made in China. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I got lost. I thought that was American. I'm sorry. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Diabolical. We got Officer Haku directly in the building. This man must have just woke up. Officer Haku, thanks for the $10 dono. Said the American Negro has the right to be angry, and he has the right to expect that his government will help to cure the centuries of injustice which have left him on the outskirts of American life. LBJ. Diabolical work. Again, people are going to sit up there and say that that's nonsensical. It's not real. Where did you get this from? And it's fake news. That's what people are going to say because that's they've been telling me. Like, where did you get your facts from? Where did you get your stats? Like, it doesn't even make sense for what you're even saying. All this other stuff. What we got? We got Shah saying bros focused on skin color. Absolutely crazy. America's been focused on skin color. Where you been? Where you been at? Just saying. D Money was like, just say no to drugs. Bars. Shah said, you're the problem, little bro. You know the funniest thing is, you always got these people like this who are more than likely younger than everybody else in this lobby, and they want to sit up there and call somebody little. Like that's the craziest thing directly out here. But 9 times out of 10, a lot of these people don't know nothing about really the conversation or the history or the extent or even decided to do a deep dive. And even when you tell them to do that, they'll be like, I don't care about that because the past is the past. I'm focused on the here and now and where we are at this moment in time. And I keep telling people the moment in time that you refuse to learn from the past, you are due and meant to repeat it. So, like I said before, a lot of y'all don't want to focus on the things that black people having to talk about. No problem. Y'all gonna be going through slavery. Y'all gonna have to go through the same problems through communities and music and all this other type of stuff that black people set up there and told y'all about. And then lastly, y'all gonna have to be the ones to start up a revolution when it deals with the United States government. Good luck. Good luck. Good 100% luck. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Like you said before, I'm the problem. No problem. No problem. So when the police and whatnot start rolling through your community and treating you wrong and doing this and doing that, I don't want to hear nothing. Rise above it. Like somebody else said in the comment section. Black people stop being victims. Rise above it. Right? Got you. No problem. He said Korean Samsung. Yeah, that's still Asian. Still Asian. Homemade said they took the life of the king of pop. Yeah. Shemo said, y'all white folks, okay, but if roles were reversed, bro would be complaining. What if somebody said you black folks? You know how many platforms that I've seen from X to IG, the TikTok, or wherever where I've heard people say you black folks, you people, you colors, whatnot. What are you talking about? I've even showcased that stuff directly here. So it's like, again, y'all with these little, y'all think that y'all really got something with, like, I don't care. I've even had people tell that directly to me in the comment section or write them to me in a live chat. You're like, what are you saying right now? You're not saying nothing. Like, come on, keep trying though. Keep trying. Gino said echo chamber. I guess so. Like I said, more people that don't listen, that don't pay attention. You got it. Homemade said made of he was buying all of the music rights. Oh, you talking about Michael Jackson? Yeah. Let me see. Shah said, who's y'all? I'm not even white. Okay. Whatever you say. What was it? Brandon V. World said, LOL Gail is on it today. What is it? Tippy said again, how is that a problem? Jay Jackson said these people just need to be quiet again and had nothing to say when the atrocities happened to us, and now they want to be loud. Ain't that a B? Yeah, that's true. River said there was a spot near Cedar Park that have native symbols on the ground, Seneca Village. Yep. Homemade said send it back to Europe. D Money says shout out to Lyndon B. Johnson. Jen said don't trust. I guess so. Who was that? Like a random image of a white woman. All right, yeah. Let me get you up. Let me pack you up on out of here. Jen got you. Bow. Got you with that Alec Baldwin real quick. Almost said white people's lazy. Tippy said he's not out here raising up prices on everything. He's not getting people evicted, making people homeless. River said if we don't learn from the past, the future is going to be a mess for some folks. Reality will hit hard. Yeah. Like I said, people don't want to pay attention. Holmes said they broke all of the deals that they had with the Native Americans. Who was this? Oh, yeah, another comment down here. No problem, Jen. Let me pack you on up. Bow. There we go. Show said, bro, acting like he was a slave. That's crazy. What was it? We got somebody named Reeves talking about kings. I guess so. Jonathan Majors is a king. Just like y'all always get mad about a lot of stuff directly out here, just like with Yusuke and Assassin's Creed. Matter of fact, we will be playing at a moment in time Assassin's Creed. So shout out to the white people and many others that decide to get mad when black people are actually in video games. Crazy work, diabolical, and it's only it's literally white people, white like and honorary white that are complaining about these things. Crazy work. I love it though. Because a lot of people like to say they're not racist, but it be like that. Tippy said, dang, see what I'm saying about worshiping other races want to come in here defending racist people. Mo says, Seji, what date is the wedding? Do I need to buy a tux? Sam said, nobody's defending racist white people. You ever said a response to response to that was intelligent. What? Tippy said, want to come in here and say he's not even white, but talking like one. Yeah, be like that. Like I said, we all know, like the greater majority of us that are here, that are talking, that are in the chat, that are moderators, we know that we're black. Anybody else rolling up here, I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. Like I said, I guess y'all got to work on your AI, y'all got to work on the algorithm, y'all got to work on the bots to, get things to properly work. But it'd be like that. Yo, what is up? We got Earth Lang remix with the $20 dono. What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Said staying on their necks with the truth. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Again, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people who have donated directly to this platform during this 4-hour and 48-minute live stream. Much love, much love. Jay Jackson said, keep up the good work. Shah said, y'all slow as hell, lol. Good luck being delusional. Hey, it is what it is. Like I said, it be like that. Whenever it is, let me just reiterate, as I've stated before. People said that if you believe in aliens, you are delusional. That came by way of the government, who specifically told all of y'all out here that aliens don't exist. And then that same government that told you that came out and did what? Oh yeah, we got portals. Oh yeah, we got spaceships. Oh yeah, we got bodies. Oh yeah, we got, radio waves and signals, and we don't understand the language, right? But again, aliens don't exist, as they told you, correct? So then we got the whole other thing of people having consciousness or having outer body experiences. Oh no, those are just, druggies and this, that, and the third. But then you see documents that have been released by the government. Like, oh yeah, these out of body experiences, yeah, they are real. And we've also tested this out directly, in our facilities to basically show astral projection does exist. But again, that's delusional, correct? The same exact people who told you that it was delusional to believe that the United States government would ever try to assassinate a leader. But yet you got 3 leaders that were assassinated: Malcolm X, MLK, JFK. But they told you it was delusional to sit up there and believe that the government would do that. Because why would the government do that to its own citizens, right? And why would they do that to a sitting president, right? Okay. Crazy work. But like I said, like you said before, we're delusional, right? We're delusional in the thought process. Sam said, did Shaw get some sent to the Bermuda Triangle? Yep, probably did. I guess he did. Yes, he did. Crazy work. What was it? Human Chapter said, it's crazy how the same people saying it's not about race but be complaining when black actors get so-called white roles or even games. Yeah, that's facts. That is facts. The funniest thing is, since we've been talking at this moment in time, we actually had some more videos at the moment in time. And this was the next one, actually.
Colonize Africa because of our value systems. We were welcoming to visitors. Kindness was also an important virtue in African society. Unfortunately, the values that were held in high regard in African society were the same values that made Europeans view us as naive and inferior. In short, our kindness was taken for weakness. The same thing happened to the Aztecs in South America. After Christopher Columbus's first voyage, he described the natives as so naive, so free with their possessions. When you ask for something, they never say no. To the contrary, they offer to share with anyone. To European imperialists, being kind to one another, let alone strangers, was not a common occurrence. You see, by 1601, the Dutch had already established the first stock exchange in history. This also means that capitalism began to take shape in European society. In essence, it was every person for themselves. May the best businessman win. So when they set foot in Africa and saw people living in harmonious communal societies, we became targets, easy targets. And that's how precious minerals and other resources were siphoned out of Africa to build Europe.
So we're here, right? And that's directly from an African woman explaining the history between Africa and Europe. But even with this being directly out there, you'll still have white people that want to, oh, this is fake news. This ain't real. You guys always want to be victims. Why you guys are focused on the past? The past is past. You guys did a lot of things to yourself. You guys sold slaves. You guys had wars in between each other. Why does it always have to be about race? Right? They'll go through all of that and rack their brain to try to get away from the focal point of what she stated. She said that her own people were living harmoniously, that they were just doing just fine. They didn't need nobody else's help. They were able to manage everything to and from. They had money or bartering system, however it is that it worked. They got it to work. But it wasn't up until the Europeans came in and then decided to do something that caused a rift, that caused a problem, that fragmented whatever relationship that was once there. And this all stemmed from people being too nice. Melanated people, in every single instance, when you look at history, it always shows that the reason that people were controlled and ruled and had their land stolen was because the indigenous melanated people of all of these lands were way too nice to the Europeans. Now, just imagine if the indigenous people gave the Europeans the exact same energy that they gave everybody else. Just imagine. Just imagine. World will be vastly different at this moment in time. Now, if you tell this white people, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, everybody will be living in mud huts, and you guys will just be doing this and that." But when you think about white dudes, when they're talking about living off of the land, what are they doing? They're digging in the ground. They're living in like these little cubbies, these little holes. They'll try to put together some sticks and some twigs, and they'll try to shelter out the wilderness, and they'll start some fires, and then they're going rummaging through some berries and some mushrooms, and then they'll sit up there and put together some type of like fishing rope, and they'll go fishing and eat off the land. I'm like, ain't that the same thing that you really tried to talk down to when it dealt with natives? You said that they were unintelligent and all this other type of stuff, but yet I see y'all making YouTube videos about the same thing that the natives originally did, which is living off the land and using what it is that they got, and they didn't need much to sit up there and survive. Crazy work. It's crazy work how that happens. Diabolical, I tell you. Diabolical. Let me go back to Brandon World. This man, he was like, Earth Angel out here giving the $20 dono. This man don't need no $20. All he gonna do is buy some salmon with some rice. I mean, that's true. Yeah, I am about that salmon in rice. That is long overdue. That needs to happen. Salmon and rice, for anybody that doesn't eat it, it's very healthy, tastes very great. It's very great. Great stuff. Great stuff. You can eat that for quite a bit, if you have some water and separate the meal. Great stuff. Great stuff. But like I said, this woman out here telling direct truth about how everything took place, and people don't want to listen. Sham said, yes, they didn't go there peacefully to make their trade to Africa. They went there violently into their country, selling these weaponry that caused that rift. Over the moon said the Africans enslaved the Europeans. Not our problem. Tippy said they want blacks to stop bringing up the past, but they still getting rich off of people of the past. True. Gail said the black person can have a bag of Skittles and share them and damn near be spilling out in your hand. Ask a white person for some and they will mess you up out of 2 or 3 bags of 300. Yeah, that's true. I had to paraphrase that. Brandon V. World was telling Earth Angel just being funny. Courtney Bryant said, I went to Ghana 2 years ago, and I swear they treat every white person like royalty and treat me and every other so-called black American like crap. That showed me all I need to. Yeah, be like that. Like I said, that's not the first time that I've heard of that. I've seen it on X and I've seen it on YouTube as well. It's not the first time that I've heard of it at all. Again, Africa was colonized, and they still have the mentality of looking at Europeans or white folks as God. This is why they can go there, move to and from, and they can just act any which way that they want to act. This is exactly why. But like I said, it's getting to a point where you got some of the nations, they banding together. You got 4 to 5 of them banding together right now. And people going over there, they better sit up there and like watch their tone. They better stand up straight. Don't be trying to, act sideways, because it ain't gonna be going the same way that you think it will. It's crazy work. What was it? Brandy Royal said, okay, sir. That last one, I promise. This man crazy. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the donation, brother. Much love, respect, and appreciation. What was it? Vicar said, "Hey, bro, I'm about that too." I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, he said, "I'm sorry, I'll be." Oh, you talking about the salmon? Okay, I got you. Yeah, salmon is good. Salmon is. I recommend people to actually go to a fish place within their market to get it. I'm not really for getting salmon from like Costco and Sam's Club because I done seen some stuff there and it ain't really that good. We're not doing all that business there. That's not happening. What was it? Dominique said, "I'm sorry, I be deep frying mine. Deep fried is pretty good. It's pretty good. Also like catfish too." Sham said, "LOL, that's why people always coming to save them. It's our history and culture to be helpful. We tried now, though, no more Skittles for you." That's facts. Earth Angel said, "Thanks at Brandy V World. That covers the rice." That's facts. That's facts. Yeah, rice has gone up too. I will because I normally get like the large bag of like jasmine rice. So yeah. Yeah, I'm not even sure what you're even talking about. You talking some nonsense right there. Out of there, buddy. So we got Tippy said, "I want smoked salmon and rice." You know what? Smoked salmon is an acquired taste. Now, if you're talking about the slices, that is an acquired taste because the smoked salmon slices, yo, that is deep. That like the richness, the taste of the smoke overpowers the salmon. Like it's crazy. It is crazy. Um, you said, "What are your thoughts on Andrew Tate?" I mean, nothing. Andrew Tate he's out there doing, what it is that Andrew Tate be doing, minding his business. That's that's what he be doing. Like, saying whatever he needs to say and pretty much minding his business. Nothing for me to say. Nothing for me to critique. Oh my God, here goes Gail. Gail like Seji, the L is silent. We're going to have to work on that. Hey, I pronounce L's out here. That's how again. Gail, you're down south. I am up north. I'm a northerner. So that's how I be out there. Tibby said, "I love smoked slices of salmon." Because I don't say salmon. I can't. That seems weird to me. I don't know. Sham said, "Nah, get your rice at the Asian store. It's not that expensive there. I get about 20-pound bag of jasmine for about 15. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad." Tibby said, "But they raised up the prices on that. Greedy folks." So now we got just a little bit of a warning when it happens with people that want to drink and drive.
Go out of here, please. Please. Bro, this is my car. Who's paying for this? You call the cops. What are you calling the cops? No, don't pull off. I have you recorded. You're gonna go to jail. No, I gotta get out the car then. Call the cops right now. Call the cops. Call the idea. It's the Santa, bro. I'm not doing this. I'm sorry. Precious? Kelly. Are you kidding? And you're drunk? Yeah, she is. What the?
Yeah, that's crazy. You got two women that crashed in that silver vehicle into the other woman that's filming, and both of them were drunk behind the wheel. That's crazy. The girl was literally stumbling directly out of the vehicle. Literally out of the vehicle. And this is some of the things that I've been talking about where you got a lot of them that don't take this serious. Like drinking and driving is 1000% serious. Like you can very easily inevitably end up taking somebody's life 9 times out of 10. Like this is stuff that just should not be happening at all. Like I'm happy that everybody is completely fine and dandy, but both of those women in that other vehicle, they need to be thrown in prison. I don't want jail. They need to be thrown directly in prison. Like the girl literally got out the car like ain't nothing happened. The passenger was like, "Oh man, I can't be here for this. Don't call the police. If they even about to come, I'm about to sit up there and run." That's crazy. Like the license plate and everything is on the car. I'm pretty sure that you're probably so drunk, inebriated at this moment in time, you probably left information. You might have left your phone or whatnot or whatever in that car, or some form of identification. Like that is crazy. Imagine if they were on a freeway Luckily, they were on a street where barely nobody was out. Imagine if this was during the day and somebody's kids were out there playing. It'd have been bad. It'd have been bad. And they would have just had that accident and they would have just kept driving off. It's crazy work. Like I said, people be careful out there. OVO said you get your meat from Eastern Market, downtown Detroit. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Eastern Market is dope though. It's been a minute since I've been there. It has been a minute. I remember going down there with my mom. I think I might have went down there with my grandma and my aunt before. It might have been like the three or the four of us. That is a large place, let me tell you. At least from what I can recollect. Just putting it out there. The mother was like, dang. Sham said, Mom, you got the phone recording. You call the cops and put the phone down. Oh man, y'all still talking about the L? Oh, that's crazy. Gail was like, it must have been her birthday. Man, I ain't forget nothing. All of y'all from like down south. I'm from up north. I pronounce words way differently. That's how it be. Like I said, some people say salmon, some people say salmon. Salmon to me just sounds like weird. I don't know. Just like the L sounds weird to y'all too. I don't know. I don't know to tell people. It'd be like that. River said here in Florida, you can start at 7:00. What, drinking and driving? Is that what you're talking about? Tippy said, I don't get why people are still drinking and driving. Watch those driver ed videos from the 50s. And excuse me, they didn't cover nothing. That's true. Ty was up here talking about some hush grandpa. Tippy said I couldn't watch the whole thing. No, the whole thing is fine. Like the whole video is fine. Like nobody got hurt or anything like that, which is great. Sham said, yeah, I'm from the north and we say the L's. Yeah. Vickers said, hey, I know what happened. She got some D if she was inebriated from That's ridiculous. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. But now going back to something that was mentioned earlier that people want to leave some comments about. This is probably going to be like a short one, but it touches on the topic of what we were referring to earlier.
When you're totally dependent on whites for their services. For instance, there was always what we call the policy man, the insurance agent who would come to door to door during those days to collect the money for the policies. They would simply come up to your house and not even knock and just simply walk into your house.
These are white agents.
These are white agents. That's how much they took liberty, and that's how much they were in control. And so of your everyday existence, you saw these things, and so.
So right, so he was saying back in the day, from what he could recollect, he remembers that these white insurance people that had to go door to door and come to the house, they would just go. If it was a black house, they would just walk directly in there, because that's the type of privilege, that's the type of audacity that they had. You can never have somebody black deciding to do that. Like you would have instances of black people not even going to the door. They would potentially be directly at the sidewalk, right? Or if black people did knock, they would stand 10 feet back just to let you know that, hey, I'm black. I'm here. I'm not here to do anything. I want you to see, exactly what I look like, what I'm wearing. And I want to have this conversation directly with you. May I come upon your porch and have this conversation, right? We would do stuff like that. White people didn't have to do nothing like that. They were like, oh, you're black. Let me just walk up in here. Let me just sit up there and just let myself in. Let me see what's going down directly in here. That's crazy. That is, I never at any point in time in my life have I ever been able to just walk into a white person's house and just let myself in and just look around and just see what I can see. Never in life. Never in life. That's, like I said, that's some crazy work out there. That's some crazy work. Vicker said, oh, okay, you said earlier. Since she was like, I wonder how he pronounces phone. I pronounce it as phone. Oh man, y'all crazy out here. Tippy says, I'm talking about the driver Ed Raw and cut videos and seeing. Oh, okay, you talking about those? I got you. Tippy said, just walk in. WTF? River said, yes, drinking. Griffin said, glad to see someone talking about this. Sham said, I wouldn't want a lot of white people. I wouldn't want a lot of. I wouldn't want to. I guess that's supposed to like be in white people's homes because they be nasty. Yeah, I get what you're saying up here, Sam. Like I said, the one video I showed y'all what about like 3 to 4 days ago with that white woman in the bathtub, that was crazy. That bathtub was, I mean, the stall, the shower stall was darker than me. I'm like, what is this? She was like, I didn't even know that my shower stall was white. I'm like, ma'am, burn it all down, burn it all, because that's what needed to happen. Because that's crazy to me. That makes no sense, 100% no sense. Since you said the L is silent in salmon, just like the PH is in phone, sir. What? What are we talking about? Is that a trick question? The PH was never silent in phone. What universe are we in right now? This is crazy out here. This is diabolical. Let me tell you something. I ain't never in my life seen that. What was it? Rocket said these days a policy man collecting money would be robbed before he left the hood. I mean, that's possible. Tippy said, I wish I could do that. Just put my feet up and own the house. And what does power feel like plus having money? Wow. Gibbs said, I'm the exception to the rule. You ain't doing that to my father's house, but it's 38 and double barrel in Atlanta. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sham said the big dog stank, cat stank, the couch stank. Black homes be really nice on the inside, even if the outside looks hood. The inside is clean and furnished. Yeah, it is. And that's the way, like, it'd be crazy out here because a lot of people sit up there and just look at some stuff like, oh, look at these hoods. Look at these blacks in their houses. Look at how run down this. Yeah, you're looking from the outside. But then when you go to the suburbs and you just so happen to see white folks' homes, and I showed y'all some videos of that too. You got the suburbs, the outside is real nice, it's beautiful, nice cars and everything. And then you look inside the house, clothes are everywhere. The house is in a disarray, garbage and trash all over the kitchen. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, what is even going on at this moment in time? But like I said before, people always want to judge black people and make it seem like something that it's not. Since she was like, sorry, I'm drunk. It's very Let me tell you something. Since she said, but you still pronounced it incorrectly. Look at this here. Vickers said, hey, I didn't even know what a mirror up in the glass. Wait. I didn't even know what's a mirror up in the glass up in there. That was glass, and then I'm not even sure what that even means. I can't even read that. I'm not even sure if I don't know what that is. My brain has just broken. Let me tell you something. Hamster is off the wheel. I need somebody to send in another one. Girls in the white folks' house to be either nasty or damn near empty. Yeah, true. That's a Seiji. You have a in the kitchen. Wait, what? Is that a knife? Like, I don't even know what that. I know what a knife is, brother. I don't know what this is. Look here, y'all sitting up here playing some games directly out here. I don't know what this is. I don't even know what this is out here. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. OVO says some homes in the hood might not have curb appeal, but the inside of the homes are nice and neat. Cleanliness is next to godliness. That is bars. So now we got one last video dealing with something very serious. So if people just so happen to grill and use the wired brushes, this doctor is going to explain what happens if a piece of those wires or that brush, that steel brush, gets into the human body.
cases that I've had to date was a 4-year-old boy who was at a barbecue eating when he suddenly grabbed his ear and started crying, complaining of ear pain. So they brought him to the emergency department, and he has a totally normal ear exam. Like, there's nothing. They said, do some ibuprofen, see ENT in a couple days. So 2 days later, went and saw ENT. They did a full exam, and again, there's nothing. Totally normal exam. So family was doing ibuprofen and some numbing drops in the ear at home, and nothing was helping. So 2 more days later, came back to the emergency department, and they did a CAT scan of the mastoid, which is kind of like this area here, without contrast. Didn't see anything, looks totally normal, told him to follow up with the pediatrician and ENT again in a couple days. So then another 2 or 3 days later, so now we're between day 7 and day 10, he comes back to the emergency department at 4:30 in the morning, and I'm the doctor on. Now he's having some fevers, and he's not wanting to eat and drink, and we have no idea what's going on with him. His ear exam was totally normal, and he was still complaining of ear pain. On the throat exam, he did have a little bit of swelling of the kind of tonsillar area on the right side, and a little bit of tenderness in the neck on the right side also. So we went all out. We did a CAT scan of the neck, which included the ears, with contrast, and we did a ton of labs, gave him fluids, just did every test that we could think of doing. And we got our answer on the CAT scan. He had about a 2-centimeter metal wire that was lodged in the paratonsillar tissues on the right, and he'd started to develop an abscess around it. And he had been eating a hamburger when this had happened, so the grill brush, the metal wires on the grill brush had become lodged in the hamburger, and when he ate the hamburger, it got lodged in the soft tissues. He was feeling the pain in his ear probably because of the eustachian tube, the tube that drains the ear to the back of the throat is in that area. So he was probably feeling pressure and irritation from that, and that's why he was having pain there. Ended up going to the operating room with the ear, nose, and throat surgeons, and they were able to remove this and drain the abscess, and he was started on some antibiotics, and his pain was completely resolved. But do not use grill brushes with metal wires. There's not only the risk that it can get lodged in the soft tissues in your throat, but they can also cause bowel obstructions and perforations in the abdomen if accidentally swallowed. And like I said, they get mixed in the hamburger or the meat that's being cooked on the grill. Grill brushes, pretty crazy. Good case.
Woo, that's crazy. So yeah, for anybody out there that likes to grill heavily, be very, very careful directly with those grill brushes, especially if they are metal. Always try to get something that's like a hard, stiff bristle. So, that's pretty much, I guess that's a lot better versus it being, metal and it getting caught up in the hamburger and whatnot or whatever. And I'll probably say go for something that has a brighter color so that you can specifically find it on the piece of metal or the grill, and you can just happen to get that or clear that off before you start grilling so that you don't have any type of issues, just like this. Again, that's pretty scary and pretty dangerous because, again, if that would have gotten into other areas of the body, that would have caused a whole host of problems and or issues. So yeah, that's pretty bad. Mo said, if I use a wire brush, I wash off the grill. Great. Better to use steel wool, but I still wash the gray. No, I know what you're talking about, because when I would clean the grill for my grandmother, I used to use the SOS pads. You would take the grill directly out, the part of the grill directly to the side, put it against the wall. You would get the water hose, and of course during the summer, the first thing of water that will come directly out is hot, so you will use that directly on there to try to loosen up anything. But the craziest part thinking about grills, the grill should already be cleaned so that the next time you use it, it's already prepared. For whatever reason, everybody's like, nah, I'll clean it when it's time to sit up there and use it next year or something, like some crazy work. I'm like, yeah, that just needs to there needs to be a cleaning schedule. It needs to be a cleaning schedule so that can sit up there and happen. Because let me say, that couldn't have been me. I like to normally, after I'm done cooking, I like to really clean stuff after I get done. I don't like leaving stuff directly there, because if you leave it there, it's going to solidify, it's going to harden. It's almost going to be like oatmeal that's been left out. It's going to turn into concrete, and it's going to be a fight for your life to get that stuff directly off. So yeah, Ty said, when I worked at the hospital, I saw that happen to a lot of people down there. Dang, I didn't know that. Ty said that's what happened when you see a lot of people use raw onions. Wait, what you mean? Oh, wait, huh? I'm lost on that one. Tippy said just use foil as a brush, crunch it up, and wipe. Tippy said, I'm not a grill master. Rabbit said that is scary. Brandy Voro, much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out for the $2 dono. Said, I use my grill brush all the time. Gotta be careful, brother. Gotta be careful, brother. Got to be careful. Gotta be careful. You just right now, since right now. Sham said I use a grill razor and grill chain to clean and scrub it. Okay, I got you. Tippy said concrete oatmeal. Yeah, oatmeal. I swear to you, I don't know what oatmeal is made out of, but they need to allow that to solidify and form into cylinders and bricks, and you can build houses. I swear to goodness. It's crazy stuff. Let me see. Sham said the leftover grill dust is good for your garden beds. Don't throw it away. Okay, I got you. Ty said people use raw onions to clean the grill racks, and the acidity from the onions helps remove the grease, and it supposedly adds flavor. Oh, okay, I got you. River said I wash as I go so I can eat my food in peace and pass out. Yep. Bars. Tippy said no, Seji. OVO said clean as you cook. That's what my dad taught me. Yo, I tell you, that's what even in like the kitchen, like let's say if I cook some, as y'all hate for me to say, if I cook some salmon directly in the air fryer and do it that way, as soon as the thing is basically done and it's still like a little bit hot, I immediately start cleaning that to peel like any of the skin or anything like that directly off. Cause if you've never cleaned fish like skin or anything like that off of like a grate or whatnot, man, let me tell you, that's crazy. It's been to the extent where the skin was so hardened directly on that grate that I swear if you actually touched it the wrong way, it could actually cut you. Like that's how crazy that was. If you allow it to just like sit there and harden. Crazy work. Crazy work. Tippy said use those wire pot scrubbers. I would have to actually look those up, Tippy. I would actually have to look those up. And the funny thing is my graphics card is running and technically it shouldn't be. Thinking about this at the moment in time. Matter of fact, let me actually check my phone because I heard that going off at a moment in time. So I just want to make sure I didn't miss. Oh yeah, shout out to I don't know if I can actually say the names directly out here, but I had 2 people that donated directly to the Cash App. Much love, respect, and appreciation to you. Because sometimes I don't mention the names because people tell me like, hey, I got businesses and different stuff like that. So you don't gotta shout me out and different things like that. But again, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people who have donated directly to the platform. Sham said, don't clean your fish inside the house. I always take a cooler outside and get the scales off. So that is not all over my sink and I clean them good. Oh, see, you're talking about like getting, like the whole fish and they already, cut the fish open and gutted the whole thing. So you pretty much got everything else. Left. The funniest thing is the one main time that I actually ate my salmon with the skin on is when I deep fried it, but you have to fry it enough where the skin becomes sort of like crispy like a chip, and it's pretty good. Like I said, shout out to Chef Ramsay because I was sitting up there watching those videos, cooking salmon and whatnot or whatever. So so yeah, you can eat the fish skin if people are into that and whatnot. Tippy said, Cali, yeah, California. I am so lost right now. I don't even know what Tippy's even talking about this in the moment in time. I don't even know. But yeah, we actually did pretty well today. Let me tell y'all something. The last live stream that we had, I don't know what happened there. I guess YouTube was like, yeah, we ain't telling nobody that you're going live. and just like the live stream before that one. The last 2 live streams, like one did what was it, like 739? I'm like, that number looks crazy. and then the one after that did about 3,600. I'm like, that's wild. Because the one that we actually got right now, we did pretty well. We got about 2,300 people that pulled up to the scene. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me see. I can probably get the actual numbers on the side. Actually, I was incorrect. Total numbers that they decided to show me were massively incorrect. We actually got a grand total of 36,249 people, that pulled up to the scene. So yeah. So we actually, had people directly up there. Man, D Money, someone from the last live stream, he was like, yeah, it was a clickbait thumbnail that you had. Ah, man, that wasn't clickbait. Let me tell you, because we talked about the story. I went directly through there. Oh, yo. Okay, so let me tell y'all something, right? So for those who were here for the previous live stream where I told you about, I slightly don't even want to put the picture back up there because I don't know what'll happen. But for the woman that I told you about, one of the women, she got brave enough, right? So I found out later on through a thread that I think she works for like an insurance company. I don't know why people decide that they want to play the devil's game and they want to tempt fate, because you tempt the devil and you want to bet against the devil, you're going to lose. This woman lost, and she's probably going to lose her job because she wanted to be big and bold and quote unquote expose whoever the chef is. I found out who the chef was. It was actually a dude that I watched on YouTube where he teaches you like how to cook and all this other type of stuff, right? Anyways, so she wanted to be big and bold and decide to, release some DMs and all this other type of stuff in an attempt to quote unquote expose this guy. And then she wanted to show a picture on her desk at work, right, where she does insurance. Kid you not, this woman had her naked foot directly on some insurance papers. One of the people was like, yo, it's not good for you to decide to do the things that you decide to do and then be at work on the clock. And you have insurance documents, important documents, people information directly in the view of the camera. And he was like, we can clearly see who that is. She was like, well, if you're so good at it, tell us who's on the paper. The dude literally pulled up the name directly of the person, pulled up the address, and then Googled where that address. She's losing her job. 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 That is the stupid. Like, we literally got a white guy directly on TikTok whose main source of content creation is people going to him asking them, since you're so good at detective work, tell me where I'm located. And this dude will literally do a breakdown video and tell you specifically where you are located, what day, what time, where the moon's position is, where the sun is shining, and what the weather is like at that time. Why do people play games? I don't understand. You got people that do this for free. So now you wanted to expose this dude only for you to get exposed, and now you're going to lose your job because you put somebody's information out there because you got their important private documents on the desk trying to act big and bad. Brother, I ain't never seen no type of nonsense like this in my life. Never seen no type of nonsense like this in my life. And I'm pretty sure the other women that were trying to form Voltron with her online and be like, yeah, we're going to all just sit up there and come out and try to expose this guy, yada, yada, yada. They're going to be second guessing that. Because let this woman, let the hammer start coming down on this woman and she starts losing her job, her source of income, the rest of those women are going to be shutting up and they're going to be turning their Twitter accounts on private real quick. This is why I keep trying to tell people, don't be out here playing games. Don't be out here trying to act all big and bold, thinking that you're going to do something to try to gain some type of celebrity, only to sit up there and fall short because you thought that you could fly a little bit too close to the sun. Crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work. Tippy said a black military chief, huge chief for no reason, but he's great. Tippy said it was for the dude, Seji. Tippy said, LOL, 2 girls, 1 guy. Seji, that's not clickbait. That's not clickbait. That's literally what was a part of. Look here, I thought the title was funny. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. It went directly with the story. Like I said, I thought it was funny. It is what it is. I don't know what else to tell people. It wasn't clickbait. Like I said, you literally got YouTube that has way worse stuff on here at this moment in time that you can search up. that any child with a YouTube profile can go up there and just type in. So, like I said, I felt like mine was actually, this was like rated for everyone. Realistically, it's crazy. It's crazy. Sham said, "Don't let it be health insurance. She's getting a fine." Yeah, that was it had to do with health insurance. It had to do with that information. Like I said, it's crazy. It is diabolical. Diabolical. Tippy said stalking people. Tippy said, well, not exactly stalking, but good at finding people. Yeah. Tippy said, Chef Rush, not Chief. Oh, you talking about Chef? Because Tiffany, you got to understand. Whenever you happen to say Chief or Chef, I'm thinking that you're talking about like Roman Reigns. We know who in your mind your husband is supposed to be. We know the tribal chief. That is your guy. We know Tippy. Like I said, you've been talking about Roman Reigns for like 2 years running, if not more. So it's like that's where my mind is set. Most of the algorithm loves Trump, Elon, and the biddies. Yep. D said, nah, put the thumbnail up. Nah, I can't do that. Can't do that because magically, I guess like YouTube had another problem directly with that. So I'm like, I ain't gonna do it. I would have to. I got to make sure to just blur out stuff. I just got to put the faces up there. Can't actually. And the craziest part is when and I've done this before where I've had other women that I've had to do stories on, and I try to go through and I find the best picture at least or presentation wise of the woman. I don't be trying to just let me just find like this jacked up picture, whatnot or whatever. Right. So when it dealt with those two women, I tried to find a picture that was as conservative as possible, but those weren't conservative women. They like to show what it is that they got. So it's like, there's nothing I can do. The other pictures were worse. So those are the most G-rated pictures that I can sit up there and find. But it'd be like that. Tippy said it's clickbait, sir. It wasn't. It wasn't. Rivers said, I'm so glad that I'm retired. I can talk ish about my employer. If you're on a company clock, leave the name out of your TikTok. That actually rhymed. I like that. That was dope. The money was like, you shoot. Tippy said, whether you deny it or not, I'm denying it 100%. Sam said, oh, she getting handed over to the police, then she in a little bit more trouble. I don't know if she getting handed over to the police, but something's going to happen because people are going to be notified. And if it's not, her provider, whoever it is, or whoever she works for, they're probably going to let the person know whose name is on that document that, your information is out here online, and this person is the one that decided to do it. Like I said, crazy work. People going to end up learning. Tippy said loves Roman Reigns. Of course you do, Tippy. Sam said whoever that guy was, they read off his name. You can sue her for that a lot. Yeah. Tippy said, in my fantasy world, Roman Reigns is a black man. Leave me alone. I mean, aren't they both those guys are like Hawaiian, Samoan, and whatnot, and they're both married to like black women or whatever. At least, like one of them is. So, like I said, the dream is right there. Find you somebody up in the family. They got a lot of Hawaiians directly out there, Tippy. You just got to take a trip out there. You gotta, just take a trip directly out there. You'll be good. 100%. But yeah, it's 100% crazy though. It is it's diabolical. Diabolical. Like I said, what stories went over? Went over quite a few stories. Let me see, just to rehash. We went over the whole thing dealing with Elon. That's a crazy looking picture within itself, right? Elon Musk, Elon Musk, the father of Tesla's CEO Elon Musk, believes that his son cannot be racist due to his past relationship with their black servants or slaves who worked for the family in the apartheid South Africa. Right. And then we had this one here, which is Southern California couple deported after 35 years in the United States. Ooh, that Republican Party voting is tough directly out here. And then we got the story here where OF model was charged with murder for allegedly filming content for an 11K client that she wrapped up like a mummy. Right. She had him bag taped and saran wrapped. And these are all things that he himself specifically asked for. And then we got this one here. We got the guy said nobody's going to change me. This white hooded leader who admitted to tossing thousands of flyers promoting a supremacist group in Ohio town makes bone-chilling proclamation in court. Right? Crazy work. Diabolical. Diabolical. 100%. So I just had to do a quick rehash because I saw a little spike come directly in. So I want to let people know that we covered a lot of the stories. You can go directly back to the first part of the live stream to hear those stories. But a lot of the videos that I just so happened to cover in the live stream, we've been going for about like 5 hours and 32 minutes now. You can find those in shorter content directly on the channel as well. So you can, that'll be more so 8 to a 15-minute video with some commentary directly. I don't know. I said it like that. Commentary directly at the end. I don't know why I carried it like that. It's crazy. Sham said, whoever the guy is, he can read off the name. Okay, right. Let me go down. Griffith said, professional yapper over here. I mean, I guess so. But you decided to come here to let yourself be known because you weren't getting no attention from anywhere else. You're welcome. You've been acknowledged. Carry on. Tony said, LOL. There's Samoan and one is married to one of us. Yeah. Tippy said, but that's crazy. Gail said it looks crazy and zesty. That's crazy. Tony said what Elon is racist as hell, just like his dad. Okay, I got you. D Money said, I'm not going to kink shame that man. Well, that whatever his kink was, it gave him that Robin Williams treatment. That's what happened. Shout out to Robin Williams though. But yeah, he pretty much got that treatment. It's diabolical work. Diabolical. That asphyxiation is not a joke. Not a joke at all. People, for the white guys out there, y'all better start. Y'all got to do some safe words or something. I don't know what y'all doing. Y'all paying money for all of this to happen for somebody to slap some shoes directly on y'all. Y'all gotta. Safety words. What did Peter used to do? Banana, pineapple, somewhere up in there. Y'all better figure something out. Better have like a cowbell or something. That's some crazy work. Tony said Ohio is racist. That's facts. Tippy said all of them are married to black women. Okay. So yeah, it was all of them. I at least know one of them. The wife, wrestles directly with him. And I found that to be dope. It was actually pretty dope, and she's a pretty dope wrestler as well too. Even though my favorite wrestler is Jade Cargill, aka Storm. She's dope. I like her. The funniest thing is, I think she did dress up. I think there is a picture of her dressed up as Storm. And I was like, that was dope. And I never knew who that was up until I found out that she was, like a wrestler and and everything like that. So that was dope. So like I said before, I can see it. I could very, very much see it. She got the the presence and everything there, but the problem would be that a lot of people would say that they feel that she's too strong. She doesn't look feminine enough. But I'm like, well, she's a wrestler, so she has to have some type of muscle there because she's literally lifting people, directly up. Right, she has to lift other women directly up and be able to carry them, across the ring and do this and do that and all the other type of stuff. And technically, I want to say I feel like other than Jax, I feel like she's one of the strongest ones there, like physique wise, like how in a sense she is. Was it Tony said my favorite wrestler's been retired, but Kurt Hennig was that dude? Yeah. Tippy said Roman, Jay, and Jimmy, and Solo. They got some more Samoans coming directly into wrestling as well. Like I said, shout out to The Rock and Rikishi and all of them because they were the ones to really help lay down the pavement for them to get directly in there. West said the Ultimate Warrior. Yeah, Ultimate Warrior was dope. Like I said, I remember WCW. Like In Your House, and a lot of the the other games directly out there where they had the the classic old school wrestlers and whatnot. Tony said Tony Storm is a good one too. Okay. Sham said, Seji, can we change the picture? He looks a little bit too scary, like a demon or something. I'm going to have nightmares. All right, I got you. I'll swap it directly to this one right there. West said Mankind. Yeah, you got Mankind, Cactus Jack, all of that. Yeah, it was like Zesty Demon. That's crazy. D Money said, hell, Jade can lift me anytime. This man talking about snoo. Shout out to Futurama. Let me tell you, people don't know about that. Tibby said she doesn't look masculine to me. Jade is beautiful, but I wish they cover up more. Jade is fine though. Like all of her costumes, like her costumes are fine. Like I don't see nothing wrong with um like her costumes. Like whoever does some of her costumes, there's only been like one costume as of recent that I was like, yo, who did this costume? I'm like, things are not like holding how they, normally allow them to hold. I'm like, I'm not sure who did this costume. Like somebody must have had a day off because I'm like, that ain't normally when you look at the other costumes, like everything is everything. This one was like, what happened? Right. Tony said, isn't the Rock's kid in it? Oh yeah, his daughter is in the WWE. Yep. Epic said, your thoughts on you're typing like the same thing. I just answered that. Tippy said, put it on Roman. No, I'm not doing it, Tippy. Tony Gibbons said, Elon do look like a super villain right now. Yeah, that's true. Jackson said, keyword servants, facts. Tony Gilbert said, LOL, not the snoosuit, not a bad way to go, but can't be me. What was that? Tippy says, of course, you don't see nothing wrong. Yeah, that's true. There ain't nothing wrong. Nothing wrong at all. Like Jade's costumes are dope. Great costumes. Fantastic. And then also, when she's had the costumes match up with, like the face paint and whatnot, dope. Incredible. The storm is coming. Dope stuff. There was somebody else in there that I thought was actually pretty dope. When it deals with like, how they got her the costumes and presentation and whatnot. And wrestling ability. Tippy said snoo snoo. Tippy said you used to call me snoo snoo. Hilarious. That is the terminology for any woman that is considered to be an Amazon. If you go back to what was it? Futurama. I forgot what episode. Was that like season 2? Season 2 or season 3? They got like so many episodes. But yeah, that's pretty much the reference for anybody directly up there. So if you go directly online, you'll see the exact same things. If dudes sit up there happen to see women who are tall and whatnot, snoo snoo. That's it was like death by snoo snoo. Hilarious. You said, wait, is that supposed to be Brianna or Biana? Biana Blair. Biana Blair? Do I know who that is? Or is it supposed to be, isn't it Bianca? I thought it was Bianca. Or maybe I'm thinking about another female wrestler. Steven said, just because no one wants a bunch of obnoxious low life doesn't mean you're racist. Your culture is just the worst part. People can't stand. I don't even know what you're even talking about. What in the blue world is this guy even talking about? What part of the conversation are you even coming on? Like it's like I said, I love the troll. Shout out to y'all. Tippy said, I'm 5'12". You're 6 feet, Tippy. You keep moving the bar every single time. Before it was 5'10", then it was 5'11", then you were just like 5'13", and now you're 5'12". 6 feet, Tippy. We're just going to put it directly to 6 feet directly up there. That is where it is going to stay. Where it is going to stay. Tony Gilbert said Jade has a good costume. I agree, but it pisses me off that they got her, but Alexa Bliss and the other girl can wear barely anything in WWE. Yeah, it'd be like that. I think Alexis Bliss. That's the white girl that got the belt. Right. I mean, that's because that's the whole America's sweetheart type of deal. So whenever it's white women sitting up there doing it, it's not viewed as showing off a lot or whatnot. But then when black women happen to do it, it's vastly different because black women's body types are different. Even if it deals with them sort of kind of having the same shape, magically, it's still different. So it'd be like that. Banks said Naomi just beat the brakes off of Jade last night. Yeah, I saw that one. But like I said, let what's the name let Jade Cargill get her hands directly on that girl. She can sit up there. She can press that girl real quick. She'll hold her directly over her head and throw her. She can do that. Like I said, that girl, she got some strength. She got some strength. Okay, Bianca Blair. Okay, yeah, I knew that's what it was. D Money said, "Damn tall." Metal said loading. Tippy said, "LOL, no, really, I'm 5'10". Nah, I ain't hearing that. Tippy 6 feet. Shy said, "I'm 6'1". Tippy, we all good. Nothing wrong with being tall." I've been telling Tippy that for years. She'd be sitting up here swapping heights, and then you'll have time to pull up and be like, "No, actually, I'm 5'8". No, ma'am, you're like 4'11". D Money said, 5'11". Y'all trying to hoop? You know the funny thing is, throughout my life, I've seen girls who are tall, and I've always asked them like, "Yo, you trying to play some basketball?" I'm like, "Yo, you got the height." They be like, "Yo, I'm not into sports." I'm like, "You have to be." I'm like, "So you got all of that height for nothing?" I'm like, "You can't hoop, you can't dunk, you like what are we doing out here?" I'm like, "Nah, that's crazy. That is crazy." And it's always primarily been the girls who are below average height who are like, "Yo, I'm a hooper. I can do this, I can do that." And I'm like, "You gotta be kidding me." I'm like, "Man, that's crazy. That is crazy." Uh, what was it? Tony said Naomi is fire. I love her attire. That neon looks good. Tippy sitting up her laughing. Banks said, "I don't know too much." Wait, are you who are you talking about? You talking about for Bianca? You talking about for Naomi? You talking about Jade? Who you talking about? Sham said, "I play basketball. I don't dunk though, but I can hoop." Nah. Yo, Sham, you're 6 feet. You can dunk. You just choose not to. Like that. Like if I, as the short as I commonly tell people, I'm 5'4", Wolverine height, right? If I could sit up there and jump in and touch the rim, if not dunk, if I can do that, I know you can sit up there and do it with little effort. With very little effort, you could easily sit up there and do it. You just opt and choose not to. That's crazy. Diabolical. Tippy said I was trying to cheerlead, but they didn't want me. Technically, they should have, because you being the tallest person there, you would also, in a sense, be the strongest person there that'd be able to, throw somebody in the air and help, everything stabilize. So that's crazy. Because there was a video of a black girl, and her legs are like a tree trunk. I'm talking about that girl is, you look bottom wise, she is solid. So when it came to the woman basically flipping and then lifting her up top, you had the woman at the bottom, and she was just holding her directly up there with like very little effort. Like she was just holding that girl directly up there. So, like I said, it's a little bit crazy that they didn't want you there. It's crazy. Stephanie said, "Wait, what about the picture? Did that family not have citizenship after 35 years? I'm confused. What happened?" The family did not have citizenship. They came back, if I can recollect, because I read that story about a few hours ago, probably about over 4+ hours ago. Well, 5 hours ago now. The family that you see in the picture, they originally fled their country back in 1988 or 1989 to seek asylum in the United States because of everything that was going on. I think this should have been like Colombia or whatever. So during that whole time, they sought to get extension and to potentially try to obtain something, but nothing ever really worked out. And then once the Trump administration came directly through, guess what? They got sent right back. So now the three daughters that are directly in the picture are here in the United States because, for all intents and purposes, they are American born. So they don't really have to worry about nothing. And their parents are the ones that got sent back. So now they have to start up a GoFundMe and help their parents, live a new life back home. Crazy work. Crazy work. Devin said, "Have you seen Lash Legend?" Nope, have not seen that. Everyone is racist, I guess. Like you couldn't even spell racist right. Like what is even going on? Some diabolical work though. It's not even English. Tony said, "Yeah, I've seen." Wait, you've seen Talk Girls? He likes. Nah, I don't want a ball in my school. They were swimmers. Okay, I guess I get what you're saying. Like you saw girls that were tall in the school, but they didn't want a ball. They wanted to swim. I mean that's another avenue. But I'm used to girls who are tall. Like they'll normally go for maybe soccer, basketball, or they'll happen to go for swimming. Like usually. But other than that rarity there, usually a lot of women don't like to actually play sports because a lot of women don't like to sweat. When I'm like, it's natural to sweat. So it's like it doesn't make sense to try to, get directly away from that. If you got height, you might as well sit up there and put it to use. Gail said, my daughter gets highly offended when asked if she balls. Why? It's like I don't understand. Well, when guys sit up there and ask, that's because of course, guys are basically interested. Like, hey, you tall, if do you ball? Like, would you like to play basketball? Whatnot, whatever, right? Like I said, I wouldn't know what to sit up there and tell her. It'd be like that. I mean, the guys, they're not being disrespectful. It's just like, hey, do you ball or whatnot or whatever. And then also for a lot of guys there that might be, interested in your daughter, that may be the way for them to, in a sense, start the conversation by way of, sports and, and different things like that. So things don't just come off as, like awkward or whatnot. The money said that is pissing me off. Waste of height. Okay, so Devin was talking about Naomi. Okay, I got you. Sham said, I can't get that high. My fingers can only get to the rim, but I can't get high enough to grasp it. What? That's crazy. Tony said 5'4". Damn man, your Logan height, my dude. I mean, that's what I just like to sit up and tell people because, normally people call me short anyway. So you can be anywhere in the 5-foot spectrum and people are going to automatically, call you short. Guys who are like, of course, like 6 feet, they're going to, call you short. And then women who are shorter than women's average height, they'll still call you short. Like the craziest work is a woman who's 4'11" calling a dude that's 5'8" short. When it's like you have to look up to him to call him short. And even with heels, he's still taller. Like it's crazy work out here. It is crazy work out here. Ash said, adios, amigo. Much love, respect, and appreciation, and peace out. What was it? Tippy said, wow, they look like a happy, successful family with a lot of money. I think they were pretty much making a decent wage. And again, even with the story, the family didn't do anything wrong. It was just the fact that, hey, the administration said that we're getting rid of anybody that's not American, and that's what they did. It's tough work. Stephanie said, whoa, that's crazy. Yeah, it is. Pablo said that it's awesome. Sham said, yeah, I did basketball and swimming. Now a day I do swimming and that helps with the lungs. Oh, yeah. Swimming is good. Swimming is very good exercise. You use a lot of muscle swimming. And also rowing, which is another water sport as well. I didn't actually realize how many muscles you use while rowing, and it's actually quite a bit. I think somebody said like 80% of your muscle or something like that. A lot. Tippy said, but I don't want to look down at my boyfriend. I want him to lead and be masculine. Oh, Lord, here we go. Tippy said, oh, Lord. Tippy moving into a whole different direction. Oh, my goodness. This woman here, Lord have mercy. This is why we just stick directly to the Sims. This is why we stick to the Sims. Sham said, LOL, most men are shorter than me, Tippy. I cannot be like I want to date a man taller than me. Never going to happen. The money said leadership has nothing to do with height. That's true. Tippy said, can y'all just picture that for a moment? Tippy is hilarious. That woman is hilarious. What is it? Stav, what is up? He said, hey, shout out to the Short Kings. It's bars. We are in here 1000%. Red said, if you're here illegally, goodbye. That's cold-blooded. Tippy said, that's wild. Tony Gilbert said, WTF is with these trolls. Ain't no black person here illegally. No African Americans anyway. TF, we ain't chose to be here. The money said, I've dated women taller than me. Tony said, rowing is great, but a lot of those teams are historically not accepting others. You dig? No, that's 100% facts. 100% facts. But like I said before, if you can just do it like everything else. If you are actually interested in the sport and there's not collectively any type of thing directly for you, then you come up with your own teams and you do like your own competitions. That's what you sit up there and do. Like I said, just like we used to have the Negro Leagues, do that exact same thing. And then the moment of time they talk about, oh, your teams are so competitive and so great. We want to, bring you guys up. No, 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 no. Keep them bad boys separate. Keep them bad boys, just keep them separate. Keep them separate. Just do it that way. Um, was a sham said, LOL, I'm taller than my dad and mom now, and they're still telling me off. So yeah, shorter people can dominate you. LOL. Red said, I'm about to call ICE on myself. That's crazy. That's some diabolical work. That is some diabolical work. Tippy said, I don't get stuck on height like other women. Don't care if she's shorter than me, but can you easily pick me up? I swear I went over this before. You have a lot of dudes out here that are able to pick up short women. I mean, I'm sorry. You have a lot of dudes out here. You have short guys that are able to pick up tall women. I don't know why women think that only tall guys can pick up tall women or big women. That's some crazy work. That is some crazy. What's the brother name? Aaron the plumber. That dude was literally on a 20v1 or something like that, and he was up there. He picked up like this big girl, and she was shocked. She was like, "Wow, he picked me up with little effort." Yeah, it's like, yo, the dude worked out and everything. Like that ain't nothing to him. Like he probably easily could sit up there and like lift 200 plus, like just bench pressing and whatnot. It's like that's nothing to him, you know. But and then you'll have tall dudes that can't pick up big girls or tall girls at all. So I'm like, yo, what's the use of all that height if you got all of that leverage to basically lift? I'm like, that's crazy to me. Physics. I don't know. Tippy said, I don't get stuck on height like other women. Da, da, da. Tony Gilbert said, all girls care about is height. LOL. I can pick up most girls, and I'm 5'11". It's still light work. Bars. Red said, I want to be home to Mexico. I want to go. Ridiculous. D Money said, I haven't met a woman that I can't throw. I'm in the gym on a regular. Bars. Sham said, yeah, shorter men can really be strong. Telling you they can pick up taller women. We still can be carried like a princess. Just we got a lot of leg. Yeah, that's true. Because y'all legs are basically longer, people gotta just basically angle people in the doorways, like differently. So yeah. Yep. Tippy was like, interesting. Tippy, you never sat up there and just watch TikTok videos of women of like what would they even like try to hashtag it as, like different height couples or height challenge couples? I don't even know what they would sit up there and call it, but there are videos out there with tall women on TikTok with short guys as their partners, either engaged, married, or boyfriend and girlfriend and stuff like that. Stoff said, I'm 5'2" and never got the thing for tall guys. The guy that you're with is 5'6", and that's literally perfect for me. I'm 32 and want to feel like an adult. Yo, that is hilarious. I've never heard a woman sit up there and say that. That basically, yo, I'm so short, I don't feel like an adult. I'm a big kid now. You got the whole thing. Don't want to grow up because you're a Toys R Us kid. You got the whole thing basically going. It's crazy. But like I said, the thing I like to sit up and tell people, for a lot of women that are like short, it's like, yo, you in a sense get to be young for forever. You get to be young forever. People are going to sit up there and card you, and and all these other types of things. When it deals with taller women, I don't actually see. The funniest thing is, I don't see taller women actually age, or if they do, it's at like a slower rate. Like it's crazy. Like it's incredible how that takes place. So it's like you got two demographics that have this age type of thing that, in a sense, takes place where it's like one will stay the exact same age forever, and then the other one will stay at a certain age and they'll stay at that age forever. So it's like, it's crazy. Tibby said, I don't think y'all know how masculine I want my future husband to be. This woman here. D Money was like, how masculine does he got to be, Tibby? And she starts laughing, not explaining nothing. Shan was like, is height really a masculine thing? Then if I'm tall, am I masculine then? That's a sad thought. That's not like being a girl. Good job, Tippy. Good job. Good job. See, look at this. Larry said they must have been gang members. Nah, nobody was gang members at all. Nobody was any type of gang member or anything like that. It just so happened to be that, I guess they weren't able to go through the correct process to get the papers that they needed to be citizens. Stuff like that happens. People fall directly through the cracks, and boom, there you go. Like I said, it's tough. It is tough. And you have a lot of people that be like, yo, what about the good people out here that are here illegally and they're contributing to the economy and everything like that? Like I said, you got a family right there. And a lot of these people did not care. Did not care at all. At all. Tippy said, no, that's not what I meant. I'll shut up. Let me see. Larry said, wait, all the rest. Wait, what? All the rest of this are gang members. Research it. I mean, hey, look here. Your last name is Martinez. I'm not going to sit up there and argue and debate with you. You got it. You got it. You got it bad. You got it. Like I said, hey, whatever you sit up there, these are your people. I ain't about to sit up there and argue. You got it. I ain't even gonna argue with you. Wait a minute. So, Gail, if your daughter is 6'2", shouldn't you be like 5'11", 6 feet? So you should be up there like with Tippy. Cause like I don't think like you would be like 5'5". Like I don't believe that would be the thing there. Let me see. Larry said Chicanos love Trump. I mean, yeah, that's already been stated before, even by the people that are directly here. They opted to vote to get rid of a lot of people that were looking for a better life here, that wanted to make more money, support their family, give them a better opportunity versus where it is that they originally came from. And a lot of those people got sent directly back, including kids. And I'm like, oops. It's diabolical. Like I said, I can't, I don't know what to tell people. It just it be like that. Black Americans tried to sit up there and warn people, but nobody wants to take a warning from black people. So Tippy said Wolverine is a great example that guys can be short and highly masculine. Logan and Seiji get all the women. This woman here, diabolical work. Diabolical. No, actually, Logan was all over the place. Logan was with Storm. He was with Silver Sable. He was with Kimiko. Wait, was her name Kimiko? It wasn't Kimiko. What's the girl name? Lady Deathstrike. He also had a Japanese wife at a moment in time. Had a woman back in like the 1800s, and like I said, Wolverine was all over the place. Like I said, it was crazy the first time I found out that Wolverine and Storm had a relationship. I'm like, when did this? I'm like, what is going on? But also in the comics, they, treated Storm kind of like Michonne, where they just had her just all over the place in the X-Men, like Logan, Gambit, all this other type of stuff. I think even Magneto or something. It was crazy. Had that woman all over the place, looking crazy. Larry said no handouts. Gail said she got it from her father. Seiji, that's diabolical work. I am 5'4", Gail. I'm about to go on the Maury show. Oh man, let me tell you something. D Money said Logo smashing everything in Marvel. Yeah, that's facts. That is facts. Sham said I prefer Gambit. Like the Cajun persuasion. It was another word I was looking for, but I forgot it though. But yeah, Gail, your daughter got your hype from you. Why are you sitting up here playing games directly out here? D Money said Wonder Woman and She-Hulk were all over the place. Oh yeah. She-Hulk was all Tony. I was about to say Tony Hawk. Tony Stark was with She-Hulk. The Juggernaut was also with She-Hulk. The Incredible Hulk was also with She-Hulk. Again, you would have to look up that story. It was so bad that it could only get mentioned. They didn't go into the whole, type of deal. It was bad. It was bad. That version of Bruce Banner, that was not a version I ever thought that I would ever see or even thought about. That was some crazy work. Crazy work. TV said a lot. Yeah, like Seiji had plenty of women in his wild years. Lord have mercy. This is what I get for sitting up and telling people stories. Sham said Marvel is sleeping on Gambit as a character, and I think he had a better storyline. I love reading comics too when I was younger. No, Gambit is dope. Like the funniest thing is when I thought about X-Men, I wanted to in a sense be Gambit. So I used to get like these little metal type of cards out of the blinds, and I used to sit up there and throw them, thinking that they was like cards and I can like blow up stuff. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. You would have thought I was Cajun. I ain't know nothing about Cajun seasoning, but I knew about Gambit in New Orleans just a little bit. River said Storm was married to Black Panther. Yeah, that was a little bit later on. Yeah. Yep. Victor said I am about that. And the funny part is with Black Panther, which a lot of people don't know, this is like another universe, the zombie universe. When the whole world basically went to crap, somehow, some way, they got T'Challa to be with a white woman. I'm like, out of all of Africa, even at the end of the world, somehow, some way, somebody at Marvel was like, you know what? We got to put this powerful black man with a white woman. And I'm like, I'm sitting up there like, of course, T'Challa is like, this dude probably like in the 70s or whatnot. You got like the gray hair, but of course he's still a Black Panther. He can fight and everything. And then you see the woman that he's with. I'm like, are y'all kidding me? I'm like, this is brother. What is word? I'm like, Marvel, come on. It's the end of the word. I'm all right, whatever. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Rabbit said never like Wolverine. He's just an angry white guy. Dude is a few steps away from being MAGA. Guy was born in the slave era. Timmy said, when I was a kid, I really thought Gambit was light-skinned black man. That is crazy. But the funny thing is, Storm was actually black originally. Because Storm was modeled after a black supermodel. Storm was supposed to be black, but they opted to change her to a white woman. Crazy work. Same thing like Oprah O'Neil. April O'Neil from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That was another woman there that originally was black, and they opted to change her white. Again, it's crazy work out here. Can't have no characters, and everybody want to talk about, oh my God, they're blackwashing our characters. Why do all of these DEI affirmative action narratives have to be in our games? What about all the characters that were black originally? Y'all decided to make them white. You see, we still like buy the toys and watch the television shows, though, right? Crazy. Sham said Storm was in love with Xavier and Scott Cyclops as well. That is crazy. Had that woman moving all over the place. Gail was like shaking my head. River said, oh, you remember that? Yep. Sham said Storm is actually a god, and Jean is the Phoenix. The funniest thing is Storm is actually, I would dare to put it as Storm is actually stronger. The thing that they actually did with Storm now in Marvel is Storm is basically God tier at this moment in time, because one of the gods in Marvel imbued her with said power in order to, go up against Doom and, and all this other stuff. Like I said, it's dope. Now, I will sit up and tell you this. The outfit that Storm ended up having on, I think it was like a green, it was like an emerald type of like green dress or whatnot with the hair and the skin. Looks dope. I would love for some black woman out here to cosplay as Storm at Comic-Con with that outfit. That would be dope. Matter of fact, Jade Cargill could actually do it. She could actually, and the funny thing is, I could see Jade Cargill pulling off the white mohawk as well too. Having like the lipstick with the white mohawk and give her like the contacts, it'd be cool. D-Money said, I never understood how someone be a fan of X-Men and be racist. The cartoon even had their versions of MAGA. Yeah, they were dealing with the people of the church, the Christians, who were the purifiers. They didn't like the mutants, and people don't want to talk about that, though. The white people of X-Men did not like mutants, right? And that was the Christians, heavy Christians in the church and all this other type of stuff. People in the government, the radicals in the government, did not like the mutants. Go muties, die muties, da da da, all this other type of stuff, right? And then so much so that they hated them that they wanted to come up with sentinels in order to, protect the humans and all this other type of, like I said, it's crazy work. It's crazy work. Tippy said Lois Lane turned black. I don't read comics. I grew up with cartoons knowing superheroes. Rabbit said, you remember the black girl from Captain Caveman and Teen Angel? Man, I probably watched those shows like once, so I can't even properly say. I'll have to actually look that up. Sham said, yes, I never seen anyone cosplay Storm, and she's actually got a lot of good outfits. Yeah, like, dude, let me say, whenever I didn't mean like, dude, I sit up there and just like say that just initially. But whenever, because Storm is one of the characters that I love out of X-Men, because like Storm is just, like dope. Black girl, lightning, able to just sit up there and fry anything moving, use wind and all this other type of stuff, blizzard, ice. Right. So when I would play X-Men Legends 1 and 2 or Marvel Ultimate Alliance, I would have Storm. Or if I played Marvel Heroes Omega, which used to be on PC and it came to console, I had a multitude of different, costumes for Storm because she was just like that dope. So yeah, they got a lot of different, stuff directly out there. Rabbit said had a crush on her as a kid. Nook said, what is up? Said, yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? Angelo said, is this real 35? Yeah, that's right. You can look up the story. Type in the story, Southern California couple deported after 35 years in the United States, and you'll see it. D Money said, you mutant lover. Yep. Tippy said, I thought Rogue was black too at one point, but I never seen a light-skinned black female superhero, so I thought Rogue. I thought it was Rogue when I was little. Yep. Sham said black people in X-Men placed them as gods and saviors, but the whites hated them. Yep. Tippy said X-Men is basically black people with powers. True. D Money said Halle Berry had the best line in X-Men. Oh, you talking about what Toad? Do you know what was it? Do you know what lightning does to a Toad? And I forgot what it was, but I know what you're talking about though. I know what you're talking about. She fried him though. Sham said I think Gambit was ever loved one person, and that was Rogue. He just was passed around like everyone else was. Yeah, I got you. Since you say you should play Diablo 4, the sorceress can do what you like a Storm. No, I had a Storm variant for the sorceress. Well, for like one of the seasons, I did have that because lightning and whatnot is actually pretty cool. But it was like during the time the investment directly into that was not where I wanted it to be, and I had my female barbarian where I was just anytime the butcher came directly through, the butcher killed me about a good 3 times, caught me, killed me 3 times. But once I got my legendaries and my levels and things properly up, oh, it was on. As soon as the butcher came in, oh, I got you, no problem. Bow, 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 put my shields directly up, use my ult, got a, regenerating shield, and we're just slashing. We're just tornadoes directly through that big blubber. Tornadoes, and then he's just gone. And then you just see, gold and some nice legendaries and whatnot sitting there. So yeah. But I see you though. I understand. I understand because I see you be in the classic gamer. You got to be no life in it. So I see you out there. See you in those Diablo streets. Because trust me, I be sitting up there no life in a lot of these games. I be trying to do some stuff directly out here. I just got the the Bleach game and everything like that. So I'm still going through tutorials and and different things like that, and figuring out some stuff and seeing how things work and everything. What was it? Since you said I can carry you to true power. That's because you're probably like level 3,000 or something right now. Let me tell you, I would probably be right there with you if we would have stayed directly on there, just like with let's say like the first Descendant. I think I'm probably still somewhere decent on the first Descendant. But I just haven't played it in a while. I could tell you a game that I could. Well, I just deleted that game to make space. A game that I could carry you on, which would be Outriders. I could easily sit up there and carry you directly on that one. And I used, oh my god, I forgot the character that I used. I didn't use the Techno Heal. I forgot what the name of all the characters. I had a Pyromancer. You had the Technomancer, Pyromancer. You had the Devastator. Trying to figure out if we had a fourth one or did we just have like subvariants. I think we just had like subvariants in between those two, but primarily I use the pyromancer. It has the least amount of health, but it is powerful when it deals with the amount of damage that it can do to an area. And Lord have mercy, the scope of damage that it can do. It can encompass literally that whole portion of the map of which you can see. It's crazy work. Turn everything to ash and freeze it, and then you can just install a bomb directly into the bodies of said enemies. Tick, tick, boom, they're out of there. And then each bomb will formulate a tree into another enemy that's directly around you. Like I said, man, some of the stuff that I can do on Outriders, if I was able to do that on Diablo, dear Lord, or some other games, it'd be beautiful. It would be beautiful, let me tell you. Sham said Magneto was the uncle of the X-Men. He always stabbing folks in their back for money. That's not exactly how that worked. Like originally, Magneto was like he was for the whole thing of like Homo Superior, which is basically the mutants and everything because of his upbringing of him being Jewish, and he went through the Holocaust and he's seen the horrors of humanity, and that's where his powers basically came directly out and everything like that. So because of that upbringing, that's why he saw mutants as he was. And that's the funny thing is when you the fact that Eric the Red, aka Magneto, is a Jewish man, but whenever you hear him basically speak, he always talks as like, yo, mutants. He doesn't like try to separate it. He don't try to throw any of that stuff direct. He's like, yo, for our people, the mutants, we are superior, we're this, we're that, all this other. It was always directly for the mutants, nothing more, nothing less. Didn't try to scoop or slide anything else directly in there, right? He been standing 10 toes down directly on that. It wasn't up until he met Charles where things were kind of like, okay, maybe it might be a little bit something different, but that's more of the thing where you deal with Martin Luther King, who would be Professor X, and Malcolm X, who would be Magneto, right? You got two sides of the exact same coin, right? One feels one way, the other one feels another type of way, but they're both a part of the exact same thing, trying to actually progress Black people and to get them into a positive area. So like I said, for me, you can see a lot of parallels when it does like civil rights and different things like that directly with X-Men, but a lot of people want to say differently. Since you said LOL, I heard that. LOL. River said back in the days, to play the first Nintendo games, in order to play them, you had to know how to read to get to the next level. Oh, you talk about on computer. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Tippy said Magneto wasn't really evil. He just wanted good for his people and for everybody else. Yeah. River said all the superheroes are brown people. Rabbit said, I remember when I was a teen, I got pissed off that Ben Grimm, aka The Thing, had a blind Black girlfriend. How this homie looking white dude got a fine Black woman. You talking about should have been Alicia. I think that was like her name or whatever. I got a Black woman with locks. It'd be like that. WF said, well, they had plenty of time to get their citizenship. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. All right. But yeah, we've been going for about a good solid 6 hours. I think it's time for me to set you guys free. I didn't actually expect to go for a full 6 hours. I think I done probably made it through a lot of people's work hours, or at least a portion thereof. At this moment in time, we had about a good 42K come directly through. Again, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people. What was it? Tippy said, what? We need a video game stream. Yeah, that's coming up, Tippy. I gotta just look some stuff up real quick because I want to try to stream this directly to both instead of just one, and technically do it that way, and see how it works out. And plus, I want y'all to be able to actually hear what's going on in game, because the last time I did some live streams, it wasn't really working the way that it should have been working. So that was a slight technical difficulty, a snafu, if you will. But yes. You guys are in a sense free. Love you guys a lot. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for any and all donations at this moment in time. Also, shout out to any and everybody that looked at the video I posted about 18 hours ago Much love, respect, and appreciation. I think we got about 67 comments directly on that. So, it's dope that, people actually, like that video and having conversations. So, all right, we're getting there. Hopefully that'll happen for the next video that I just, that I just so happen to, to upload, because looking at a few of the other videos, looking kind of tough. Looking kind of tough. What was it? Tippy said we need a gaming stream. Sham was like, yeah, gaming stream. Tip was like, I'm glad I was here to help. Well, it helped me immensely. Hey, anytime. Like I said, that is why I'm here. I'm here to get people's mind directly off of other things that they don't specifically want to focus in on, and talk about a variety of different issues and topics, and bring some videos directly up there. So I'm glad I was able to help. Tippy, I need you. I wrote you. I need you to tell me what are the top 5. Tippy, if you're still here, tell me the top 5 games that you are looking forward to. I need you to write that directly back to me. I literally wrote you a message and you never responded back. Incredible. Diabolical work. So please respond back. Let me know what that is. D-Money said, you got me through. What did he say? He was like, you got me through my Genshin Impact grind. Oh yeah, those grinds are tough. You got Triple Z, those grinds are tough. You got Honkai Rail and a few other games too. River said, this was a good podcast, everyone, and don't hurt nobody. Enjoying your evening. That's facts. Clayton said, deported. Sham says, stay safe, everybody. Tippy said, game stream tonight. I am not sure. Again, I got to figure out stuff, Tip. I'm trying to make sure that everything actually works when I go live, so that y'all can hear the sound and everything like that. Because you saw me playing Call of Duty in a live stream before, and we didn't have no sound, so we can't be having that. We got to try to be as professional as possible. We got to get that right. Clayton said, I hope that they enjoy their stay and hope that they have great travels on the Trump Express. Diabolical work. Lolly said, why would anybody stay for 35 years and never get citizenship? It's hard to feel sorry for people that have done that. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Clayton said, I'm sorry. I'm so bad. I'm lost on that one. Silver said 35 years and couldn't figure out how to get legal. Too dumb to be here. See. Clayton said 35 years and you couldn't get citizenship. Tippy said, I replied, okay. Clayton said, it ain't that hard. Now that's pure laziness. Sham said, hey, I showed you a drawing. Okay, a drawing of mine in general chat, and you didn't look at it yet, says you. Wait, you talking about on wait, you talking about Discord? I got you. I'll log into Discord or Steam, I think, and I'll sit up there, I'll check it out. I got you. Tippy said, not my fault. You didn't read it. What? Gagon said, how hard was it to go to the border? How hard is it to go to a place where you became an American citizen? Tippy said, cool. Clayton said, to be honest, if they had just one more year, I think they might have got to stay. Yeah, possibly they would have. Gagan said, that's your own stupidity for not going to the port of entry. Tippy said, fine, do a cooking stream. How am I doing a cooking stream, Tippy? Okay, yeah, I got you, Sham. I'll sit up there and check it out on Discord. I got you. Because I don't want to technically try to open up anything now, because it'll start acting funny. That's why I don't got OBS running at this moment. So gotta figure some stuff out pretty soon. I'll probably just have to either buy some more parts or upgrade this tower at a point, because maybe I might be dealing with like some bottlenecking issues or something like that. So we'll set up and figure out. Clayton said, not a snowball chance in hell, no excuse. What happens when you miss a court date? He said, or even just a speeding ticket. That is bars. But anyways, much love, respect, and appreciation. Love you guys a lot. Appreciate you guys. For anybody who just subscribed to the channel, any which one, thank you. Shout out to anybody who also donated to the platform and also was a part of the live stream for any part of the duration. Especially the 6-hour part of the duration. Tippy said, peace, love, and soul, and hot comb chicken grease. Hot comb chicken grease. Tippy, what are we doing here? That sounds racist. No, I'm playing. But yeah, I will catch you guys on the next live stream. And while I'm trying to figure that out on the next live stream, I'll be figuring out some of these games too. All right. Peace out.